Hi guys, welcome to this section, and we're going to be focusing on two main topics here. We're going to be first of all focusing on getting the mesh really nailed right. Good mesh topology right from the very beginning, starting with a very low detail model and then adding detail as we go. And the second stage is actually making sure the materials are right. It's all very well having an ultra realistic mesh, but it's a bit lifeless, and we can make that come to life with excellent material use. So we'll go through how to apply multiple layers of materials that make up our skin, or a human's skin, or a dragon's skin, or a grape skin. There's lots of applications that you can take from this entire section. And we'll also be playing with the cloth physics as well, which should be great fun. So of course, before you crack on, just a couple of notes, of course. The lecture notes themselves, if you want to follow along with the lecture notes, they are actually attached against this lecture, and any assets that you will need during this whole section are also against this particular lecture. So have a look. If you want to download them, please do so right now. And of course, I will see you guys on the course in the next lecture.
Welcome to reference material. Now, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, because I've said it plenty times throughout this course, reference images are critical. And this particular section, they are even more critical than they've been in the past. Now, drawn or photos are both okay. The important thing is that you have a reference image. They're going to help define your model, help the major parts, whether there's a strong jawline, whether the head's a round head or perhaps an elongated head. There are lots of different shapes that heads can be, so of course they're going to help define it. They're going to guide and influence your character as well. So if the particular head has a scar on it, or a cut, or something like that, or crooked nose, or anything along those lines, it's going to help guide and influence both the character and the model itself. Now, just following along, or without using reference material, will lead to a lot of frustration and wasted time. I will stress at this point, because it's quite a complicated thing that we're doing, it's important that you have some sort of guidance behind what you're modelling so you can actually see what's going on. Because it is going to be challenging. Not only is this the last section of the course, so it's going to be one of the most difficult, it's also because the human face is a very hard to make object. It's because we as humans know when something's wrong with it, and as an artist you also know when something's wrong with your work, even if no one else can see it. You'll spot every little thing that's wrong with it, so don't beat yourself up over it, especially on the first couple of tries, because you're going to end up with something that looks more like an alien than a human head. I can guarantee that, but don't fret, so did mine when I first started. Now, I don't recommend that you try to be realistic the first time. It's going to take an incredible amount of effort to get to realism, and of course, if you're struggling with the basics because you're new to it, it's going to be even more difficult to attain realism. Perhaps go more like a caricature of your chosen head to begin with. Accentuate certain features. If the person has a big nose, then make it a big nose, big ears, etc., etc. A strong jawline, big eyes, small eyes, always looking angry. Those sorts of things can really help bring the character out in the model rather than making it ultra realistic. Think about things like the Pixar films and most animations. They're not ultra realistic. Be prepared to make several rough models as you go, honing your skills. Now, you'll want to go through the entire process a couple of times to make sure you know from the very beginnings to the very end stages, but also when you get to certain points, you'll want to save often and save versions as you go. So the reason why I say that is if you save often, of course, if you make a horrible mistake and destroy your model's topology, you'll be able to go back and it won't hurt you too much in your time. Now, saving versions is important because you can, at a certain point, you'll notice that you will have a standard head, and from that you can make a lot of other heads, and it's silly to take or start from the scratch all the time once you've got to a base head that you can work with and generate lots of other heads from, whether it be human or other. It's a great starting place to be. Now, of course, it's time for a challenge. Prepare your reference material. go and get your reference material prepared. Now, you could use Google Images, you could sketch your character, perhaps even take a photo of yourself. It doesn't really matter which way you go. If you do take a photo of yourself, make sure it's not too wide an angle lens, because that will accentuate your features and make it a bit difficult to work with. But any photo would do absolutely fine. I would recommend, like I have done, taking a photo from the front and from the side. Just one of the sides, it doesn't have to be both. So pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back, and as you can see here, this is the reference material that I'll be working from. Very handsome chap there. He looks a bit grumpy though, but it's going to be just the front side there, and front and side there, and of course I'll be using this as my reference material. Feel free to use it yourself. You could make a model of me or using it as a base. Of course, if you've got your own, I'd love to see what you've done, especially if you've sketched your own characters. I'd love to see what sort of characters you guys are going to create. So share in the discussions, and of course I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to Good Mesh Topology. Now, first of all, what is mesh topology? Well, two objects can have the same shape themselves, yet have a different mesh construction, a different arrangement of polygons making those up. Topology can determine how easy it is to edit or animate an object. If you've made something out of triangles, it's going to be a lot harder to edit if you've made something out of quads, and we'll go through why in a bit. Now, in general, we've said this before, use quads wherever possible. N-gons and triangles will typically cause pinching in your model. Now, that's fine if it's hidden out of the way or on something that doesn't move, or indeed where pinching is desired, but often it's not desired. We want to avoid it whenever possible. So let's go have a quick look at different topologies with the same shape and hop on over into Blender. So here we are in Blender, and I've got 3 layers, all with 3 spheres on it. This is as simple an example as I could possibly think of to demonstrate this. I've got layer 1, 2 and 3. And as you can see, the ball changes slightly in its shading, etc. There might be a scaling issue there, but they all look the same, and you can't tell their construction by just looking at the shape. Now, if I were to go into edit mode on this, you will see that this one is made up of quads all the way around it. And what that means is if we were in face select mode, I can start selecting rings around it very easily, these face loops going round, without any problem whatsoever. And that has a great impact when editing, because you can edit a lot at once. Now, if we have a look at perhaps one of the other spheres we have here, this on the second layer, if I hop into edit mode on this, you'll see that it's a UV sphere. It comes to a pole at the top. So similar to the last sphere, I can still select some rings going around. I can select all these face loops going around here and the face loops going up and down. But you'll notice that I can't reach the top or go all the way around. So that one is almost as useful as the previous one. However, you will notice that the squares themselves, the quads, aren't particularly even. They change in size quite dramatically from these small narrow ones at the top to pretty square ones in the middle. And if we hop over to the previous one, we will see that pretty much all of these quads are the same size across the entire model, and that also makes it nice and easy to model with, to work with, especially if you're sharing files with other people. It's very important that we get topology right so someone else can pick it up and work with it. The final example I have here is another sphere, and you're probably already guessing it. It's an icosphere. Now, this would be an absolute pain in the backside to try and work with, because if we try and select any loops, there aren't any. because every single join is a pole. And if we remember going back, a pole is basically where edges join together, and we can see here there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 joining this particular vertex here in the middle. And ideally we just want quads, so the flow of edges goes round one way and round another. Now occasionally we can have 5 or 3 joining together, and we'll discuss that further along in this section. Now it's not all about quads. Now quads are very important, but it's topology that defines a face's key shape, or any object's shapes. The edges and face loops will follow the general features around one's face or any particular object that you're modeling. Loops will help with the editing, and we'll see that in great detail coming soon. And loops will help with deformation and animation. So if you wanted to make your character smile or frown, if you were trying to do it and it was a triangular mesh, it would be a lot more difficult to do. Now I've got a couple of examples here, all made with quads. Now on the left we have bad. Even though it's all made up with quads, in general none of these edge loops or face loops follow the actual features of the face. If we have a look over on the right hand side, we can see that the eyes are defined with a loop going around them. So is the mouth, and so is the whole face itself, and there's one on the ear as well. If we have a look at going a bit further from this, so we're going, that's a very low poly model there. If we then go to the next step up, you can see that these features are defined even more. There's a ring running around the nose. You can definitely see that in this second example here. You can see the ones going around the eyes. There's one big one going around the cheeks and around the face. And of course the mouth is well defined by these rings or loops going round, and that is what's really important. Now it can be quite challenging to do that, and we'll go through the construction of each part of the face in detail and giving you some tools as we go, but it's very important to realize that it's not all about quads, it's also how you arrange them. Okay guys, it's challenge time. I'd like you to go ahead and plan your topology. Now knowing how you're going to create your model is very important. So that's what this challenge is all about. I'd like you to go and get your reference material and mark out the key features and draw on the main face loops running around your model. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go and have a look at my reference material, and let's have a look at where the face loops will be. Okay, so in front of us we have a photo of me. Now one of the key areas will be around the mouth, so let's go ahead and draw a loop around the mouth. Now there will also be a loop around each eye. Now those are pretty well defined and easy to spot. So there we go, we've got the loops running around there. Now of course we've got another loop that defines the entire face itself, so we go all the way around, and we're mainly focused on the front of our face at the moment. So we've got one that runs around that area there. Now because of planning these things, it helps us work out how we're going to construct our model. Now the ears we can't really see from this angle, so I'm not going to focus on those. There are a couple of loops that run around because it's an intertwining loop, and the ear is quite complicated, and we'll go over that in more detail. Now the nose itself, there's going to be a loop that runs around the bottom, around there, around that sort of area, and there's one more loop as it runs along the top of the sort of bridge of the nose around there, and then runs down to the chin and back up again. And that helps us control our model because that encompasses all the areas where the muscles would be moving the skin underneath. Now this is only one way of doing this. If you weren't moving certain parts, you wouldn't have to do all of this. And the amount of detail you include, again, will vary depending on the model you're doing. We're going to make quite a basic model to begin with, so that then we can develop our skills without getting too deep and complicated and time consuming. Remember from the last section, the more detail you need to do, the longer it's going to take. And I would rather go through 6 or 7 models and it take me a day or two to do than do one model, it take me a week, and I haven't learnt all of the skills by the repetition going through making these models. So don't be afraid to make more than one. So those are my loops that I'm going to concentrate on when I start making my model. How did you define your loops? Did you get all of these in here? Did you miss a couple? Were you surprised about the one that goes across the bridge or around the tip of the nose? Please share, as always, in the discussions, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to Possible Construction Methods. So before we get cracking on with any actual modelling, we need to plan our journey, and there are many ones we can take. And as always, with everything, there is no right way. Now we could go ahead doing box modelling. We could build up the model from a primitive, adding more and more detail as we go. We could do what's called poly to poly, which is building up your model one polygon at a time. And this can be, it feels like it's going to be a slow way, but it does give you a lot of control over your model. Then finally, we could sculpt the actual head and bust itself, and then retopologize. And this can be very time consuming, so there's a balance to be had. The box modelling at the top may be great if you didn't need to animate, because you're likely to end up with your edge flows that we were talking about in the previous lecture in the wrong place. You'd have to do a lot of retopologizing, which is where you reconstruct your mesh in order to add that detail and add the loops going in the right way. Poly to poly is great because it does allow us to create the loops from scratch, and that gives us a lot of control over the model. And with something as complicated as a head, that might be the way to go. Now, sculpting and then retopologizing afterwards can be very time consuming, but it does give us a high detailed model that we could potentially bake detail from back onto a lower poly model. And then that does give us some advantages. However, there is no right way, so it depends what you want to achieve. So let's hop on over into Blender and have a look at all three and see which ones we could work with. Hey, so we're back over in Blender here, and I've got the default cube in the scene, and we'll have a quick look about how we would go about, just a quick rough model here, how we might go about making it in a block model style. So I'm going to hop into edit mode on my cube and scale it up by about 2 times, just so it's a bit easier to work on. Can always scale it backwards or forwards afterwards. I'm now going to hop back into object mode, because I'm going to use the subdivision surface modifier to actually make it, will give me more polygons to work with. Now you could use loop, cut and slide and work from there, or indeed you could just subdivide the cube. But I'm going to go to the modifiers tab and do a subdivision surface modifier and set it to level 2 and then click apply. Now before I go any further, because that gives me a good starting point to work from, I would probably go around to the front view in orthographic projection, and then either with wireframe mode turned on or limit selection to visible turned on. Of course we need to be in edit mode to do that, which is there, so we could use either one there, it doesn't really matter. I'm going to use wireframe, make sure nothing's selected, and then using the border select, highlight half the model's vertices and delete them. Now I'm going to go in and add another modifier, which would be the mirror modifier, and make sure clipping is ticked so I can't cross over the barrier in the middle. Now this gives me, I'm going to turn wireframe back off, this gives me a basic head shape that I can work from. And of course here then I would start going here and maybe extruding those downwards. There we go. So that gives you an idea of how we can start block modeling. I grab that and pull it slightly forward, etc, etc. And we can go around and use proportional editing, of course, to help us out with moving lots of vertices at once. You can see how very quickly you can build up a shape from there. But this does have loops, but they're kind of in the wrong place. This one's got, well, I say they're in the wrong place, but this one has a loop around the face, but it's kind of broken up, we see here in the corner there is a pole where 3 joins. It's not a continuous edge loop going around there. The edge loop itself is broken by the act of there being these 3 edges meeting one another. So that's an example of a pole stopping an edge loop. If I were to try and select this one just beneath it, we can see it runs all the way round. So in many ways that's a good starting point, but it doesn't give us any flexibility straight away over the eyes themselves or the nose. We'd have to add a lot of detail in. And let's have a look now at poly to poly modeling. So I'll start myself up a new file. I'm going to get rid of the cube in this case. I'm going to move around to the front view and just zoom in a little. And I'm going to add mesh and single vertex. There it is, single vertex. Add a single vertex. And then from this single vertex, you can literally extrude and start making the shape that you want. And of course, once you've done that, there is our first polygon. Now, I don't have any reference material on the screen at the moment, which is something I would advise you always have. And of course, from this point, you could do things like grab the edge and extrude. And I do want to be on the front view at the moment, so I'm not extruding into the middle of nowhere. And then I could rotate that edge, extrude, rotate that edge, and you can probably guess what I'm building up at the moment. It's going to become the eye. And of course, we want to make sure there's as much detail in there as possible. And you can go around and you can do this. And as you can see, this can be a little bit time consuming, but it does give you lots and lots of control of the model as we go. And of course, I do need to do things like rotate a few bits around. Should have pressed rotate instead of E. There we go, rotate that one round. And of course, I can turn snapping on, make it edge select. Now let's do vertex and move it in. That's that one done. I'm going to go to vertex select here and move that one across. Now, because I haven't turned on the merging vertices on the snapping tool over here, I'm going to have to just select everything, and I'm going to use space and type in doubles and remove those doubles, and let's remove those extra bits there. Then I can play with this to my heart's content. Then I can select one of these outer loops, perhaps extrude it by nothing and scale it out and start to create the loops around the eye. Very powerful doing it that way because it gives us a lot of control. Of course, we do need to remember this is a 3D package and we'd need to start moving these in and out as well to get the face shape that we want. Finally, let's have a look at sculpting. So here we are back with the standard cube in our scene. Now, going through the sculpting method, you could start by working with this and go straight into sculpt. And then obviously you can't do anything when it's just got these 4 vertices in, but you could turn on dynamic topology and work from there. Now, I wouldn't recommend doing that straight away as it somewhat destroys the mesh topology, having good topology. You definitely have to retopologize if you did that. However, that is good at adding detail in certain areas for baking that to a lower polygon model. So one of the first things I would do here would be to subdivide it again. Oh, I missed subdivide there. I'd subdivide it again by a couple of times just to get started. From there, I would once again go into edit mode round the front in orthographic projection, turn wireframe on, do the border select after deselecting everything and just getting rid of those vertices and then adding in the mirror modifier with clipping turned on. That's absolutely fine. But from here, because I'm sculpting, I would then go and add in a multi-resolution modifier and subdivide it a couple of times in object mode, perhaps to this level initially, so you can see it pinches slightly in the corner. It's not going to be great topology to begin with, but it's somewhere to start, especially if you want to sculpt. And now I can unhide that, and there you go. There's a basic nose coming in. And if we were to recess the eye, shift there. Oh, no, that's smoothing. Let's just subtract. Okay, so you can see here how with a bit of care, you can start building up a head. And obviously heads aren't spherical like that. So you would change the size of your brush, perhaps push it in a bit at the back of the neck. And of course, most people don't have a face looking somewhat like that. You need to pull it out down here. And of course, what we're not seeing at the moment is how it's looking in this mode, in object mode. So we'd switch to that. We can see here that the preview, as we build it up, we get there, and we can see that there's a seam happening down the front face as well. So that's something we'll have to pay attention to later on. Does it disappear with higher subdivisions? No. And that's basically the mirror modifier. When it joins together, it's not joined together completely flush, so we'd have to bear that in mind. In fact, at this point, does reorganizing the mirror modifier actually make a difference? No, because the multi-res has to exist at the top in this case, so we can't do that. But you can then play around with this. If we hop back into sculpt mode, of course, we only see 1/2, so it's worthwhile bearing in mind that we only see 1/2. And then you can really start to zoom in and say, well, let's make an ear. Let's make that brush a bit smaller. You know, there we go. Very quickly you start building it up. And of course, this is rough and ready. You could take a bit more care over it than I have at the moment. But you can see how you can start building up a model really quickly. Okay guys, it's challenge time. I would like you to think about your construction. So plan how you're going to build up your model. Sketch out your plan, whether you're using Blender itself to mock it up in 3D, or using plain old pen and paper or digital pen and paper, it's absolutely fine. Just so you get an idea and start thinking forward about your modeling. Now think carefully about each stage. How are you going to generate the shapes that you want to generate? Now at this stage, I'd like you to keep the level of detail to a rough shape, because this will be the base mesh that we could use for other things as well. And remember to place loops at key features. Now at the moment, you're not going to be making the detail for the eyes or things like that, but you will be keeping the general level of detail. So but you will be defining where things are both horizontally and vertically across your model. And at those points, that's a good place to place the loops. So pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. I'd just like to show you my sketch of the plan that I am going to go through. Of course, if you've got a slightly different plan, I encourage you to stick to yours and see how it pans out as well. So let's have a look at it. Okay, so as you can see here, I'm going to start with something that looks very much like a cube. I'm then going to subdivide the cube. Now, we've been through that in the previous example, and then I'm going to go ahead and get the rough shape. Of course, I'm going to mirror it at some point. I've forgotten to write down that step, so I don't have to do the same thing on both sides. I'm going to put extra loops in to help define some more shape as we go, number 4 there, and extrude down the neck area. And then the final thing that I'm going to do with this base is I'm going to finalize the shape. And if we have a look in at the face itself, you can see I've started to think about where things are going to go. There's going to have to be an extra couple of loops around there. Of course, I might already have placed one in the right place, which is great. I'm going to use the reference material for the position as well, which is very important. And finally, just a reminder there for myself, not adding too much detail at the moment. So even though we're going to define where the features will be, I'm not going to be defining the actual features just as yet. And then, of course, I'm just a reminder there to save it as, because that's going to be my base mesh done. And I can obviously take that mesh and use it for other characters as well, because it's just going to be a generic shape. Of course, it is going to be based upon my particular reference material. So if you wanted to use your own reference material, then of course it's going to be a slightly different shape as you go along with me. Okay, brilliant. Right, I think we're almost ready now to start modeling. So please share your methodology in the discussions so we can see how you're planning to get your particular model made. Are there any steps that you've thought about that aren't here? As I say, I've missed out mirror there. It'd be interesting to see how you're going to develop your model forward. So thank you for sharing, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to the introduction to retopology. Now, first of all, what is retopology? We've mentioned it a couple of times in passing, and it's time to have a more detailed look at what in fact it entails. So you probably already have done it to some degree. It's basically remaking a mesh so that the arrangement of polygons is uniform and it is often all quads. It can significantly lower the polygon count, getting rid of unnecessary vertices, which is useful, especially for optimization. And planning can help avoid doing much of it. Starting with a low level of detail and working up can help avoid it too. It's very tempting to start working at a very high level of detail and coming back down. Unfortunately, that does mean then you have to create a base mesh. Now, there's no right or wrong, as always. Some people like working at the high detail and then making the rough low poly model afterwards. Some people will prefer getting the rough low poly model right first and then adding the detail to that. So there's pros and cons to doing it both ways. I would prefer to start at a low detail and work up, but I do understand if you like working at that detail level and coming back again. The big thing for me is it's time consuming. If the base mesh isn't right or doesn't feel right, I know that very quickly. If I've been sculpting for ages on a very high poly model, trying to get all that detail right and then find out that the overall form isn't quite there, I may have just wasted a lot of time. There's a lot of things you can do to try and edit it, but if the general form is wrong, you're going to have to start again. And don't be afraid of starting again either. I really do recommend trying doing something several times just to see, oh, well, if I do it this way or that way, how does that pan out? Does that make it easier? Does that make it more difficult? Does it make it easier in certain situations? So what is retopology? This is an example. We made a bunny in the previous section using those metaballs, and they basically generate a load of triangles, this really dense mesh. And you can see that when we take that and retopologize to that bunny on the right hand side, you can see all of a sudden there's a lot less polygons for a start. It's easier to manage as well. You can start to see those edge loops we've been talking about, which makes editing and controlling the model a lot easier. And you'll also see that in general, apart from the areas where there is detail, we don't have a ton of polygons, a ton of vertices. Remember, these vertices, as many as necessary, but no more. And that goes with a lot of things, not just in Blender. But if you don't need detail there, then you don't need a vertex there. It's as simple as that. So do you need to retopologize? This is often a good question to have. If you look at your model, and let's just go back to this real quick, and it's more like the one on the right anyway, you might need to edit a few things here and there, perhaps put in a few more edge loops, perhaps break an edge loop or redefine where the edge loop actually meets one another. I can certainly see a few pointers or in the model itself on the right hand side there, where I could improve the flow of where the edges go round. In general, if it looked on the left and then you wanted to animate it or do something along those lines, you definitely need to retopologize. Of course, if you were closer to the right-hand one in the first place, you may not have to do as much. So the answer is almost always, whether it's moving one or two vertices to make an edge loop more defined, or whether it's adding some detail, adding another edge loop to define an edge. Well, that's what they do, but planning can help avoid it in the first place. If you're sculpting the original model, it will often be necessary, especially if you're using dynamic topology, because that will create a big load of mess, like we can see on that left-hand picture there, where I've added detail around the mouth, etc. It ends up being incredibly dense. It leads to a clean and well-defined mesh, which also means that others can then work with your mesh too. If you've got a mesh that's kind of standard, what people are expecting, so edge loops around the eye, etc., it becomes much more easier for others and yourself to work with it. It enables animation properties. So if you've got to start deforming your model, not just actually animating it, but deforming it in any way, it stops things like pinching, especially if you've made it up of quads. It allows you to refine and easily edit your mesh, and that can be a real godsend if you do need to make any alterations or indeed just minor tweaks. So let's try a bit of retopologizing now on some nice simple shapes and hop on over into Blender. Hey, so we're back over in Blender here, and I'm not going to retopologize a cube because that would be crazy. Okay, so I've gotten rid of that, and I'm going to give myself an icosphere to work with. I'm going to increase the number of subdivisions and just bump up the size a little, thus making it a bit easier to work with as well. You don't have to zoom so much or zoom so close. So I'm going to hop into edit mode so we can just see how it's made up and clear the selection there. Okay, so as you can see, it's made up of a series of triangles, and that's bad for modeling in general because we can't select any edge loops. There's lots of things we just cannot do at this point in time. Now, there's several ways at which you can start retopologizing. It would depend on what you want to do. And I would like to go through a couple of ways now how you can very quickly retopologize without worrying too much about the model or destroying the model in the process, but getting the loops that you want, which can be challenging. So don't worry if you start getting a bit frustrated. Take a step back and think about the crossroads that happens when you've got an edge loop, and we'll see that in a few moments. So one of the first things you can actually do, instead of adding or taking anything away, is moving things. So you can move vertices around and question whether that actually sorts out your problem or your mesh flow or anything else. So in this case, I would turn on vertex select, I'd turn on the snapping tool, turn on vertex snapping, and then turning on merge vertices automatically. So that's questionable whether you'd want to do that because sometimes it can be undesirable. But in this case, for instance, I could drag this vertex and place it on top of that one, and then I've got a newly defined shape. It's still triangles at the moment, but it may be well on its way to actually getting a decent shape coming out. Now, there's something you can do with a vertex which is kind of cool. Say this was the center point of an eye. Now, it doesn't make any sense that you can bevel a vertex initially, but it can be great for starting to make some edge loops. So saying you managed to get your eye to a point at some point and you wanted to bevel it, you could actually do that, and that is not the normal bevel tool. It's actually a bevel vertex tool. So we need to go to the mesh operations, vertices, and in here we will see there is a vertex bevel, which is Control Shift and B, or Shift Control B there. And when we do that, we can see that it's almost like you're in setting, but from the single vertex that's there. And that can be incredibly powerful because once you've got that shape, you can start creating some more edge loops by insetting. You can grab this edge loop around the outside and scale it in and out. Bearing in mind I've got snapping turned on at the moment, so that's why it's jumping all over the place. So there's lots you can do with that one technique. And of course, by doing that, you may have noticed we've got an n-gon in the middle. We can sort that out if we wanted to. But we've now got an edge loop, or even better, a face loop that we can follow. If we go to the next sort of loop around, we can see that we've also created an edge loop, or a face loop, both in fact, here as well, and that could be the definitions around an eye. Now of course then you can use the loop cutting tools to add more and more detail in here if you wanted to, and then of course you can go in and start shaping things how you want them to be. So there we go, there's a little, I don't know, volcano in the surface there, and you can see how quickly you're starting to define the shape of your model. So that's one thing that you could do there. Now, if you wanted to create a loop running around here and you've got a series of triangles, or maybe just one triangle, if I wanted this, I'm faking the loop here, that band of faces all to be joined together, I could go in and you probably see that you can make quads by combining two triangles. Now, there's a couple of ways that you can go about doing that. In this case, you could select both of these faces and dissolve them. That'll change it into just one giant face. Or indeed, you could dissolve the edge in the middle. So by selecting the edge in the middle and going to delete it, but instead of deleting the edge, you can dissolve the, here we go, edges. That has now created a quad. You could also select two faces and dissolve the faces, and it creates another quad. Now, if you carry on doing this round, what you will find is you start to create your own face loop. And of course, with comes a face loop, you'll end up with edge loops. Now, at the moment, there's this one here. It's only 2 edges wide, but that's because it's bounded by these, if I can select these edge loops here. Now, because there's a pole just here, if we count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that edge loop gets terminated. That would need to be 4, and the problem is we've got this triangle here that's causing that problem. Now, it could be a quad there. If we get rid of this particular edge in the middle here, we've still got a pole here, and this is how you can define edge loops and where they branch off and go to. So you can end up with 3 quads meeting one another. 4 quads would mean there's almost a crossroads of face loops. And then, of course, you've got 5 quads meeting together. And that's what we have here. We've got let's go into face. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And because they all meet together, when you try and select an edge loop, it goes down here and goes across there. So it's a way of defining it. And this one will go round this fake eye that I've been making. Very, very useful. Now, there's one final tool that I want to introduce you to before I give you a little bit of a challenge, and that's the knife tool. So with the knife tool, you can select it. You can go to the tool shelf, and there's a button that says knife. And you can see the shortcut there is K. You can also get to it through the space menu. If I type in knife, we can see that it's knife topology tool, the K. And when you've selected it, if you take a quick look down at the bottom of your screen, you will see that it gives you some instructions on how to use it. They actually go off the end of my resolution that I've got here at the moment, so I can't see all of those instructions. But this is the thing where if you right click is not how you apply this. So we've got pad enter, which is the number pad enter if you've got one, and space you can use to confirm the cut. Escape or right mouse button cancels, left mouse button starts to define the cut, and double left mouse button closes the cut, and E is a new cut. And those are the ones that I generally use. So let's just practice with it now. So if I cut there to here and then press space, it puts it in. Brilliant. I will now have a face loop running up there towards the middle of my eye. That's looking good. What else can I do? Well, if I wanted to carry on, it's very simple. I can just hit the K key and carry on cutting. I can just click and click. You can even click and drag as you're going across. I wouldn't advise that unless you're being really nimble or rough and ready with it. But I don't want that at the moment, so I'm going to cancel it, and I can cancel it with the escape or the right mouse button, and you can see that disappears. Now, if I've made a cut from here to here, and then I want to make a cut from there to there, I can't do that at the moment without drawing a line there and drawing a line there. And perhaps that's not what I want. So what I could do is draw a line from this midpoint to here, then press the E key and start another one from here to here. Now, it will vary on what you're wanting to do. I'm just going to press enter to confirm that. And of course, by doing that, I've caused a few problems because I've broken up a load of edge loops there. And again, at this point, I can just grab the knife tool and join those bits back together, press enter. And now I'm just going to test. Got a face loop running around there. Oh yes, I've cut this triangle because I've cut it here. It's now a quad. It's part of this face loop, and the other one at this end. And when I select this one here, you can see that this is kind of a loop going round itself, which could be beneficial if you're working on hands or fingers, things like that. But that's one loop, and that's the other one. So you can very easily cut your way into making some good topological choices. That's a big word there. But you can basically cut out the topology that you want from the mesh and then put faces back together if necessary. So if these two needed to be back together, I could dissolve them back together. And of course, that leads me on to a challenge for you guys. Okay, it's challenge time. I'd like you to create some loops. So start with an icosphere, roughly 3 subdivisions or more, so you've got enough geometry to play with, and create 2 or more face loops that cross one another. Now, what I mean by that, I'll just hop over to Blender and show you. So here we go, we've got originally an icosphere, and we've got 2 face loops that are going round our model. Yeah, it's a bit wonky in places, but they're actually crossing over one another. So we've got 2 defined face loops. So I've got face select turned on here. We can select that entire loop running around there, and if we go this way round, we've got another loop running around our model there. So pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go create some loops around an icosphere. Okay, so in order to do the challenge, I've saved my work here. I'm going to go to a new file. I'm going to remove our cube that we get by default. Let's add in a new icosphere with 3 subdivisions and let's start work on it. So there is no quick way of doing this. It is a manual job. However, what I can do here, for instance, is select every other one of these going round, and hopefully that will work as we go all the way around. And oh, not that one, that one, that one, that one. And this should loop back round. Yes, it does. Perfect. Now, if I dissolve the edges there, I should have a face loop running around. That's perfect. Now I need one that intersects. So I need to make a decision on where that is and where it's going. So I'm going to have a look at probably here. So we're going to go round the model. Oh, I don't want to select that. Oh no, we want to select that one. That takes us there. I might actually go, so that's 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. I might actually go round the model like this. I think this is going to work because that should alternate backwards and forwards. So it'd be a bit of a wonky one as it goes. I'm not sure about these pyramids. I think, as I say, I think this should work. Pyramids. These pentagons is what I meant to say and didn't. Yeah, it looks good so far. So we've met back up here. So let's just see how that's looking at the moment. So if this, no, I can't do it like that because I can't do it all at once because it'll do that. Of course, silly, silly me. So this is one of those jobs where you have to go round and do it manually. So I'll see you guys back in a few mo's. And there we go. Oh, no, we've not quite got it. Almost there. We've got... I made the wrong quad by the looks of things. But we've almost got that one going around there. And we've definitely got that one running around there. So it's good intersection there. Of course, to make that a bit neater, what I could do here is move this one down a little. So it's more in line as it goes round. That's more of a choice of shape that you're going for if you decide that. So we've got a little problem here. How do we get rid of that? Well, I'm going to grab this vertex and merge it. I'm going to move it down, I say down a little. I really need to be looking at it spot on to get this perfect, but this is not an exercise in perfection. Oh, I want snapping turned on. There we go. And let's move this. Oh, it's increment rather than vertex. Get there eventually to there. Now what that should do is complete the loop around our model It has done. Perfect. So we've now got two intersecting face loops, which is great. That's exactly what we wanted. It could be neatened up, of course. Don't worry about that at this stage. You can always go back and sort that out at a later stage. So there we go. We've got the two intersecting loops running around. Please share your work in the discussions. If you who are struggling at all, I suggest you practice as much as you can, because this is an incredibly important skill, especially coming up soon. And as always, I will see you guys in the next lecture. Take care. Welcome to creating the base mesh. In this video, well, we're going to crack on and start modeling. I know you've been itching to do this. We've gone through a lot of preparation, and now's the time to put it into practice. So remember, you can add images as planes. This allows you to see them all the time in the viewport. I personally am going to be adding images to the background, and then it's only going to be available in an orthographic view when viewed from the top, bottom, left, right, front, back, etc. And that also allows me to focus on the model and put the image in front and make it basically transparent so I can see through a model. Now create a base mesh to start with and save as when you reach a point where you can branch to make different models. Do remember to save as you go, and do please remember to use reference material. So go ahead, pause video now. Expect this to take maybe 10 minutes or so, maybe 20. So pause the video and I will see you guys back in a bit. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go make a base mesh over in Blender. Okay, so I'm going to start with the default cube. I'm going to scale it up just a little here. And yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm going to hop into edit mode. No, I'm not going to hop into edit mode yet. So I'm being indecisive here. I'm going to go down the route of a subdivision, just looking at my notes that I've got to the side here. And of course, once I've applied that, what I can do is hop into edit mode, go around to the front, orthographic, turn, or deselect everything, turn wireframe on, highlight half of the model, and delete the vertices. I'm going to go back in here and add in a mirror modifier and turn on clipping so I can't go over the midpoint. I'm not going to apply the mirror modifier though, that's just going to sit there for the moment. So that's the basic shape sorted out. The next thing I'm going to do here is extrude out the neck itself. So I'm just going to extrude that down, and that's going to have a couple of loop cuts in it. I'm pretty sure. I'm going to extrude it all the way down to here, and then, oh, how many? Maybe 4 around there. That looks pretty good. Okay, and of course down here, if we're getting a rough shape, I'm going to grab these two here. Now I'm going to turn on proportional editing at this point in time. So down here, I'm going to turn that on. Of course, that's the O key as well. We'll turn it on and off. I'm going to literally go around to the front, and oh, I've made him back to front. Never mind. I'm going to pull that out, and because I've got proportional editing turned on, it pulls out the other bits as well, and that's a relatively straightforward way of getting some detail. What I'm not doing, of course, is using any reference images, so let's slap my hands and add some. Naughty. It's not going to be too far off what I've got, I hope. It could be horribly different. So let's go ahead and open up. See how incredibly easy it is to try and jump in, crack on, and then realise that you haven't quite got what you wanted. So I'm going to import the front and put it on the front, or maybe the back. I'm not sure. Let's pop it on the front first, but I'm pretty sure that I've made my model the wrong way around anyway. And then let's go down here, let's add another image. And then open, oh, not there, here. I must remember where I stored it, in the side. So let's just hop into orthographic and let's set this to, I don't know whether it's going to be left or right at this point. So that looks good at the moment, looking down there. So moving to the front, we get that. Perfect. So I need to scale things up there, but that's a good start. Looking from the side, which side do I want to work from? Preferably the right, actually. So let's have a look at putting this on the right one. Now, good chance here I'll need to flip it horizontally so it fits. Okay, so that's looking good so far. I'm going to go and select everything and just scale it up so it's, you know, roughly in the right place. Going to have to move it back slightly to fit in. So that's a good start there. I'm going to move that round to the front and make the opacity just a little smaller as well, so I can actually see my model that much more clearly. Right, and round at the front as well. So, well, that's kind of good, the way I pulled that up, because that's stretched the head, and it's pretty much how I want it. Needs to come down a little lower here, but we'll work on that in a moment. So let's go around to the front image. I'm going to minimize the right, as I don't need it at the moment. I'm going to put that in front. Hey, there I am, staring at myself. It's a bit freaky. Okay, so I'm going to start just moving some of these out. And again, this is only a rough guide at the moment. So I pull that up just to get the face roughly right. So that's going to be the bottom there. That's going to be roughly where the chin is. So that's the bit I'm going to pull down. Let's whiz back round to the front and pull that down. Now I'm going to have to expand with the mouse wheel that, so we've got there. Now the neck is far too thin at the moment, certainly for me. I'm not that thin at all. So let's move that out slightly. That's starting to look better. Let's grab this one down here, whiz round to the front, pull that out. That's looking better. I'm going to pull that up but reduce that. Okay, so we're almost there. I think we need to pull this one out a bit further and pull this one up. And that will be kind of the rough shape starting to come together. And of course, you can spend a lot of time doing this. And at the moment, I'm not interested in spending a lot of time doing this. What I do want, of course, to make sure is that the model is not oddly shaped. So I'm going to pull some of these bits out, just to round off the head a little. Looks a bit odd from there, so let's flick round to the side now and work on this. So I think that's the middle. Yes, it is. Back round to the side. You'll find yourself nipping backwards and forwards quite a bit. So I'm just rotating here to try and make it a bit smoother as it goes round. Pull that up a little more. Right, where it goes in to the back of the neck, I'm going to pull that out. Now, again, this is only a rough guide because obviously I need to build up detail later on rather than now. So that there, let's pull this down to here. And again, I'm just using the reference material to make sure things end up in the right place. Okay, so this needs to be pulled out much more. I'm not quite sure where my neck ends here, and again, I don't want to spend too much time at this stage basically faffing about with it, because you, as you all know, you can end up spending hours and hours on modeling when that's not what you want to do. Perhaps you want to spend some time with your family or just get out and enjoy the sun. There we go. So that's a good rough shape going on there. It's a bit pointy around the front. What we can do now, of course, is just check what loops we have at the moment. So there is one going around the entire face. Now that is good. I'm probably going to add a couple more loops in now to help definition. So where the eyes are, this loop here is roughly in the right place. So what I can do here is just grab it, shift it up, and make sure it sits in the right place. We're going to need another loop, so I'm just going to grab that and push it in ever so slightly. That's better. So we're going to need a couple of loops defining where some other bits and bobs are. I'm going to use Control and R to put in at the bottom of the nose for the moment, and the top of the brow. Oh, that's the wrong way. Let's undo that. Top of the brow here. I can just get that in. There we go. So that's around there. And of course, remember, you can go in. These aren't going to be perfect first time round, so you might have to go in and modify these to make sure they fit. We can see here that it would be quite nice to have a line probably going through the center of the eye. So let's give that a go now. There we go. That's going through the center of the eye. Not necessarily where we want it to be going around the entire model. So we've just got to move things about. Kind of try and keep things going around features as smoothly as possible. So definitely want that bit in the middle. Probably want this bit in slightly so we can start to define the nose. You can start to see shapes coming together. Make sure that the proportional editing isn't changing too much at any one time. Or sometimes, if you want to make a big change, it is quite useful having that. Now, this bit here, I feel, should be brought down to there, because the front of the chin is literally where everything is going to go to. So let's pull that down to about there. And I'm probably going to have to not use just proportional editing, probably grab a few extras here and move them all down at the same time. All right, that's going around the face nicely there. Has that changed the front at all? No, it's quite a sharp edge there. We'll smooth that out in a bit, or even now start pulling things back ever so slightly to help define as we go. And again, we can refine this again and again as we go. So obviously as you work from it from one angle, you move things about, you may have to come back to another and work it out from there. Of course, what I could do as well is have more than one view open at once and hop between them. I've not got too much luxury on screen space, so I'm not going to do that at the moment. But that is starting to come together quite nicely. So we need a few extra loops in. We've got the top and bottom of the nose running through the eye, the brow in there. I'm happy with that. I'd want one around the bottom of the mouth as well. As we can see here, these things are lifting up as they go around the model. Now that's not always desirable, so I'm going to pull these back down ever so slightly just to help them go around the model in what feels like a more natural way. There we go. And that is starting to look quite good. Now we can just go around the model, check from the side. Am I missing any features from the side? I think probably the brow sticks out a little too far there. We can look here. Which one of these is the center of the eye? It's that one there. So we can actually go, well, hang on a minute. These pictures aren't perfectly aligned. I've just noticed that. I thought they would be. I do apologize. So we need the side one here, and I'm going to literally just lift it up so that that's in the right place. And then when we flip from here to here, it is in the right place. Now that's going to be the center of the eye socket, so I can actually pull that back to roughly there, and then we can work on the definition going around it later. And I'm going to pull that one back ever so slightly. I'm going to raise the opacity here because I'm having trouble seeing. So we can see here that I'm coming down, for this particular reference model, or me, I'm coming down a bit too steeply there. And probably about there would be good. So again, you move these things around until you get roughly, not perfect, we're not shooting for perfection at this point in time, but so we get to roughly a right shape. Now this is obviously all quads at the moment, but we are starting to get some loops going around our model. We've got a nice loop going around there to define the face itself. That is important. We'll be getting to the ear later on, but it's worthwhile putting a loop cut down there as well. And then we've got the ear defined within a certain area, and of course we can grab some of these other ones and just move them ever so slightly to help define the contours of the head itself. And again, this is not the only way of doing this. There are lots of different ways of doing this, but I like this sort of base mesh that's going on so I can see what's actually going on underneath, and start building up from a low poly upwards. And as you can see, in about 10 minutes or so, we've got a lovely base mesh. Now, there are a couple of other things I'm just going to do. I'm going to hop into object mode, And I'm going to turn on smooth shading to make it look a bit smoother. And I'm also going to add a subdivision surface modifier on top of this, so I can just get a feel of how it's going. Now you can see here, it does look a bit pointy around the actual front where it's mirroring. So I do have to be conscious of that, and it's worthwhile having a look at that now and working out if that's going to cause us any issues. Now, of course, at this point in time, there are a couple of ways we can solve that. The first reason it's doing it is because the angle here is quite steep. So we could either make it not as steep, but that might interrupt whatever's here in the first place. Or, of course, we can add in another edge loop and work it out that way. So in this case, I'm going to make sure it's turned on in edit mode, which it is. So I can see, if we grab this here, well, basically we want it to line up more or less with that for the moment. And that should help take off some of the pinching. Now, around the nose, we do want some pinching, of course, because, well, it's the nose. It's going to be more defined on the face. So that's starting to look a bit better around the brow. I think it just needs to be wider in general at this top point here. Of course, be careful what you do. You can give yourself horns, which, well, depending on what you're making, if you're making a character that resembles the devil or something along those lines, you very well might want horns on your model. So go ahead, have some fun, grab something and pull it up like that, and there we go. That's what I would look like if I were the devil. Okay, right, back to modelling. But seriously, do have fun as you go. It takes some of the annoyance of when you're moving vertices round bit by bit, trying to smooth out your model. Sometimes having a bit of fun helps move things along. And you never know, you might actually end up creating a character that you absolutely love, but thought it was going nowhere initially. Now, I'm pretty sure it's a bit of a pointy chin for me as well, but again, that's something we can work on later. And if it's just not wide enough as it goes around there, so that should help move that out. That is starting to look pretty good. There's a bit of pinching at the back, but I'm happy with that as it is at the moment. I'm going to push this bit in here to give the neck a bit more form. I'm going to make that bigger as well. Of course, if you make this proportional editing really big, you can do some strange things with your model. So just take care with how that is. Okay, so I am going to get rid of this pinching at the back here. Just going to try and just lift a few bits up to prevent that from happening. Of course, it depends whether I'm going to give myself hair. I probably won't. See what I look like. Yeah, there we go. See what I look like with no hair. I don't look great with no hair. I look like some sort of thug, so I don't really want to make myself with no hair. Of course, one of the other things here is if we're working on a model, one of the things to remember, of course, is subdivision shrinks things. So if we just lower this subdivision level, you can see as I increase its level, the model shrinks as we go. Now, obviously, that's going to stop at some point, but it's worthwhile knowing when you start making features, when you turn up the subdivisions, and it's worthwhile having this on so you can see what it looks like once you've smoothed things out a little. Once you've got that on, are your features getting too small? We'll find out more about that later. So I'm happy with that as my base mesh. So I'm going to go ahead and save as. Well, I haven't saved it at all yet, so slap my hand again for doing that. So I want to make sure I'm in the right folder, and I'm going to call this Mikey's Head. Why not? And I'm going to save as. Well, I'm actually going to save it and then save as a... what should I call it? Head base mesh or something along those lines. So now I know that I can work on Mikey's head, so I'll go and reopen that so I make sure I'm on the right file. I'm going to work on Mikey's head, and I'm going to keep the other one in case I do something horrendous with this one. It gives me a chance to go back to it, or of course if I want to make someone else. That's a great start. Obviously I need to move things around. Now, you will have to, of course, balance the point up. If you've got a template head, but the person who you're doing is significantly different than the head you're working on, you may have to start again anyway. But it's worthwhile just weighing up if there's a significant difference. Probably best to model it afresh rather than trying to alter lots of vertices. That's almost retopologizing at that point, which we've got to kind of avoid wherever possible because of the time involved. It's a necessary evil sometimes, though. Anyway, I am done with my base mesh. I'm quite happy with that. How did you guys get on? I've obviously modelled myself. Have you modelled me? I'd love to see that. Of course, if you modelled yourself or a character that you've created, love to see that as well. So remember to share. And of course, I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to the grease pencil. Now, the grease pencil has many uses. We're going to go through only a few of them here, but of course, feel free to play with them as you go. So, it's great for making notes on your model. It's good for sketching and planning ideas. If you've got an idea and you want to, as I say, quickly sketch it out, you can do so with the grease pencil. Roughing out shapes, and I'll be doing that using the grease pencil to do that, to rough out where the eyes are going to go, etc. So converting to edges as well. We can convert the lines we actually draw to a curve and then a curve to an edge. Because the grease pencil itself, when you draw a line, and we'll see in a moment, it's actually made up of a series of points, and those points can be changed and edited, much like vertices and edges are connected together. It can be used to also create 2D animations. Just like most things in Blender, you can animate the grease pencil. So I'm sure some of you have already seen that some people have used the grease pencil to actually make some animated sketches, which is wonderful. We won't be going into too many details with that, but suffice to say, you can do that. So let's go explore the grease pencil now and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so we're back over in Blender here, and one of the first things that I want to do is just show you where some of the options are for the grease pencil itself. So at the moment, we've got our head selected here, and I've not named it yet, so I'm going to go ahead and name it head, because it's just called cube isn't very descriptive. Now, on the tool shelf itself, there is a grease pencil tab. You may have to scroll down if your operator panel is quite high. So there's the grease pencil. We can see a couple of options on the tool shelf there. We can also see the grease pencil options on the properties panel. So if it's not open, you can open that with the N key. If I can see it, I've got my background image there. Let's scroll up a little. There we go, grease pencil. So you can turn the grease pencil on and off there. So it's like showing it and hiding it again. And we can see here that we've got layers as well. So there's a couple of ways that we can add a grease pencil to our scene itself or to an object. Now, in general, I would advise adding it to the scene. However, if it is to do with a specific object and your drawings are basically going to get in the way, when you hide that object, you can link it to the object so that whatever you've selected, if we switch this now to object, we will see that the grease pencil will be linked to the head so that when we start drawing in a few moments, we can see that it's attached to that head, and if we hide the head, it will also disappear. So let's have a look, and well, there's a couple of ways of starting new. We can go and click on draw or line or erase or poly at the top here. We can have a look at clicking new here as well, or you can hold down the D key, and the D key will start the drawing process. Now, one thing that I've always found useful if I'm looking for a shortcut key and I can't find it in the menus and places like that, but I know what the function's called, I will go to the user preferences, go to the input tab and search for what we're looking for. So if I go and type in grease, it doesn't come up with anything. That is not that useful. It would help if I spelled grease correctly. Okay, so we can see here we've got grease pencil draw. Now they're not defined with their names here, but we can see that we've got the D and the left mouse is going to do something. Control D and the left mouse will do something. Control D and the right mouse will do something. And Control D right mouse will also do something. And when we open that up, we can see that D and right mouse is going to switch on the eraser. If I open up these other ones here, it's going to be full of stuff, and I don't recommend you ever go in and play with these. But just for information, D and left mouse is going to draw freehand, draw a straight line if you hold down control at the same time, draw a polyline as well. So there's lots of options there. I'm just going to close that and not save anything. And that links to these 4 buttons at the top here. So there is a shortcut for that. So let's give that a go. Let's hold down the D key and just, oh, there we go. I've drawn a spiral. Now, the moment I've done that, on the right-hand side, on the Properties panel, a new layer has appeared. Now, we can press the plus key here and add another layer. And, of course, once we've added another layer, I can hold down the D key again and draw a smiley face, or whatever you happen to be drawing. It's entirely up to you. And the great thing about using layers, it does mean that if you want it gone, you can just press the minus button and delete it. You can name it what you need to name it as well. There are some further options down here. So with this one, the squiggle, the spiral that we've done, if we change the stroke or the fill, we can actually change the color of the line itself. So we can make it green if necessary, or red. It will depend on the model, because if your black might not always be a great color to use if the model you're working on is black, for instance. So we can change the color there as we go. We can change the thickness of the line. And it is pressure sensitive, by the way. So if I go ahead and hold down D, now I'm using my iPad to draw here. I've actually got a stylus. If I press lightly, as you can see, it's quite thin. And then as I press heavier, it gets thicker and thicker, and I'll see if I can tail that off to a thin line. It's by no means an artistic package. Now, if you're using the mouse, I'll just grab the mouse and hold down D and start drawing. It's going to be the thickness that you've got set over here, because with a mouse, there's no pressure sensitivity. So the final thing here is X-ray. And that I'm going to go for. You can turn on the points, of course. Or I don't ever do volume, but points. If I just turn the size down, you can see the points that I was talking about. It's actually making up this line. I'm just going to turn that back off again. So we've got these 3 squiggles that I've made here. I'm just going to turn the thickness slightly back up again. So we've got the thick and thin stuff. So X-ray can be very useful. Here we see I've managed to draw inside our model. So if I turn off X-ray, you won't... here we go. You can see the bit that comes out the back. So if you're drawing on certain things that you need to see through, you can turn X-ray on, just like we could with the bones and armatures. Now you'll notice that all of these are lying on a plane. And I moved the 3D cursor. So it's where the 3D cursor is will be the actual point that the plane passes through. And then your view, where you're looking, will be the rest. Now, there are a couple of other things that you may want to do. So if I scoot around to the front of my face here, at the moment you can see, if we look on the left-hand side under the grease pencil, we can see that it's currently set to cursor. So we're going to be drawing the stroke at wherever the 3D cursor is. We can do the view. Now the view is quite useful. If we go ahead here and create a new layer, and I put a smiley face at the top here. I must remember to hold down D as I go. Incidentally, you can just click on draw and draw away. The problem with just drawing without continuous ticked on the left hand side is every time you basically stop clicking or holding down the left mouse button, the drawing will just stop. So you can actually turn on continuous, click draw, draw a circle, and then draw the rest of your smiley faces, whatever you do. I personally prefer to just hold down the D key whenever I need to annotate. But now we've done these smiley faces here, you can see because it's the view, it's completely independent of where we're looking at our model. And that's great for making notes or whatever you need to do. It does mean that when you move your model around, that does not disappear. And as I was saying earlier, if I now hide the head, everything goes, because we're linked to the object. I'm going to bring back the head. I'm going to switch to scene view, and you'll notice, where's all my stuff gone? Where's it gone? We need to have the head selected in order to bring it back. So don't panic. If you select something else, it will disappear. So that's another reason why perhaps having it on the scene view would be a good idea. And of course, once it's on the scene view, it doesn't matter what you've got selected. If I go ahead here with it in view and go, if I hold down the right key as well, there we go. So if I go and draw my smiley face that I had earlier, it now doesn't matter what I've got selected, that smiley face will be there. And because it's on view, I can rotate round. So the final one that I think is very useful is surface. So if we now move around to the front of our model, I am going to draw on the model itself. I'm going to delete the layers that we've currently got on the scene. So that one's gone. And I'm going to delete these 2 layers as well. Now, with it set on surface, it literally draws on the surface of our model. So if I go ahead, hit D to start drawing, and say I want an eye there, and I'm planning on having the nose being around there, and the lips being about here. Obviously, I'd use reference material as well, but it's a good way of guiding your, well, basically guiding your drawing in your model. He's looking quite evil. You might want to put where the hairline is. Now, because I've drawn like that, when we scoot round to the side, you can see it's actually following the model itself, and that's incredibly powerful. Lots of fun. Okay guys, now we've learned a little about the grease pencil, it's time for a challenge. I would like you to go ahead and sketch some details. So using your reference image, add some grease pencil marks defining where the major features of the face will be, and even go round to the side and just mark where the hair perhaps will be, or the ears as well. They're some features that we often forget when we're just looking at the front of the face. Now, it doesn't have to be neat or detailed. Think about them as construction or guidelines, and that's the use that I'm asking you to do at this point. Of course, you can go as detailed as you want with the grease pencil at any point. So pause the video and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go sketch some details on our model and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that that will not be where the hairline is, and those won't be where the eyes are as well. Just going to make sure I do sketch my details on the correct side. So you can see there, this left-hand side is the one that's mirrored. I'm just going to get rid of all the rest. And for the sake of transparency, I'm going to make sure that mine's on the scene. I can't see my background image at the moment, so let's just make sure that they are there. Aha, I did a bit of organising, and I bet that's broken. So Mikey front profile needs to be selected. Oh, I'm in the wrong folder as well. That's a great start. So there we go, reference images, Mikey front. Okay, that's looking good. I'm back. And the other one down here, Mikey right. Let's just see if that's there. No, it's not. So let's go here. In here, assets. Oh no, I want to go to this folder just in case I reorganize. They won't be broken then. There we go. So I'll actually start on the side. So looking at the grease pencil options here, I would like to make sure I'm drawing on the surface. I'm happy with that. Now let's find the grease pencil options. I'm going to add a new layer. Excellent. And what color? I'm going to leave it black for the moment. But I can see here that we've got some detail around here. And again, this is me drawing with the mouse. So you can get a rough detail with the mouse. Of course, as I was saying, it doesn't have to be detailed. So at this point, we could actually undo that, for instance, and go ahead and put in perhaps some detail going there, here, you know, really quick stuff to try and define where things are, just to get a rough idea of what's going on. That looks okay to me in terms of ears, where they are. Now something weird has happened there. It looks like it's gripped onto literally this lamp surface as we were going around there. So that I'm going to hide that out of the way. Turn it off. I'm going to turn the camera off as well to prevent anything like that happening again. I'm going to whiz back round to the side and just get rid of those. Of course, undone the hiding, not great. So let's pop it there and there, which looks good. And then we've got this bit and then that bit as well. Okay, perfect. So that's my ear or almost defined. I'm just going to put this in a bit in as well. So there's my ear defined, and that's actually on the model itself. It doesn't have to be any more detailed than that at the moment, or in fact, it probably doesn't need to be any more detailed than that, because it's going to be 3D modeling that brings the rest around. Okay, so around the front here, let's zoom in and get some details. So we've got the nose, which is going to be around here. So I'm going to hold down D and just literally draw around there. We're going to have the eyes. Now the eyes, obviously, if you're working with your own picture, they will vary in size, shape. Eyes do vary depending on your race as well. I've got a double eyelid. If you're from the Far East, people don't have double eyelids out there, so there's lots of different variations in shape. So, and I'd love to see what you guys are doing in terms of making your model come together. I mean, that's okay there. And again, these are rough drawings. They're not anything else. Now, I need to do the mouth area. And actually looking at this, and with the model behind it, I can start to see the face loops all coming together, because I can see one that literally runs all the way around here. If you look at how the muscles lay underneath the mouth, that's a really bad circle, or it's certainly not mirrored in any way. But I can see here that grouping there, you can see it's one object. One group of muscles. So we've got the lips starting there and at the bottom here and going to about there. And again, because it's mirrored, I shouldn't really be concerned about the other side. So I'm just going to try out the erase tool. So I'm going to click on that and get rid of anything. Now, as you can see, as I'm going around and erasing, it's being quite notchy as it goes. And of course, that's not a particular problem. That is simply it deleting the points that have been drawn. So there we go. We've got those bits there, the top and bottom side of the mouth, the grouping are running around there. Let's go up to the top and just see that the hairline itself, if I decide to put hair in, will be somewhere starting around there and working its way down and round. And then I can move to the side view and... well, actually, that's almost perfect. And here I can draw down here to the back of the head. And of course, if I wanted to, I could scoot round to the back, but there is no reference material for the back. Now, this is one of these examples when X-ray is not useful. I do not want to see the detail around the front of the model when I'm working on the back, so I can turn off X-ray so I can actually work on where this hair will go. I haven't a clue. It'll probably be to about there or something along those lines. And at the moment, that isn't terribly important because we're going to be focused on this part of the model. Brilliant. How did you guys get on? Love to see your sketches and the detail that you've laid out. The great thing about this now is I've got some detail to work with without having to be smack bang on the front or side views. And that is somewhat better than having a plane in your scene. We could, of course, import an image as a plane and then view it from there. That's great when you're using it as literally to refer to. This we're using it to model to, so it is quite important that the details, we have them in the right place. Otherwise, as we say, if you don't make it look if you try and make it look perfect first time, it's going to be very difficult. But if you don't get it roughly in the right proportions, it will look very, very odd. That's great. How did you guys get on? As always, please share in the discussions, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to the knife tool. In this video, you will learn how to use the knife tool. You'll see that it gives you many opportunities to craft and recraft your model. And understand it can both ruin, if you're not careful, and fix your topology. So let's go explore the knife tool now and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so we're over in the default blend file because we certainly don't want to go hacking and slashing at the moment to our human head that we're working on. We can certainly go and do that once we've learnt how to use the knife tool. So first of all, where can you find the knife tool? Well, it's something that exists on a mesh object whilst you're in edit mode. So let's hop into edit mode. I'm going to zoom in on our cube so we can see what's going on. Now the knife tool can be found in the tool shelf under knife, under the tools. So we can click that. Now if we look there, we can see the shortcut key is K. And if you use the space bar to try and find it, it's called something slightly different. It's called Knife Topology Tool. But again, the shortcut is still K. Now, the knife tool can be a bit unintuitive the first time you use it. I know I found myself deleting the cuts I was about to make accidentally all the time. So let's go ahead now and make a cut in the top of this cube. And I'm going to left click to place the first point, and you can see a line joins these together. Another left click, left click, left click. Now the points snap to one another, which is very useful. And if you cross a line that you've just made, you can see that it adds an extra, I'm going to call it a vertex here, a point, a knife cutting point, in order to define where it's crossed over. And I'm going to join it up to this end bit here. Now, if I were to right click at the moment, I would lose all of that information. Frustrating. So you're probably going to do that a couple of times. Don't worry, we all go through it. I'm going to press the K key again, draw that, or at least a similar shape as to I had before. And I want to make sure that this time I don't lose that. If we look at the very bottom where the header bar used to be, we can see some controls, one of which is enter or space to confirm. I prefer the space key because it's easier for me to get to with this microphone in a way, but otherwise the enter key would also be fine. And that goes if you've got a number pad as well, the enter key there will also apply that. Now you'll notice here that Blender has put in a couple of additional cuts. So if we just deselect everything there, and it's added this one here and the top edge at the top there. So these have been defined by Blender. It's worthwhile knowing that because you can take control. There was just an equal chance that Blender would have joined up different corners in order to preserve an n-gon. Now the n-gon itself can't really have a hole in the middle, but we see here there's a massive n-gon here with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sides, but you can see its face dot is nowhere near the actual face itself. It's actually outside of it. This one's got one there, and I'm not going to bother counting the edges there. We've got a triangle there and a quad in the middle. Now, of course, we can go back and press K and go, well, if that's 1, 2, 3, I can just join a line up there, and that should be 1, 2, 3. That would be 4 there. So even though it looks like a triangle, I'm waiting for it to go red so I know it's on that point there. And I'm going to press space to apply it. Now, there are times where you'll want to keep cutting. I tend to do one cut at a time or a series of cuts and then hit space rather than doing them all individually or a big long chain just in case I glance the right mouse button or something along those lines. But when I'm cutting with the knife, I can go 1, 2, this long edge here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So I've defined another quad there. Now if I press the E key, I can make another cut and go 1, 2, 3. That is actually 4, so I'm not going to do anything there. This one here, so we've got one edge there, one here, one there. So once again, I can make that 4 by doing that and pressing space. I don't have to press space straight away though. I can go ahead and make another cut. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's not going to work by just going along there. So I could put a cut here if I wanted. Now I'm not really paying attention to anything like edge flow or face flow at the moment. I'm literally just trying to make quads. And this is a good exercise to practice making quads, especially if you've got a triangle in the way. So we'll do that now. I'm going to hit the space bar just to define those. Now here we have a triangle. How do you make a triangle a quad? Well, you add another vertex in one of its edges. That's the easiest way to do it. So I could go here 1, 2 and just cut straight to the middle. So let's give that a go now. Go to there. And that is one of the ways that you can help define where you terminate face loops. So I'm just going to press space there. So if we had a face loop running around here, let's actually make one. We'll cross over here. I'm not going to worry too much about I've made a triangle at the top here. Just going to apply that. So now we should find, if I tried looping that face, it comes around to here. It's not going to go down here because this is a 5-sided shape again. So I'm going to cut just up here, and that should 1, 2, 3, 4. That should define it. So let's just see where that flows. So that flows up there at the moment. It doesn't flow round here. And in order to make it to flow around here, we'd have to change how it's structured. Once again, if you think about these, it's very hard looking at this as a triangle. It's very hard to visualize it as a quad. So if I actually grab that, you can see the way it flows naturally. If I make these more quad-like, I know I'm deforming the surface at the moment, but if I could make them more quad-like, we can see it's flowing around there. So that would mean I made the cut in the wrong place on that triangle for it to flow round. So if I undo those steps, I know I've just moved a lot of things about. So we've got this extra cut here that we made. Well, perhaps that's not where we wanted it. So if I grab the knife tool, go down there and apply that one. Well, if we wanted it to flow around here, this is the edge that must continue. This one here to this one here. So does that mean we have to put a cut in this edge to continue it? And again, I'm going to make a couple of triangles here, but in the purposes of demonstrating, let's see how that works. Yes, it does. So again, because this doesn't really look like a triangle anymore, it's difficult to visualize. But if we make it look like a quad rather than that triangle, we can see the flow is much more apparent. And that can be a difficult and challenging thing when you first start trying to make edges flow where you want them to flow. But that's the knife tool in essence. It's a very powerful tool, but with that power comes a bit of responsibility that you don't go ahead and wreck your model. One of the things I do see people doing a lot is they end up cutting through parts of the model they didn't intend to. So what I would advise in general, especially as you're beginning, not holding down the mouse button and cutting through lots of places, because that's how mistakes are easily made. I'm going to right click to cancel that. I'm going to press the K key again and go click. Find the next point that I want to cut through and click with the left mouse button, click with the left mouse button, click with the left mouse button, and so forth. And that way you can be sure that what you're actually cutting is only when you're clicking. And I'm just going to apply that and then immediately check that the edge loop or the face loop that I'm intending to create is still actually working. That is very important. Okay guys, it's challenge time. I'd like you to create your eye loops. So use the knife tool to cut into your model, creating new geometry. Now I would also hint here at using beveling vertex. That might be a great start. Not necessary, you can use the knife tool throughout. Now keep in mind edge flows and face loops. That will help you check that which ones you've broken, which ones you need to redefine as you go, as you're creating the loops for the eyes. Remember, starting to define features. We're not working at a detail level at the moment. We're literally saying this is where the eye is going to go. And from there we can start modeling detail later on. Do remember, of course, that this may take a couple of attempts, so make sure you've saved your work as a separate file so you can reopen that if it hasn't gone to plan. Okay, good luck with it. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go create our eye loops and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so welcome back over into Blender. The first thing I'm going to do here is hop straight on into edit mode so I can see the underlying mesh. I'm going to turn off my grease pencil for the moment. I can always turn it back on if I find it important or necessary at the point. And I'm also going to turn off the display of the modifier, the subsurface modifier, whilst I'm in edit mode. The reason for that is so I can see where all the vertices are, as you can see, if we look directly at the eye, two of them are completely hidden at the moment, and I don't want that for my own sanity. So a couple of things that I need to do here to help me define the eye itself. I'm going to have to put in an extra loop cut running down here to define the outer part of the eye. Okay, that's done. Now there's a couple of options here with the eye on what we do and how we do it. So I'm just going to straighten these bits up here. So, I've got proportional editing turned on. That can cause some headaches occasionally. Now I could start cutting out our shape as we need it here, starting off with a diamond. I'm going to use a little bit of a shortcut here. Don't worry if you didn't use the beveling vertex tool, gave you a bit of a hint in there. And because we haven't used it in anything so far in this course, we've demonstrated it, but not actually used it in anger. So for instance, this vertex in the middle here, beveling vertex, if you cast your mind back, was Control, Shift and B. Once we've done that, we can generate a diamond shape. Once that's finished, we can move it about and create our the necessary diamond shape that we need for the eye itself. Now, one thing about beveling vertex, of course, just remember the segments. I'm just going to bevel another one here. I'm not going to keep it. But if you've got the mouse wheel and you've scrolled it, or you've had a higher level of segments whilst playing with it before, it may be still sat at a high level. I have opted to just sit at level 1, which gives me a bit more control. And again, we're focusing on macro detail at the moment rather than micro detail. Okay, so now we've done that, let's check the status of our loops. So I've zoomed out, I'm going to hold down Alt and check face loops. Those are intact, that's broken, those are intact. Let's check vertical ones. Okay, so I've broken some of my loops. And what's going on here? Well, let's chase this horizontal one here around our model. So we'll start here, we go here, and then we get to a pole. We've got one of two directions in which we can continue. Blender doesn't know which one we're going to do, so it's stuck. It can't do anything. And what we can do very quickly here, in fact, I'm just looking at the geometry and trying to work it out. We can hit the knife key and literally cut out a couple of trapezium-shaped objects or faces. I'm going to press space there. Now, has that worked? Let's test horizontally. Yep, we're flowing around the eye. Perfect. Vertically. Okay. Now, what is happening here is, well, basically, it is one continuous face loop that crosses over in the middle. So what is happening here? If we start on the left-hand side with this face, it goes down, it goes to here, it crosses over the eye, goes back to here, and then follows on down. It loops all the way around the back of our model, comes back down here, and then crosses over again, and goes back down until it reaches here again and goes in a full circle again. So occasionally you will get your model doing this if you've managed to make a crossover point. It's almost like a crossroads for these face loops, and they just join back up again. The other thing to check, of course, is where it's going. Of course, it's not going around the bottom because there is no bottom at the moment. We can see if we look here, it's following this loop around here, around the back of the head, back up, all the way to the front again. But we're starting now to define the eyes. In fact, if we hop out into object mode, we can see that the eyes themselves are starting to be defined, and that will help us define the brow as well. So one further thing we can do here is starting to put some more detail in to define the brow itself. I know we're not focused purely on detail here, but I just want to make sure that the overall shape is right. And of course, if we go and try and put a face loop in here, we start to get some quite funky stuff going on. I'm not going to do that for the moment. I'm going to probably end up deleting. In fact, let's do it now. Let's get rid of that face. I'm going to delete faces. Okay, so that gives us a hole in our mesh, which is fine. Let's move around to the front. We can see that it gives us roughly the right shaped hole, it also enables us to start moving things about, because what we don't have at the moment is any real control over the shape of that hole. So again, I'm going to switch it back on at this point. I'm going to grab that with proportional editing turned on and just modify the shape ever so slightly to help us define the eye itself. Again, there's no right or wrong when it comes to this sort of thing. Okay, that is starting to look good. There's going to have to be some extra geometry coming in here. In fact, now we've not got any damage to there. We can do that one and we can do this one. And that should give us the ability to, let's say, grab this and just make the eye just a little bit better. Now I can restore that face at any point if I want to add further detail in the eye. In fact, I might have to do that. Now I've deleted it. That's no biggie because we've got edge loops, and if we've got edge loops, it means we can select our model with much more ease than if we don't have them. So we've got this one here. Now that does look a tiny bit odd. Let's just have a look at that again in object mode. That is starting to look very, very good. The eyes have a good shape and not that much detail at the moment, which is the level we want. I am going to fill that hole back in again, because when it comes to detailing the inside of the eye, it's going to be much easier to inset, and you can't inset a face that doesn't exist. So I'm going to select that edge loop running around there and fill that in, and that will enable us to inset it in the future to make more detail. Oh, let's fill that back in. Perfect. How did you guys get on? Have you defined your eyes in your model? How's it coming along? I'd love to see it. Remember to share your work in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to the Rip and Rip Fill tool. In this video, you'll learn how to use the Rip tool. You'll learn how to use the Rip Fill tool too. And you'll understand that this is useful when you wish to add detail that would otherwise be difficult or even time consuming to construct. So let's go play with the Rip tool now and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so instead of working on our lovely head that's coming together really well, and incidentally you can see here that we've got a couple of what look like construction lines. Let's hop into edit mode here and just see. Yeah, we've got a couple of these relatively close together and at a big angle, and we can see that's actually making some shapes in the surface of our model. So we have to refine that, but we'll do that later because that's detail rather than features. So let's open up a brand new Blender file. Well, once we've opened up that brand new Blender file, I'm going to get rid of the default cube and add in a grid. So under the mesh options, we can add in a grid. And the reason for that is it's going to be much easier to demonstrate the Rip tool in a sort of a 2D plane like this. I'm going to hop into edit mode now that's created. That's got a default setting of 10 steps in it. So yours may look different if you've been playing with the grid in a past environment and ended up changing some of the parameters. But you should end up with something that looks roughly like this. So let's go ahead and first of all work out where Rip is. Well, it's a vertex command, so it'll be under the mesh, vertices, and at the top here, we can see it says Rip and Rip Fill. Now, under edges, you can actually rip an edge, but it's still a vertex command because an edge is, as we all know, two vertices joined together. Now, if we go ahead and try and rip that, we could see that the shortcut key for that was V. And we can see here that it actually pulls it apart. And if I move in the y-axis, I can move that apart and we end up with this new shape being formed. Or in fact, in this case, a hole in our model. And that's very powerful when you need to do things like this. You can already see that we could now select these two and also move them back on the y-axis. And that could have been the basis for the eye that we were working on as well. So there's plenty of options when you come to model of which way to go with your modeling. So we've got this hole in here at the moment. Of course, we can select the edge running around there. We've now got an edge loop there and fill it in if necessary. but there's a command to do that automatically. So let's go over here to a couple of these two and do the same there. And I'm going to use the shortcut key Alt and V, which means to rip and fill. And if I just move that again, locking it to the y-axis to there, then I can grab this area here and pull that out. And we see that we get a very similar shape, but slightly different. The difference here being that these vertices are still connected, whereas before they had been broken. So it's very similar, but you do get a slightly different mesh after doing that. Now, the final thing I do want to go over with the rip or the rip fill tool is that if you have explicitly selected a face or implied a face by selecting the vertices that make up that face, so if we go 1, 2, 3, 4, we can see the face becomes highlighted. If you attempt to use the rip tool, then it doesn't work. You can't rip that out. So if you wanted to do that, of course, you could use P to separate it and move it onto another object and remove it in that way. There's lots of different ways you could do it, and then of course you can move that about. You could recombine that, put that back into the mesh. So we could click this one and the other mesh and join them back together again, as we've done in the past. Now when you hop here, this one itself will be separate to the rest. So if you did ever want to make a hole that's an entire face, you're going to probably have to do it that way rather than any other way, especially if you wanted this piece here to exactly match where you've pulled bits out of. So that's looking really good there. We've got the rip tool all nailed, and of course that leads us on to a challenge. I would like you to go ahead and define the mouth. So use the rip tool to help define the mouth geometry. I would suggest using it to split the lips apart once you've got all the construction geometry in the right place. Now, once again, we are defining features rather than adding detail, so just bear that in mind as you're doing the construction. Now, if you end up with a triangle or an n-gon towards the corner of your mouth, don't worry about it. We'll be sorting that out in a bit when we learn about poles and how we can use them to define where our loops are going. And finally, remember to use version control or remember to save as so that you have a point to return to if it doesn't go to plan. So go ahead, pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go ahead and define the mouth. Okay, so we're back over in Blender. I'm going to hop straight on over into edit mode and turn off the subsurface modifier whilst in edit mode and whiz round to the front view. Now I've just done a tiny bit of organization in between videos, and I've obviously just broken my my model, my reference material has gone. So I need to sort that out. I'm just going to re-add that now. This is something that I sometimes suffer with version control at my end if I load up a previous version, but fixing that's not an issue. So there we go. I've noticed straight away, and I think it was like this before as well, is that my nose and mouth aren't actually central. So I'm going to hold down Shift so it doesn't scoot all over the place and just move it into the appropriate location. Okay, it's probably a little bit too far one way. I'm not going to argue too much over small details though. So there will do. Okay, so now that we've got that roughly in the right place, we need to define the mouth. So I'm going to go ahead and whip out the knife tool straight away and cut around our model in a way that gets us through and round. So I've started a bit high there. I'm going to right click and cancel that and do this lower one. I'm going to cut to there. Well, the lip actually goes up and then down again. This is of course going to create us a an n-gon, which we'll sort out in a few moments. It comes down. I'm going to go all the way to that edge and back again. And of course this is also going to produce some triangles that I'm not too worried about at the moment. I'm now going to cut through here and to the end here. I'm going to apply that with the space bar, and there we go. We've got our lips roughly lined up. Now, we've got these other lines going around our model here that aren't quite right. So I'm going to end up with another loop going around here before I do anything else. And I'm going to do a bit of modifying with these vertices, and I'm also going to split the mouth open as well. I'll probably do to turn proportional editing off at this point. So that was it back on. I just mashed the keys instead. Okay, so let's just check and see if we've got any loops going around at the moment. So there are no loops working at this present time. So I'm going to grab the knife tool and actually cut this part of the lip. Oh, do I want to do that at the moment? No, I don't want to do that at the moment. First of all, I'm going to split the lip. That sounds painful, but I want to be in vertex mode because I want to select that one, or these ones here, and that one there, not the end one. Now, I want to move the lip down, so I'm going to have my cursor below where we're ripping and press V. Then I should be able to part it. Excellent. Now, I don't need this vertex here anymore, so I am literally going to dissolve that vertex. Excellent. So as it comes round here, we've got a couple of options. We're going to have to do something with this. Let's scoot back round to the front. We're going to have to do something with this bit here because that's going to break the loop because it's a five-sided N-gon. Let's just try that again. There. Now I'm going to go up to the bottom of the nose, but no further in this case. I'm going to press Enter to apply that. Let's just make sure that our face loop is now working this way. Yep. And this way. So those two. So these two aren't quite there yet. There's a couple of ways that I can sort that out. I can either subdivide these two edges or indeed cut it through with the knife. Speed-wise, they're almost the same. So I'm going to press W and subdivide. Specials menu and subdivide there. If you've got the tool shelf, you could have used the subdivide button there. Or you could have, of course, gone Control and E, brought up the menu and subdivided there as well. Lots of ways of doing this. Or indeed just cut through the knife tool. I only want one cut, so it divides it in two. And then the final thing to do here is, with the snapping tool turned on, is just merge these vertices together. So we need to be in vertex select. And what that should now do, if I'm planned my model, is actually make a loop going around there. Perfect. The loop stops here and this one stops here quite simply because we've got an N-gon just here. Now, at this moment in time, of course, we've got to question, well, how far round do I want to go? Because eventually the eyes and the mouth, etc., will be defined with much more broadly sweeping loops going round as well. So at this point in time, I'm happy with the lips there. I'm going to hop out into object mode and just spin round. The lips are looking good there. It looks like the face is a little bit forward, not a problem. Looks like one of those things out of Doctor Who. Forgive me for not knowing their actual name. But yes, that's absolutely fine for the moment because we're going to have to do a bit of retopology here just to make sure that the loops run around as we expect them to. So great. How did you guys get on? Did you manage to define your mouth? Please share your work in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to Vertex and Edge Slide. In this video, you'll learn about edge and vertex sliding and see that it's a useful way of refining your model without having to create or remove existing geometry. So let's go explore edge and vertex sliding and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so now that we're over in Blender, one of the first things that you'll see, and certainly on my model, your model might be a little more refined, is that there is a certain level of detail in some places and things need a bit moving about. So there's a vertex that's sticking out there as we go around the model, so it makes quite a sharp point. There's another one here. It gets a bit wobbly in places, so we can straighten that up. Especially along this bit here, that's also very, very wobbly. And there's a couple of ways that we can go about sorting that out. And I'd like to introduce you to edge sliding and vertex sliding. So for instance, this side edge loop, well, let's go to edge loops first. Okay, edge loop running all the way down there and terminating at the neck. If we wanted to do something with that, we can slide it. I'm going to access the edge menu, so mesh, edges, or Control and E, and you'll notice on here there's something called edge slide. Now we can also get to the edge slide function by pressing the G key twice. So we can see here that I'm able to move the entire loop in between the two bounding loops, and indeed push it up against the next one. Now if you do end up, as you can see there, with it smack bang up against the next one, I've got merge vertices turned on, so that fortunately got rid of that graphical artifact we were seeing there. If I didn't have that turned on, let's press the G key twice and slide it, and you can see it says edge slide down in the lower left, and slide it all the way up against this one, we get this horrible artifact coming up. And that's a good sign that you've got intersecting faces, or in fact in this case, two edges right on top of one another. And we've got all this, well, not very smooth shading anymore. You can see it abruptly changes. Blender literally doesn't know what to do, because you've got one edge and another edge on top of one another. And what smooth shading tries to do is sort of interpolate between the normals of that particular edge, and it can't do that if they're on top of one another. So it goes all messy. Anyway, I'm going to undo that now, because that's not something I want to do. Similar to edge sliding is vertex sliding, and that is simply when you're probably guessing what's coming along here, where you grab a vertex, and this time you press G twice and it goes to vertex slide, or indeed you can get it through Control and V for the vertex menu, or go down to the menu system itself, and we end up with vertex slide as well. And you can see the shortcut for that as well can be Shift and V. Okay, so now we are actually sliding with the G key twice. We can see that we're actually moving along the path of that edge, either in this direction or that direction. You can see here that you can only go in one direction at any one time. And you also get this little white sort of guide coming up as well. Now I've also got snapping turned on, so I'm just going to turn that off so it's not going to do anything abrupt. So I can press G twice, or indeed Shift and V. It's just a shortcut to the same place. And this is literally just moving it along the edges that this vertex is part of. And that can be incredibly powerful. If we look at the side of the head here going round, we've got, for instance, this area here is all a bit lumpy. So we can go here and say, well, you know, this loop that's coming around here, well, this one here, for instance, might just go. Does it actually add anything useful? Did I add it there for the ears? I think I might have done. So is this one here useful? I don't think it is. And if that's the case, we can always delete that and dissolve edges, and that will get rid of that one there being a problem. Now, of course, we've got this here that's sticking out a little, and this one here, and by moving them with a combination of manually moving them, or of course using the slide functionality, the slide functionality is absolutely brilliant for, let's say we need to move this one going around here. In fact, yeah, that one going around there, that's a good one to pick, and just move it out a little wider. Oh, that's the one defining the eye. Let's not pick that one. So this one here, we can press the G key twice and pull it back along those edges that already exist. And that will help smooth out our model as it goes, that's the face morphs around. So that is how you use the edge and vertex sliding tools. And of course, no lecture is complete without a little challenge. I would like you to go ahead and refine your model. So go around your model and check that your edge loops are where you need them to be. Do a little bit of adjustment. Again, we're basically doing the overall shape at the moment. I've noticed mine starting to get a bit flat in places. Do you need as much geometry as you've currently got? The main area of focus really at the moment is the face, and then it's going to be the side of the head itself to do the ear in a bit. But the back of the head it can be quite large, quads going on there if you want. We don't need that much detail around the back of the head because there isn't that much detail. Check your vertices too and move them if necessary. So move them using the slide tool if they need adjustment, or indeed move them manually as well, or use any other techniques that you want to do. So pause the video now and do a little refining of your model. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go and have a look at my model and see if there's any intermediate refining that we can do. Okay, so we're back over here, and I'm just having a look at things like this loop coming around here. In fact, is this a loop anymore? No, it's not. So what's happened here? We've got quad running around here. That's pretty sharp just there as well. It's difficult sometimes to get an angle on it, because if you're at this view, it looks like a really sharp view. Around here, it looks quite gradual. But I think that one does need lifting up ever so slightly. I didn't mean to press the V key, I mean to press Shift and V. Lift that up ever so slightly and do the same with this one. And again, by using Shift V rather than just moving it up manually, you can guarantee that it's laying on a line you've already defined, so you don't end up pushing the model up too tightly, which is very easy to do. So that's looking okay here. This is atrocious, all this detail running around the back here. There's a couple of ways we can get around that. One of the first things I'd look at is whether or not we can terminate some of these loops coming around where they're not needed. So we're certainly going to need loops towards this part of the model, and we can see that here we might want another loop running around here. So I'm going to cut that in. Now we're going to end up with a triangle here that we can sort out, but I'm going to just come along our model very manually here, I know, and pop in that set of cuts. I'm quite happy with that. That's going to define the face, and then we've got this one running around that will hopefully define the head. Yeah, I'm happy with that running around there. So then we've got the question of all of these other ones here. Now we can start terminating these as we go. We can start merging them together to make, well, slightly odd quads. So for instance here, we can get rid of, I'm going to dissolve every other edge. So let's dissolve those edges. So we've got a series of faces here. Now we've got to remember at this point in time, we don't need to worry too much about having a bad topology just above here. We can go and fix that later. One of the first things I'm just going to do at this point in time is start weeding out the vertices we don't need. In fact, at this point, to speed myself up, what I'm going to do is not do what I was about to do and go and select. I'm going to go round the model and see where these go to. So they all lead to about here, here and here, I think. I might be wrong. Let's just double check. I can actually select one and work it from there. So that one there, that one there. I'm just going to delete those, well not delete them, but dissolve them. And then I should be able to select these edge loops and dissolve them. So that's starting to look a bit better. And the final one is this one here. So that one goes all the way around, and it actually terminates here at the back because we've got a pole. So once again, I can dissolve that completely from our model. Now that does cause a few little interesting bits, like at the bottom here, what happens? Well, we can grab, since I've spotted it, grab this with vertex snap and just put that bit together there. And that ensures that at least this edge loop going down the back, round and up the front, excellent, that's what I wanted to see, is still whole. Now obviously it terminates here, and what we can do, and it's not a bad thing to terminate it here, we could actually leave it like that in many ways, because I don't think it's going to show up anything particularly bad. And the reason for that is it's at the top of the head. It's not going to be animated, so we could potentially leave it for that. I'd like good topology around here, so we'll work on that later when it comes to a bit of detail. This triangle at the front here would be quite awesome to have that working all the way round and down. Now we've got to think here, if this is a loop that runs all the way, then we're missing something, aren't we? This one runs all the way down, but this one is terminated with a triangle here. So one of these edges needs some extra support. But of course, that itself would be diving into the detail. Oh, speaking of which, look at that. I'm just looking at it from the front, and that is stuck out like a sore thumb. So I'm going to grab those two there. I'm going to use Shift and V to slide them down ever so slightly, and with snapping turned off. Not V, Shift and V. So let's undo that, Shift and V. I do prefer actually pressing the G key twice. I feel like I'm not going to make too many mistakes by using that shortcut key rather than ripping my model apart accidentally. So we'll come back later on and sort out this triangle here after we've learned a bit more about how we can define edge loops with much more detail. How's your model coming along? Did you refine it to make it a bit more in proportion? Did you have anything that was glaringly obvious standing out? Please share that work in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to routing face loops using poles. In this video, you'll learn more about where poles are really useful, how to use a pole to terminate edge or face loops, how they can guide and redirect edge or face loops, and remember, an edge or face loop doesn't have to link back onto itself. It's useful when it does in certain circumstances, but that won't always be the case. So just a reminder here that a pole is a vertex where multiple edges or faces meet. So in the case, and we're going to be dealing with quads here, poles can happen with any shape, whether it's a triangle or an other n-gon, but we're only going to be dealing with quads. And if we have a look at this picture here, we can see 3 highlighted quads all sharing one vertex. So that's a 3-pole. Here we have 5 quads. These are the most common, by the way, that you'll come across, and that is where 5 quads share one vertex. And again, this is smack bang in the middle. And we'll go through a few other examples of where you're going to find these, and that'll help you explore the world of face loops. So one final thing to go over. So before we go exploring all this in Blender, there is one final thing that I would want to go through, and that is loop flow. Okay, so let's talk quickly about loop flow. Now, with quads, of course this doesn't apply to n-gons or triangles, think of the edges, if you were to count around either clockwise or anti-clockwise around let's just take a simple one, a square. The first edge you look at is number 1, then number 2, then number 3, then number 4, then you get back to edge number 1 again. Now, I like to think 1 and 3 and 2 and 4 as being joined together. This will help you visualize a face loop and also help you to construct it and control the direction in which it's traveling. So enough with theory already, let's go play with this now and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so your head should be coming along rather well at the moment, and let's not go and muck that up at the moment, so let's go ahead and open up a brand new Blender file. Okay, I'm going to get rid of the default cube. I'm going to delete it completely, and I'm going to add a new mesh object, and I'm going to call it, I'm not going to call it a grid, it is a grid, and I'm just going to stick with the default one. And I'm going to go straight over into the top view and zoom in just a little and make sure I'm in orthographic projection for the moment so I can see these grid lines properly. I'm going to hop straight into edit mode. So we've got a 10 by 10 grid here that we can play with. And the first thing I'm going to do is just hide the 3D manipulator, which I'm not going to need it. Let's explore making a loop around our particular mesh here. And this is only a 2D one. Obviously in 3 dimensions, it can take on a slightly different feel as well. So I'm going to go and grab the knife tool. And I'm going to start at a vertex here and go roughly into the middle of it and all the way up to the top. I'm going to press space to apply that, and I'm going to grab the knife tool again, and this time go all the way across to the other side, and again I'm going to press space to apply that. Now let's have a look at what that's done. That has created a flow running around here, and this is similar, well, this is exactly the same as the picture we saw a moment ago, where we've got one vertex in the middle here, just behind that 3D cursor. In fact, I'm going to move the 3D cursor out of the way for the moment, exactly where the origin is as well. And we have the 5 quad just here as well. So what has happened here and what has it broken? So let's go explore what it has broken. So as we go along here, we can see it goes along there. Has it broken anything along here? No. Has it broken anything along here? So it breaks. We might not want that flow. That's one thing to consider. Okay, so everything appears to be okay, but there might not be desirable flow here, or perhaps we've added too much geometry into our model. And if we wanted to change that, for instance, we could group these four quads together, and that would make modeling a tad easier if we started to get too much detail in one place. And we can simply do that by dissolving some edges. So these, I'm going to switch back to face mode, these are going to be joined together, these along here, not into one big lump, but this is just one of the things we can do here, just to remind you of that. It will depend on what you're doing. So if I dissolve these edges here, and then dissolve these edges, if I go the right way, these ones here, dissolve edges. Now that should get rid of the vertex in the middle. Now we've generated a triangle here, so we need to get rid of that edge there as well. So this isn't quite there yet, because if we follow the edge flow, if we talk about the 1, 2, 3, 4 that we were talking about before, so 1, 2, 3, so 1 and 3 will be flowing, so that'll be here, here, then we've got we've got too many here, so there needs to be another flow here, so let's dissolve those edges, and another flow here, dissolve those edges. There's one more just down here. So now if we test that again, we'll see that the flow goes around there nicely and round here nicely. So that's another way that you can go around and retopologize and neaten things up. Now I did say there was another example where you will find basically a 5-pole going on, and that is when you decide to extrude something. So here we have a series of quads. We've gone into the 3D realm here. And if I extrude that up, if we do a little count here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we've got 5 quads that are connected to one pole just here. So it's very important that you realize that just extruding up like this has also broken the flow, and we've generated an edge flow around here. If we look at the very top, we've got 1, 2, 3, and that has, that's essentially terminated the edge flow around the top here, where we go 1, and it just doesn't know where to go. And that's one of the reasons why you can have an edge loop around a plane, but the moment you convert it into a cube, it doesn't like it at all, because it doesn't know where to go. Around the bottom here, it doesn't know where to go. It doesn't know where to go because there's a pole. Now, if we made this one at the bottom here into, so it was just 1, 2, 3, 4 quads, we could probably faff about to do that. We would end up with the edge flow going around the bottom again. Okay, so I'm going to go over to a real example here. Whoosh, we're back over at my human head, and it's coming along fine. There are a couple of things that I do want to sort out. So one of the first things I'm going to have a look at is this flow around here. So if I select this edge around here, we can see it flows around, and down here it stops. Why does it stop? Well, it stops because there's a pole, which is this vertex here. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's a couple of options. You can add geometry. You could cut it in with the knife tool, or do no end of things. Or you can perhaps dissolve some edges in order to get there. So let's explore both options. Whether it's right or wrong at this point in time, we just don't know at this early stage of the model. Sometimes it will be the right thing to do. Sometimes you think, oh, I'm going to have to go back and dissolve that later on. So this particular one here, I think by cutting through here and around there, I'm going to hit the space bar and just highlight that. Okay, that seems to be going up. all the way around to the top. So perfect, that's regained that loop around there. But of course, when you do something like cutting, the question then is, have I just moved the problem onto the next set, the adjacent set of polygons? So if I go back in time before I put that cut in and just see if this one here, no, that one there is also terminating. So everything's terminating along sort of like the bottom of the jaw here. So getting the knife tool going along here all the way to the edge is not actually breaking anything. And that's always the concern I would have when using the knife tool, because it's very easy to just shift the problem onto another area. Now let's have a look at the triangle I've got on top. Now triangles can be dealt in a number of ways. I could add even more geometry coming through here, cut through this triangle in a certain way which would generate quads, but it would also give us more geometry, and at this point in time I don't feel I need any more geometry around the top of this head. Any more geometry itself is unnecessary. It's not defining any detail. It's a forehead for a start. I mean, you could argue at this point in time, you know what, that's going to be under a hairline. No one's ever going to see that, even if the face deforms massively during an expressive moment, it's still not going to be seen because it's under the hairline. Then the person who just wants to get everything right inside of you goes, well, I'm not just going to leave the triangle there for the sake of it, I'll just tidy it up. The other thing, of course, is it does block this edge loop, or this face loop running down here, just stops it in its entirety. And I would like that face loop to exist. So looking closely here, one of the things we can do is merge this together. And we can do that by selecting this edge here and dissolving it. Okay, so what has that done to our flow? Does our flow now work? It doesn't, and it doesn't. Let's just count the edges here, make sure 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we've got 5, it's not a quad. So what's it linked to? It's linked to this one here. So let's dissolve that edge as well. Now let's see what happens. We should have an edge flow going round. We do. Perfect. It goes right around the outside of the face, and no surprise, terminates just under the jawline here as the other one did. And if we look closely, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's another engon down the bottom there. So let's go back up to the top and just check a few other things. Do we still have loops running around there? Yep. And we can see here this loop kinks in rather quickly, and that's going to cause some deformation if we're not careful, uneven. So we can grab that, and I'm not really sure I'm moving that in the 3D world. It's always best to check it from several angles, just to make it a bit more even as it flows round. Otherwise, some of these look a bit crooked, and they can certainly be much more even as they flow around and define the shape. Unless, of course, it is a bumpy head. So let's just try that now. We've moved stuff. That works around there. These ones are working and terminating at the top as expected. Yep, I'm absolutely happy with that. And of course, now comes a challenge. I'd like you to go ahead and define the 5 main face groups. Now, you may already have done this, in which case it will give you an opportunity to refine them, but to go ahead and define the 5 main face groups that make up the face. And don't worry, if you're not quite sure, I'll be showing you through them in a few moments before I say pause the video. Now, do expect to make mistakes. Go with it and remember to save often, or even save as, once you've got one area nailed. And be prepared to start over from the base head a few times if you make a right mess of it. But don't worry, this all happens especially when you're new to face topology. And finally, of course, we haven't done it yet, but create the nose. And just a little hint there about the extruding, creating the 5-pole that we can use for the nose, perhaps. That's just one way of making it, of course. Now, before I say pause the video, I just want to define those 5 main areas for you so you know what you're looking at. And here we go, we have a basic face in front of us, and I've color-coded them all. Hopefully this is clear for everybody, including those who might be colorblind. I know you can't distinguish between green and red often, so I haven't included red. We've got a yellow border running around the entire face. Obviously we've got a rest of a head here to do, but I'm only focused on the face at the moment. We've got the loops running around the eyes themselves. We've got the loop that goes across the bridge of the nose and round to the chin. We've got the one that goes around the nose, and it'd be interesting to see how you guys come about making that nose topology. And then we've got the ones that run around the mouth and the lips themselves. So there we go. I'll flick this round into front view. And we're in orthographic mode, so you can see what's going on. And there you go, there's your reference material that you can use as a guide. Incidentally, you can see we've got poles, 5 poles, rerouting our model as it goes round here. They split away from one another. There's a 5 pole on the right-hand side of the eye here, on the inside of the eye where the nose comes down, where the nose actually is, where this breaks away, there's a 5 pole here. A 5 pole there. You can start to see them all over the place when you start looking. In fact, there's a 3 pole just here on the right hand side. Okay, so there's one final thing here that I want to show you guys to help you when it comes to creating these areas where there are 5... Oh, hang on a minute. I've got an example bit of material here that has got a whopping great big N-gon sat here. That's not good to show you guys because it's not actually just breaks what I've just told you. So we're going to have to sort that out. I'd also just like to show you how to get this sort of curvy effect going on. That's called enabling the cage. I don't want the N panel there. I actually want the properties panel, so I'm going to have to do a bit of manipulation with the windows here, and let's go to the modifiers. So with the subsurface modifier here, I have got turned on this mask that I've made. I've got turned on the cage, which is the mesh data sort of triangle that we've got there. And when we click on that, you can see that all of a sudden everything ends up a lot smoother, and I like that on when looking at it. It just looks better. And of course you can turn off the smooth whilst in edit mode as well, so the subsurface modifier is not shown. You can't have that not shown and the cage turned on at the same time. So I'm going to turn both of those off so I can actually reroute this particular line, this face loop running around here, so I can demonstrate a point that I want to make. So I'm going to add in a face loop there, grabbing the knife tool, join those two up. Now, hopefully, I have not broken anything. So let's just have a look. Got a face loop running around there, and this face loop should continue round. Perfect. So what I wanted to demonstrate here is the 2 changes in direction. If we switch to edge mode here, we have, and I'm going to turn on the smoothness again because it just flows a bit better. We've got this edge flowing around here, and then it's broken as it flows around here, and it's broken again and flows underneath because we have these 5 faces here and these 5 faces here. Now you'll notice that that particular pole, the 5 pole there and the 5 pole here, both lay on the same edge as it flows round. And that is important that they are located on the same edge if it's going to control the loop around in a circuit like that. So bear that in mind as you go ahead and construct your head, or certainly your face in this point. Now, usually I would say pause the video now and go do the challenge. Unfortunately, I'm not going to have enough time to go through the challenge if I do that. So go ahead, do the challenge, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to defining a face's main face loops. Now this is going to be the continuation of the challenge in the last lecture. So let's crack on and hop straight on over into Blender. Okay, so we're back over in Blender and I've got my head. It's coming along quite nicely. And we've got no nose at the moment. We've got an eye loop, although it's quite a basic one at the moment. We've got this loop running around here and the eye loop and kind of the mouth loop done there. We may have to redo the mouth, or I might have to redo my mouth depending on how the rest of this goes. And there is obviously a lack of nose at the moment. Now, looking at the geometry that's here, just going to hide a couple of panels there so we can see what's going on. And I am actually going to just combine a couple of faces. I'm going to dissolve this face here. I'm going to dissolve these two faces here and these two here. And the reason for that is so I've got an edge loop down here that I can work with. Now, I'm also going to have to, at the same time, just dissolve these vertices. Otherwise, we won't have quads. Let's make sure that's working. Excellent, it is. So before I actually start creating the nose, I need to think about what's going to happen. So I'm going to have an edge loop that runs under the eye and running down. So let's pop that in now. And then I'm going to have the bridge of the nose edge loop that will be coming round, and it will break off somewhere around here and flow down to the chin or just underneath the chin, depending on where I place it. And that leaves us, in fact, at this point in time, before I go any further, this floor grid that I've got, I'm going to turn that off. So I'm going to go to display grid floor, just so it's not in the way. So now I've got those edge loops in and defined, I can literally, if you remember in the last lecture, one of the things you can do to create a 5-pole is to extrude. There we go. So that will look a bit funny at the moment. Remember, things often don't look right when you're constructing them. But we can move these bits about. We can move that forward. We can move this bit down. It still doesn't negate the fact that now we've got an edge loop running around the nose. And that is obviously going to have a lot of refinement to make it look more like a nose again. But that is absolutely fine. Okay, so the next part of the head that we need to focus on here, or we don't need to, but the next one I want to focus on is this bridge part here on the nose. That's fine. So we need to decide where this loop is going to come round. I'm going to take it down to this part of the chin and come up, but we need to decide where to put those 5 poles. So we're somewhat bounded by this going down here, this face loop as it comes round. So we can't go any further than here. So I'm going to place my 5-pole here. And it's going to have to be here because there's no other ones to go on. So the first thing that we can do here is I'm going to grab the knife tool and roughly cut to there. Now I can't cut across here. Can I cut across there? Yes, I can. So a triangle there initially, and I'm going to solidify that knife cut. I'm going to put another triangle. Is it going to be up here to guide that loop around? Yes, it is. It's going to be from here to here. And of course, usually we want to avoid triangles. Now, once we've done that, we can actually make it into a quad by cutting down here. Now, that doesn't look right until you start shifting a couple of the vertices to maybe there and lift this one up a little. I'm going to press G twice to make sure I'm not going to move it too far away. And there's a lot of refinement that's going to have to be done with all of these vertices because they're all higgledy-piggledy and all over the place. But now we've done that, we should find that we've got an edge loop running around there. We may have a triangle here. Do we have a triangle here? Yeah, we'll have to sort that out. We've got this edge loop running around here, this one running around here, which is fine, apart from the fact it's a wee bit high. It's a little bit high here. So let's grab these edges here, press G twice and lower them down. Yeah, this is far too close to the mouth loop. And I'm going to move those down as well. And look at, again, these can be refined and refined and refined as the face takes shape. In fact, we'll be hopping round and checking it, how it looks. Oh, I've lost my side profile. But I'll be looking at how it looks and refining it in a bit more detail in a few moments. Now, the next error we've got here is this mouth. And I'm not liking it at the moment. And there is I don't want to say a neat trick, but since we've actually got a bounding box running around the mouth area, we can very quickly remake the edge loops that would make up the mouth area and then adjust them again in a bit. So for instance, in order to do that, I can go to face select here. So I could make the mouth bigger and fill up the area around, or I could just get rid of all of this. I hope this is going to work. And this area here, no, just that one there. So I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to delete the faces. So that leaves a nice big smile. Look at that happy person. But now I should be able to select the edge loop running around it, which I can. And then I can fill that in. Looking good so far. Now that I've done that, I can inset. Now, that looks horrible. It's nice. Insetting's great because it can actually create a nice face loop running around the outside of something. So that would be perfect for the eye. I think I've just clicked away and ruined what I was about to show you. No, I haven't. It's still there. Brilliant. What I need to do here is scroll down on the inset area. Let's just make this a bit bigger and turn off the boundary function. And then on the mirror, we can see we've got, well, we've no longer got a problem with it running around the edge. In fact, it forms the mouth area. Then I can inset again, and once more for good luck. Oh, let's zoom in. And oh, something has gone horribly, horribly wrong there. Let's just undo that last one and see what was going on. I think just one of these vertices is in a very horrible place compared to the others. Yes, if we see there, it's stuck in somewhat. In fact, a couple of these are. So let's just pull them out. Ooh, yeah, that's going to take a bit of refining to get that sorted. Maybe a smooth vertex on the rest of it. So let's move this in and once more, but not too much. Then I'm going to delete that face in the middle. I'm going to select the edge loop running around the mouth and extrude it inwards. I think that's the Y direction. Excellent. So there we go. We've got a kind of a lip building up there. It's a bit awkward round here. And again, we can refine that to our heart's content. Make it look a bit better. Now we've started getting all of this, and that's going to take a lot more refinement. I probably won't have time for in this particular video, but we've got the eyes. The eyes could actually do with having some more detail around here, and again we can select that and inset again. I'm going to delete that middle face, select the edge loop and extrude backwards. Then, of course, I could scale that in or fill it in or whatever. We don't have eyes. Let's add some eyes. So in object mode, oh, look, this is something that I haven't done yet. I haven't hopped back into object mode and seen how that modifier is being applied. But we need to do that in a moment when we start shaping things up. So I'm going to add a UV sphere. Looks groovy as that mirror ball. And I'm going to rotate that round on the x-axis by 90. And that should put an eye facing forward. And then it's a matter, I'm going to hop into edit mode so I don't have to apply that scale and scale it down to roughly the right size. The fact that it bulges out of the head at the moment is not a problem. I will add a mirror modifier to it. I will make it have a white material. For the moment, I'm just going to leave it as pure white and diffuse, so it just stands out. I'm going to call that eyeball, and we can work on the details of the eyeball later. It needs to be smooth. Eyes are not faceted like that. And finally, there are two eyes. So we've got a mirror, and I'm going to set the mirror object to the head. That should be fine. There we go. So looks a bit like a Play-Doh model at the moment, but trust me, this is going to be refined and start looking really good soon. Speaking of refining, one thing we can do here is start flipping around and modifying the mesh now and starting to make it look more like the rest of the model. So I've somehow lost my Mikey side profile. So if I go into the right folder, into my assets, reference material Mikey side. Now when I go around to the side, you can see the effect that the subsurface modifier is having, and we can start modifying it. So I'm going to go into edit mode and this time turn on showing the modifier whilst we're in edit mode. Now I can start going around and tweaking these vertices either with or without proportional editing turned on. I'm going to start with it turned on, so when I move one vertex I can use the scroll wheel and move a whole load of them at once to put the model in the right place. And it will take a while, and obviously you can see here that moving some of it is not going to work. I need to move a lot of it here in order to... Let's see, does that move up? That's a funny smile. Okay, let's move the mouth up to roughly the right place. And we can go around and do this across the entire model. Of course, sometimes you move too much, so you just zoom back in. Got to watch where the brow is here, the bridge of the nose, etc. And it's not just where that mesh is, it's where the subsurface modifier puts the detail as well. So if I want the bridge of my nose, there's a little bit of a bulbous bit there, so I can do that. I can see here that we've got this vertex here is far too far in, so I can go back round to the side. Now I've grabbed it and move it down to maybe there, and again we're just watching this move around, and my nose is probably far too wide as well, so from the front view I can go in. I can see that, actually from the front and side view, it looks pretty consistent. What about those nostril level? The nostrils are at different heights, if you notice. So it looks like when I was perhaps tilted my head up, so I'm going to have to adjust for that as well as I go. But let's just see how the model's coming on now. Let's zoom out and have a look around. Have we got all the face loops that we need? Again, we can tweak all the details of the face to our heart's content. In fact, I'm going to turn on the cage again, so it just looks a little bit better. We've got a couple of loops around the eye. We've got this one going around there. We've got the one going around the bridge to the chin. We've got the ones around the mouth, and that does need sorting out because it's a very wide mouth at the moment. And we've got the one running around the nose. So that's coming together nicely. Now, don't expect your model to look overly good at this moment in time. There's a lot more refining that can be done, and there's a lot more work we can put in with the details around the mouth, the eyes, etc. I'd love to see how you guys are getting on. There's a few final bits that I would want to do to this. I'm not going to do it at the moment. That triangle stands out as the biggest one. And just refine this area around the mouth here. But of course, that's just me moving vertices backwards and forwards. And how have you guys got on? Remember to share your work in the discussions. I love seeing what you're coming up with. This has been the most challenging challenge you've come across so far. I'm absolutely certain of that. Trying to route these face loops is not the easiest thing in the world to do. But with persistence and some practice, remember to do more than one head. I know I'm only doing one head here, but the more, and don't worry initially with how it looks either. If it looks like an alien, great, you've made an alien head. That's brilliant. Okay guys, I will see you in the next lecture. Remember to share your work in the discussions. See you soon. Welcome to getting the right skin tone. So, what are the right settings? Well, as with most things in Blender, there aren't any. It all depends on what you're trying to achieve. Sometimes a more porcelain look, more than a natural look, or any other sort of character look that you're going for will dictate how your model has to be made, how the materials have to be set up. But skin itself is a complex surface, so you can't really get away with just setting one shader type and leaving it to it, because it just won't work. Well, it might work depending on what you're doing, but in general, it won't work. It has more than one tone. We're not just one color across our face and the rest of our body. It changes depending on surface detail. It's shiny in some places. It is dry in others, so you have greasy patches on the face, usually on the top of the nose. Obviously the lips can be wet, or indeed they can be dry if your character is dehydrated as well. Skin can be thin or thick, letting some light through or blocking it all. So there's lots of things to take into consideration. Now, what to do when picking a base color? Well, you need to start somewhere. So you can use the color picker on your own reference material if you've taken a photo of yourself, or indeed I would suggest searching on Google for skin tone RGB reference, and you'll have an absolute ton of information that you can then actually see what the color looks like and use that as your base color. So things to consider and focus on. Ignore skin tone changes due to wrinkles and folds. We don't really care about those at the moment because that wrinkles and folds are an effect of light rather than color. Ignore areas of sweat or oil. Now, we've mentioned the actual sort of like the shiny areas that you can have on a face, but that will be a specular map that we end up generating, and that will be applied with a gloss shader later on. It will not be something that we need to paint in at the moment on the base color that we're going for. You may want to consider freckles, scars, spots and moles that cause discoloration. Those will be a completely different color to the rest of it. And if you do decide to start adding detail at this stage, make it rough. Call it a placeholder detail. The mesh is still under construction. It is going to change. So if you think, oh, I'm going to give a beauty spot or there's going to be a mole there, just, paint it on roughly and then just leave it for the moment. So with those things to consider, let's go and add a base color to the head over in Blender. Okay, so we're over in Blender now, and we need to create this diffuse. I'm going to start with a diffuse. We didn't have to, but I'm going to just pick a diffuse color that will roughly match my skin. Now, I am going to actually use the reference material. I'm going to turn the opacity of the reference material up to 1. So when I move around the front, I can just see that. I'm going to go ahead here and go to the materials section, alter the default material that's already been applied to our model, and I'm going to call it skin base because it is just the base color. I'm going to go to the diffuse color itself, go to the picker, and literally just pick a random area that looks representative of most of my skin. Now we can see, whilst we're having a look at this picture, there are certain areas that are not the same color as the skin color I've picked here. We've got a freckle. I've got some freckles here, and it's lighter across the sort of around the top of the cheeks and in the forehead. Now, it can be a bit difficult to discern what's reflection in the room this was taken in. Certainly, I'm not certainly shiny on the side of my head. That just happens to be light bouncing off of or coming through a window. So it's worthwhile just taking a good look at the color variation on a face itself. We can see here there's a vast difference between this color here. Let's just literally grab another area, and this one here. We can see there's a huge difference between the two. Let's see if I can undo that. No, let's go and pick the same sort of area again, a bit more neutral. There we go. So I'm going to switch back round, and we can see that it's already applied it to our model. If I go to rendered view at the moment, because we've got no lights in the scene, it's going to look pretty dire. Now, there are certainly some other areas that we can apply straight away, or at least get the color ready for. The lips, as we can see here, that's nothing like skin color. So I'm going to add a new material. I'm going to call that, new material, call it lips underscore base. Because I may have, later on when we do our maps for the face, we're going to have a gloss layer. And so we're going to want to make sure we separate the materials out into their areas. So with the lips base, in fact, it's just going to be one texture later on, but just for the sake of getting this right, at the moment, as a placeholder color, there we go, that's the color of my lips, who would have known? Now I've got that, I'm going to whiz back around. I'm also going to make sure the skin is applied to this and not the lip space. I'm a bit confused now as to which one is applied to this model. Let's have a look at material. Yeah, okay, it's the skin base that's applied there. So having a look at our model itself, there are a couple of things that I wanted to sort out. There's this triangle here, and I think that can go by literally removing this edge loop running around the model. I've just realized that the color that I've chosen is very close to the orange, so that may be difficult to see. Now there is something that we can do in the viewport to make sure that we can still see lines that are going on. Now I can see that fine after my eyes adjust, but I don't want to be second guessing. So if we scroll all the way down under skin base to settings and open that up, there's a viewport color, and we can change that to what we like. So I'm just going to make it a lot lighter, but still roughly skin colored. Now we're in material mode at the moment, but when we go back over to solid mode, it will be a different color, which is much easier to see. Anyway, so let's go ahead and not delete the edge, but dissolve the edge, and that should have repaired the damage there. Now these, I'm pretty sure these lips are far too wide, and what I'm also concerned about is when I was trying to select a face loop earlier, they weren't being selected. I couldn't select them for some reason. Zooming in and turning off the modifier, I see that I've got a triangle here. I've probably got another triangle hiding away in here, and also it's very, very ugly around here with its, well, with all of this mesh. It's folded in itself in certain places, so there needs to be a bit of a tidy up here. Now the first thing I'm going to do is literally, I don't quite know. There we go. Have I managed to do it? Yes. So we've got two triangles. We've got one here and one here, and that was those were probably created when I had the merge vertices automatically turned on, and I was just moving the lips around. It looks like I've snapped it into place and caused myself a problem. Now there are a couple of ways that I can fix this. I'm just going to literally go in with the knife tool, and hopefully cutting there will give us two triangles there and there, and another two there and there. And with two triangles, you can dissolve it into one face. Now I'm going to select the edge itself in the middle and dissolve edges, and here dissolve edges. Now is the time where I need to test my edge loops. 1, 2, 3. Excellent. So that is working fine. It still looks a bit ugly around here, and that's going to take a while to sort out. All I want it to roughly do is not be folding in on itself anymore. And of course, make sure that those face loops are still working, which they are. Perfect. Right, so I need to have a look at this from the front. And I think this is one of these instances where I'm going to have to, well, lower the opacity of my image for a start, but also just manipulate my image as well, because my head is at a different angle. So this is all too wide at the moment. So I'm going to select the face on the inside, just there. With proportional editing turned on, I'm just going to move it in and make sure I'm moving a lot of it in at once. Now, hopefully, where's the edge of my mouth? I can't actually see that. I need... Okay, maybe a little bit more. In fact, I can just use that circle as guidance. There we go. So let's turn the opacity back down. That looks good. There's some more editing to be done by the side. We can see here, ooh, there's some horrible, horrible folding going on in the middle there. So let's sort that out as well whilst we're looking at it. This isn't really color stuff, but it's certainly important. And we can move this one back again. In fact, that bit needs to come in. This bit can come up. In fact, the whole of that inside can come up. So I'm going to lower that down. Select the edge loop and raise the whole thing up. Perfect. Then these will have to respectively go inwards slightly. And there's lots more of modification that can be done here so that the face isn't so deformed. There we go. So I'll leave that like that for the moment. In fact, when you're looking at things like this, you must have your subsurface modifier applied, otherwise you could be doing lots of work for nothing. But now we're on the side, that's the wrong image. Now we're on the side. We're on the side, there we go. So the mouth comes too far back as well. So that now we're on the side, we can actually, I'm sorry to repeat myself 5 times, but now we're on the side, we can actually see that those movements that we've just done aren't quite right because of the material, the face itself. And it goes back too far. So I'm going to grab that inside face again and just literally shift it forward and down a little to about there. Now, hopefully that hasn't distorted the model too much. Well, it looks like I'm pouting, so that just needs to be smoothed out. In fact, there are some nasty edges around the whole model, and there's one thing that you can do called smooth vertex. It's a vertex command. I'm going to get it through the... Oh, it looks like it's the last thing that I practiced using, and I'm going to apply that. So you can also get it smooth vertex under the mesh, vertices, smooth vertex, just there. Now the great thing about the smooth vertex is that it smooths out the entire model. The bad thing about that is that it makes things shrink ever so slightly as well. So we can see that the nose has been pulled in. It doesn't seem to have affected this that much, and of course there's some work to be done down here as well. It shrunk the forehead a little, but it has meant that there's not as many jarring areas as there was before. Okay, so we've got our base colors here, and of course it's now time for a challenge. I would like you to go ahead and get your base color sorted. Make sure you have a base color applied to your model. Tidy up anything in your model that is standing out as bad or wrong, just like I was going around earlier and saying, well, the mouth is too wide, it's in the wrong position, is your neckline right, etc. It's worth doing some tidying up at this stage. Check all your loops are working as well. I had a few triangles, and I'm sure there's something else in the background that's going to cause me a problem later on. But go around and check and make sure all your main loops are actually working. Now here's an optional one for you. We are going to do this later on as well, but feel free at this point to unwrap your model and add even more detail. So with it unwrapped, you can actually paint directly onto the model. Don't worry so much about how you can unwrap it if you go down that stage, but just be aware of the seams on your model itself, and make sure if you do decide to unwrap it, you keep the face as a face, because that's the area where you don't want a seam causing you any problems. Anyway, pause the video now and make sure you have a base color applied to your model. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's hop back on over into Blender and just go around my model and see if there's anything else that I need to sort out. Okay, so one of the glaringly obvious areas is my eye. Now, I'm not going to focus too much at the moment on getting it absolutely perfect, but it does stand out at the moment as not being suitable. So I'm going to select the edge loop running around the eye itself and just pull that forward. Not a lot, but just about there. I'm also going to flip round to the side and just make sure that we've got the right amount of detail, that it goes back far enough. So looking at that, the eye itself is not quite in the right place. So I'm going to move that. In fact, we need to make a decent eye at some point. Okay, so now that that is in roughly the right place, now we can start moving the other bits and bobs. We'll notice straight away by looking at this, and we've whizzed around to the front and I can't see anything. Why can I not see anything? Because the opacity, I put it on the wrong area. So the lips here, I've moved it up, so I'm going to have to move it back down again for the eye. And this is where I can start moving some vertices to help define the shape of the eye just a little bit better. So here we go. I'm literally just speeding the video up here because I am literally moving vertices backwards and forwards and tweaking the shape of the eye, turning proportional editing on and off as I need it. Now, as I'm doing this, I start to realize that the brow isn't well formed at the moment. So I'm just moving the vertices around and adding in a new face loop to actually get that looking much better. And now we see here that the eye is not pointy enough. We start moving around some vertices, and hopefully with time and practice, you guys will be able to form the shapes that you desire as you go. Some of it, however, is just trial and error. Remember to view your model externally all the time just to make sure it's looking right in the third dimension as well. Excellent. So it looks like I've got a bit of a grump on there, and it also looks like I'm bulging a little from this bit of my forehead, which is not natural. However, it is natural to have a brow itself. So I'm just going to try pulling that forward ever so slightly. That should lessen the impact here, and also pulling this area forward ever so slightly as well. Okay, that's looking pretty good. The eye itself still needs a bit more refining. And again, you will just have to go around here. And it may be a case that we do actually require more detail. It may be that we've got too little detail in this area to define the eye properly. In fact, one of the issues here is the eye does not flow round in quite the right areas. And you've got to think of the various areas of the eye as it goes round. So we've got this area around here. That's now too high. But what does it look like from the side? Okay, we're starting to get some nice deformation along the top here. I think I need that to continue. No, it does fade off around there. But I would like it following this line just a little closer, so I can move that along. There we go. That's a much better definition. Now this is a bit extreme here, so again we'll have to lessen the impact just slightly by pulling it back again. And again we can go and tweak and tweak and tweak and tweak and tweak until we're blue in the face. Now that well, one of the problems here is I don't think that corner of my eye is quite this high. So let's sort that out. And I am going to have proportional editing turned on at this point to make sure I can, well, I don't need that much, but I do need it to move quite a bit down at the same time. Okay, that's looking much better now. I just need to smooth this bit out. And again, this is where smoothing the vertices, if you've got a couple selected, can help out massively as well. Okay, I'm liking that form at the moment. Is there anything else that I need to sort out? Whoa, the top of the head has some funky engons going on, but I think we will leave that until another lecture. How are you guys getting on? Have you made something that's frowning a bit like that? Actually, I think I'm smiling there. I'm not quite sure yet. How are you guys getting on? I'd love to see your heads, how detailed they're becoming now. Make sure you share in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to 3-point lighting. So lighting our subject is incredibly important. In fact, if we don't light it, we can't see what's going on. Now, my scene contains no direct lighting as of yet. There are no lamps in the scene. There's some environmental lighting that I've bumped up to just a sort of a white background there, just so I can see what was going on. But I think it's time that we take control of the lighting to give it a better appearance. Now, lighting is great. It can change the feel and look of a scene very dramatically and very quickly as well. We've probably all done that thing where you hold a torch under your chin and suddenly you're all scary. But if it was in front of you, you just squint your eyes. So it can change a lot. And a lot can be learned from photography and videography as well. Because we're using the Cycles render engine, it basically follows the same rules that real lighting does. So if we mimic and take some lessons from actual photography and videography, we're going to get much better renders at the end. Now, when using cycles, lighting should be set up as it would be in the real world for best results. So bear that in mind. If you've ever seen a photo studio or you've ever had professional photos taken, you'll know that they have all sorts of special lights all over the place, and that is to make things look brilliant. Now, in the real world, if you're out and about in the middle of a field, you don't generally have spotlights, but you can still have lighting in addition to help bring out a much better model. 3-point lighting is a common lighting method. It's where there are 3 lights in a scene, and we'll go through those now. There's the key light, the fill light, and the backlight. Now, those 3 lights, the key light is the main light. It's going to be often the brightest one in the scene itself. The fill light is usually off to the side, and you don't have to quite take this configuration, but it's usually off to the side on the other side of the camera, and the backlight, or sometimes called a hair light, is behind the subject itself. So let's just have a quick look at how we might lay this out. I mean, this is highly symmetrical. You don't have to do anything like this as long as you sort of follow the same principle. So we have our subject or object in the middle, and we've got a camera straight facing it. Now, we've got a key light. This is going to be our brightest light. We've got a fill light, and that's going to be slightly dimmer. And then we've got a backlight as well, and I've put that off to the side. Of course, you can move these lights around depending on the feel that you want. You can even have the backlight brighter than the key light or the fill light if necessary. So you can play with these to your heart's content. Of course, just a standard ratio here, I tend to go something like 5-3-1. So the key light is 5 times or level 5, and then we've got the fill light of 3. So we could have a key light of strength 500, fill light of 300, backlight of 100. But I will play with those and see what it comes out like. Does it give me the lighting I need for the scene that I'm working on? So I'm going to hop now straight into a challenge for you guys. You know how to place lamps, you know how to tweak lamps, so it's time to go and set up your scene lighting. So set up a 3-point lighting setup. Try some different types of lamps. You don't have to use just point lamps. You could try an area lamp. You could try using an emissive surface if you wanted to do that. Try different coloured lamps, and I do suggest being subtle. If you put it bright red, it will tint your entire model red. So, and we'll go into actually making things absolute colours in a later lecture. Now, decide whether you want any ambient lights. At the moment, I've got that environmental light turned to white, and that itself is going to be too bright for me. So I'm actually going to turn it all the way down to black and just focus on the lighting itself. And I might bring a bit of ambient lighting back in if the 3-point lighting I set up is not really suitable or doesn't give me the effect that I want, or there are some areas that are too dark. Remember, light also bounces off of surfaces, and we don't have any surfaces in our scene at the moment. So darker areas can be illuminated with one. So yes, we can put in the some ambient light, some environmental light once again, but we could also put in a surface. And since the bust is sitting on probably a plinth at the end of the day, I could put a little plane underneath, so we get a bit of bounce lighting. So the underside of the mouth, sort of like the chin area, does get some light. And in fact, that is something that is used in photography. They will hold reflective material lower down beneath the person having a photo taken, so the light bounces and hits the underside of their face, so you don't get any harsh shadows. So go ahead, pause the video now, and set up your scene lighting. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go ahead and set up some 3-point lighting over in Blender. Okay, so we're back over in Blender here, and the first thing I want to do is just expand the outliner. Oh, we do in fact have a lamp in my scene. It looks like I completely forgot it was there. So I thought I'd removed it, I'd just hidden it, and there's the camera as well. So let's first of all set the camera up looking straight at my mannequin. I'm going to use the walk around feature to move it around. There we go. I'm happy with that shot there. And we can switch quickly to rendered mode to see what's going on. Okay, and we can see here that that's where that light is hitting. In fact, I'm going to leave that one and call it backlight, because that's what it is. Now, I'm going to duplicate that twice. Okay, brilliant. And I'm going to come out of this rendered mode for the moment and literally go to the top and move things about. Now, I've just got a point light source here at the moment. I'm going to move these around. So I'm going to stick exactly to my diagram earlier and have the key light on the left there, the fill light on the right. Now, because my mannequin itself is actually quite a large mannequin, I'm probably going to end up scaling the lighting up, i.e. the strength of that lighting, quite considerably as well. But let's see what it's looking like now from the camera view, and I'm going to use a render border because my computer's not particularly quick when doing this type of rendering, and let's go in here. Okay, so what we've got at the moment is obviously it's quite dimly lit still. So let's go to the key light first of all and go to its properties. Now, we can play with these. We could make it a sun. Oh, the key light is coming in from over there. Have I renamed things badly? Key light, fill light. So I'm going to leave them as point lights for the moment. Let's start with the fill light. I'm going to use nodes, and I'm going to make the color of it have a slight yellowy tinge. In fact, I'm going to have it massively yellow and then reduce it in a bit, just so we can demonstrate what is going on. So I'm going to turn that up to, let's say, 1,000. Okay. Oh, sorry, I'm playing with the fill light at the moment. So let's call this fill light so I know, because these are the fill light properties. So I'm going to make that one actually slightly blue. So I can see that's coming in for the right-hand side. Now, the key light, I'm going to make that slightly yellow. I'm going to use the nodes, and I'm going to bump that up to 2,000. And then finally, the backlight itself, I'm going to leave it as white for the moment so I can see what's going on. And actually, you can see here that blue and yellow actually go quite well together. I'm going to turn this up to, let's do 800. And again, I'm just playing here. And what you can see that does, if I turn it on and off, is it gives a highlight to those very dark areas, which otherwise it wouldn't actually get any light. So of course, you can try some other lighting. If you try spot or sun, etc., you need to work around sun. It doesn't matter where it is in your scene anyway. I'm going to stick with point lights for the moment because it gives me a little more freedom about moving things about. Now, I don't want quite as contrasty yellow and blue as we have there, so I'm going to go back to my key light. I'm going to name it key light as well under the lamp properties. And where's backlight, so I can name that properly as well. Oh, backlight. Okay, so now we've got the three lights in the scene set up. We can fiddle about with them a little. So I'm not going to have it that blue. I'm going to reduce it down to a more subtle blue. And the key light, I'm not going to have bright yellow either. That's very stylized. That would work in certain conditions. But I don't want it, obviously, if I set something up as 100% red or 100% yellow, it's going to cause a few issues, especially trying to identify the skin color itself. If you start tainting it with, ooh, is the skin green or is the lighting green? You know, so just a slightly off-white there. Okay, that is starting to look pretty good. Now, one thing I can see here is there's some pretty heavy shadowing. There's heavy shadowing under the chin. We can see that. Now, what I'm going to do here, before actually starting to do any bounce lights, is just notice the height of these lamps and lower them down so they're roughly eye level on both sides. I'm happy with this one being slightly higher, but I am going to centralize it a little as well. So let's zoom back in and see what difference that has made. Okay, that's made it much better, but there's still quite a harsh shadow just here. So we could do with having some bounce light actually happening, and we can set that out off scene quite easily. and we're going to create two planes so it bounces. Well, the first plane is going to be roughly underneath. I'm going to see if I can do this in a sort of a live manner so we can see the rendering as it happens. So I'm going to get rid of those tool shelves and properties pane. And there we go. So I can see what's going on rendering wise over there. So let's go ahead and add a plane. Just happens to be off this list. There we go. And I'm just going to scale that up. And we can see straight away, if we have a look at the chin over here, having the plane off is a lot darker than having it on. And now we've got this area at the top here. Now in terms of that, the first thing I'm going to do is just literally lift our lamp up a little and probably increase its strength a little as well. Okay, that's starting to look good. I'm going to whiz around my model. I'm going to come out of that mode there. Okay, so that is quite high at the moment. I mean, that's the other thing I can do is literally make it a hair light by having it quite high above. That's looking good. We've still got this quite harsh shadow here, and that may be because this isn't bright enough. There we go. We do want some shadowing because shadowing helps emphasize features. But of course, at the same time, we want to watch and make sure that we don't have too harsh a shadow. Now, the other thing we can do with this plane underneath is actually rotate it. Rotating around the x-axis, for instance. And that can change the bounce of the lighting itself as well. I'm going to leave it flat because this is going to be where it's sat. And I'm actually going to make it a bit smaller again. So it's almost as if the plinth that it's sat on. And I'm not going to worry about it intersecting too much, but let's make it into a plinth as well whilst we're here. There we go. Oh, it's not a very good plinth, is it? It's not that central. In fact, the bust, there's no chest at the moment. That whole area needs coming forward by the looks of things. Especially if I look from the side, you can say that's a very narrow chest line. That needs sorting out. But there we go. We've got our 3-point lighting set up. We got the camera set up as well, so we can see what's going on. This is looking pretty good so far. We're going to need some more details. Certainly the eyes are a bit, well, white at the moment and nothing else. But we're getting there. It's starting to come together really nicely. How's yours coming on? Please share in the discussions. Before I go, I do need to name this plinth. There we go. Don't want to get told off for having something that's not named properly. And as always, I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to subsurface scattering. Now, what is subsurface scattering? Well, it's a node that was recently introduced into Blender that allows us to mimic a certain effect of indirect lighting. So light would penetrate a surface of an object in real life. So whether it's a wax candle, a glass of milk, or even the human skin, light doesn't just hit the surface and bounce off. It actually goes into the surface and scatters within the surface before leaving the skin again. So the light enters the material and then it is scattered in the material by a certain amount depending on certain parameters. Some light leaves the surface at a different point in which it entered. Now, the more the distance that the light travels before exiting, the more it will be absorbed. So you will have less of an effect when it's thick versus when it's thin. So thicker areas will absorb more than thinner ones. Now, most shaders we have used so far are an example of direct surface scattering. So a diffuse shader is how the surface reacts to light. A gloss shader, again, is how the surface reacts to light. Subsurface scattering is a form of indirect surface scattering, where the light enters the material. And to give you a real world example of this, and I'm sure you might have played with a light before, I'll just show you a small clip now of what happens when a simple hand goes over the top of a light source. So here we have a simple light. I'm using my phone light here, and I've got a piece of cardboard. As we approach the actual light itself, this is an example of subsurface scattering. The light is entering that cardboard and actually being bounced about. And if we go and grab my hand, as we start to move towards, you can now see that the fingertip itself is starting to scatter red light. And if I move my finger down across the light, you can see that the light is coming through the finger. In fact, down this gap in between the fingers, it is in fact subsurface scattering again. The light is not getting through directly, rather than indirectly through the finger. So before we go ahead and start playing about with the subsurface scattering node, I just want to show you these two scenes. The only difference between these two scenes is the lighting itself. They're just spheres with a subsurface scattering material applied to them. The first one has a 3-point lighting setup. The second one, you can see, is very much extreme. The light is to the slightly to the right and behind, and it is just a single bright spotlight. And that produces a dramatically different effect. So it's important here when we compare the two images that you realize that lighting can make a big impact to your scene. So it's quite useful to get that right first before you start tweaking your materials, because you could be tweaking your materials based upon the lighting rather than basing it upon what the actual material should be resembling. So now we've explored these particular topics, let's go play with the subsurface scattering node over in Blender. So I've gone ahead and opened up a brand new Blender file. Now there's one important thing that you should know before we get going, is that subsurface scattering is only supported on GPUs from the latest version of Blender, which is currently 2.77. Before that, if you try and use subsurface scattering on your GPU, you will end up with it not rendering, you'll get an error, and what will happen is the render will come out and it'll just be blank. I've just popped over to my PC. In fact, the balls that you've just seen, I rendered on my PC, and I had 2.76 installed on that particular computer, and I'd made it on my Mac, went over the PC for rendering, and found that everything was black. It confused me for a few moments until I realized that I was just running an older version where the GPU was not supported for subsurface scattering. The CPU has always been, so that's fine. So if you are finding you're having rendering problems, do make sure you've got the latest version of Blender. So without any further ado, let's go and delete this cube and add in the monkey. Hello, Suzanne. We're going to then get a subsurface division modifier just to make her a little smoother and add in a smooth shading. Okay, I'm happy with that. Let's go ahead now and play with the materials. There's a couple of ways that we can obviously get to the materials. We're going to need the node editor in a moment, so let's go ahead and open up the node editor. There we go. And we can create a new material on the node editor or in the materials properties over here. It doesn't matter. And once we've created that, let's zoom in so you guys can see what's going on. And we can see at the moment it's got a diffuse shader. Now eventually when we build up the actual layers that exist for the skin, we're going to use a monkey as an example here, we will end up with a diffuse shader, but for the moment we can just get rid of it. In fact, I didn't want to get rid of everything, just the diffuse shader. So we'll just start with one subsurface scattering shader. So under shaders, we've got subsurface scattering. Now it's sometimes abbreviated to just 3 S's as well. So if you ever see SSS, that means subsurface scattering. And let's turn my viewport to rendered mode. Now we can already see this compared to diffuse is already, we're getting light coming through certain directions. Now I'm not quite sure where my lamp is in the scene, so let's just set up the lighting first. In fact, I'm going to put the light almost directly behind Suzanne, so we can really see the light basically come through the ears. Let's go to the front view, pull that down. Can't really see much here, there we go. And I'm going to make that quite bright. I'm just going to make it 5,000 or something. So let's just check and see what that looks like. Okay, 5,000 is going to be too much. Again, let's whiz around to the front and zoom in and see what's going on. So we're losing all the detail in the ears at 5,000, so that is far too bright. So we can play with this to our heart's content. 2,000 is too high. Let's go down to 500. Okay, that's possibly there. Let's drop it to 300. And we can see that light is coming through the chin as well of Suzanne here, as well as the ears. But I'm happy with that. So I'm going to right-click back on Suzanne so I can see the subsurface scattering. And there are a series of options. There's only one output. But when it comes to subsurface scattering, there's a lot of options. So the first option at the top is the fall off. Now this is how quickly the light falls off as it goes through, and these are just different distributions. Cubic, I believe, falls off quicker than Gaussian, and I would have to look up that one on Wikipedia, but it's approximate, as we can see here, it's an approximation to physically based volume scattering, which is why it's the default setting. The color, well, that's like your base color, and that you can get a texture being plugged into here as well if you wanted to. So we set that to whatever color. That is like your base color for the model itself. So if I go ahead and make that slightly peachy, we can see it's that color. If we go and make that a deeper red, it turns red. The scale, we're going to come back to the scale, but it's basically a multiplier for these next three options under radius. If we cast our eyes over to the actual material properties, you'll see it's not collapsed here at all. It's literally just three options that you can get to. So the radius we'll come back to in a few moments, because the texture blur will only change things if you've got a texture plugged in here, and normal is for normal maps coming in as well. The reason why this has a purple set there is because it has the three values here. Now, with a radius, you'd usually think it was like X, Y, and Z. In this case, it isn't. These are RGB values. So I'm going to set the color back to white for the moment, so we get a good representation. I'm going to make it pure white, so a value of 1 throughout. So what we should find here, and I'm going to adjust them over here so I don't have to keep having that drop down. If I turn the blue channel and the green channel down to 0, we should see that it only scatters red, only red light actually exits the model itself, even though the light coming in is white. And again, if we go ahead and make that 0, then nothing will come through. But if we go and add this one, because it's RGB, this should have green light coming through. Now, it can take a while to actually set these up, and truth be told, you're not just going to be using one node in order to get a realistic material. Those balls we saw earlier were just one node, but our skin is more complex than just one node can do. Now, you can certainly make this into a group and perhaps use it again and again if you wanted to, but in general, you've got to think of your skin as a series of layers. Now, with the subsurface scattering, the way that I would tend to set this up, and it varies from project to project, would be to duplicate the subsurface scattering twice. So then we've got 3 layers. So we're going to call this like deep, this one's sort of medium, and this one's near the surface. Now, with all shaders, we're going to have to use a mix shader to put them all together. And if you think about this, if it's the deepest, will be a dark reddy color where all the blood is. Then we've got sort of like the fatty layer, so we'll make that slightly lighter. And then we've got the surface of the skin. And it will depend on the ethnicity of the character you're doing, but in this case, I'm going to stick with myself. So I'm going to make that quite light, because the surface of the skin in places can actually be quite light. I need to build these up now using some mix shaders, and we also want to add in a diffuse shader along with this being mixed, and a gloss shader, because the surface of the skin does have a bit of specularity to it. And of course, that means it's time for a challenge. Okay, I'd like you to create your node setup. So you're going to be linking 3 subsurface shaders representing 3 layers beneath the skin. Then link the final 2 surface layers, a diffuse and gloss shader. So there we've got our indirect and direct scattering. Use Cezanne for practice or your own head, it doesn't matter at this stage. I'm going to be using Suzanne, so if you want to follow along with Suzanne the monkey, that's absolutely fine. And play with your settings until you're happy. Now, don't worry about the gloss shader, because that might make the model look a bit waxy, as if it was made out of a wax, essentially. But we'll be dealing with that shortly. Okay, pause the video and give that a go. Okay, guys, welcome back. Let's go play with these nodes over in Blender. Okay, so just before we start this, I know that if we hop into rendered mode, we've only got one light from the back, and that's not going to be good to work out whether we've got the color right. So I am going to make this window a wee bit bigger for a moment, and let's grab a top view and set some duplicate lights just around here. I'm not going to worry about setting them up any further than that, just to create a 3-point lighting. Let's go to the camera view and move that round, render it out at the end to see what it looks like. Okay, almost there. He fills the frame. Ooh, let's go back ever so slightly. There we go. He definitely fills the frame now. Let's hop into rendered mode and see what that looks like. Okay, there's much more light in there now. I'm happy with that. So let's go ahead and start playing with the nodes. So I've selected the monkey's head again because I was still on a lamp. So currently we've only got this subsurface scattering node plugged in. So let's go ahead and add in a mix shader. Plop that in place there. And I'm going to join it here. So then we've got these two shaders next to one another. Now what we have got here, if I look at the radius, is it's still a bit funny here. And what you'll find is you'll end up with a very, very noisy image with subsurface scattering if your settings here in the radius, i.e. how far light is being scattered, is completely different to what happens with the actual base color. So we've got a base color of near enough red here. Almost pure red looking at it. It's not quite, but it's almost pure red. Now, we're only scattering green light. So that's not going to work very well. So it's going to end up very noisy. You're basically confusing the system at that point. So, but if we start scattering some more red and less green, because there's no green to scatter, we end up with a cleaner image. And the same will have to be applied down here. So the radius here, I'm going to lower these as we go. Let's go for 0.2 and 0.2. I think the other one was a little bit on the high side actually, or low side even. I'm going to go for 0.3 here. Again, these are all things that we can tweak over and over and over again. We're going to need another mix shader. I'm just going to simply duplicate it and plug in this. Now this is going to be the topmost layer. And we don't want it scattering that much at all. So I'm going, well, not the very top, but the one just beneath. I'm going to make these values very low. So it's still scattering, but not very much, because that represents the layer just under the skin. Oh, look at that. That's coming together now really well. I'm going to zoom in on the head area, especially those ears, because they're the thinnest part on this particular model, so we can see that coming through. Now, what you're not really getting at the moment, it's there, but not fully, is the detail itself. In fact, the detail is mainly being shown up because of the 3-point lighting system rather than anything else. However, we can help that by adding the first surface layer. So let's go ahead and add in a diffuse. And we're going to need another mix shader, and we'll worry about other things like the values of all of this. And we've got a color white here. That's going to be too bright. I'm going to actually lower it down to roughly what I'd have on for my skin. That's just a rough guess there. Of course, depending on the ethnicity of whatever you're making, you can pick any color you want. Hey, you can have an alien one if you wanted and color him in green. Okay, so I'm going to go back to that rough color that I've got here. So now we start to see some more detail. In fact, if I whack this all the way up here, then we've got a full diffuse shader, and we can lower that back down and just have just the subscattering. Of course, we want a mix of everything as we go through. Now this first layer here, we definitely want more of the base layer coming through. Well, I think we do. I'm going to play with it a bit. There we go. The ears have gone just that little bit redder because they're the thinnest part. Not so much of this coming through. We do want some of the diffuse, so I'm going to take that up to maybe around 40% or so. And then we need the final layer, so we're going to need yet another mix shader. So I'm going to duplicate that and add in a gloss shader. Now this will obviously add highlights to our model. And if we go all the way, we end up with a very shiny surface, and we go all the way back, it ends up fully whatever this area is here. So it's a mixture of the diffuse and the subsurface scattering nodes. So I'm going to bring that up to around 15 to 20%, just so we start getting highlights. Now, this is what I mean by it starts to look a bit plasticky or a bit waxy. We can certainly increase the roughness. If the roughness is too low, it's just going to look, well, very, very shiny. If it's too high, we're going to lose some of that detail in the highlights. So I'm going to set it to about 0.3, so we've got some subtle highlights there. But we're going to deal with the positioning of those highlights. There's plenty of ways of doing it, but not in this particular setup. So let's just hit the render key and see what this looks like when it's rendered out. I've not got it set particularly high on samples. In fact, I don't know what I've got it set to. It's set to 50 samples at the moment. I'm quite happy with that. It's a bit pink, so I could go back. Oh, not here. I want to go back to the node editor. It's probably this diffuse color here that's bringing that out. So if I make that a bit lighter, and of course, I'm going to really ramp the samples up now. 300 is too high. That's just silly at this stage. I'm going to go to 200 just to get a temporary feel of how this is looking. I wouldn't ever recommend rendering at high samples just for your test renders. I mean, 200 is not particularly high, but it's not low either. You can see this is, well, it was at 50, it's now 200. It's going to take 4 times longer than it did before, and we can check that because our last render was just over 8 seconds, so I reckon this one's going to be around 35, 30, around there anyway. So it's just finishing off here. There we go, 30, 32, not bad. Well, 8 times 4 is 32, so there we go. So that is looking pretty good. I'm impressed with that. How are you guys getting on? Did you do this with Suzanne, or did you decide to start going on straight away with your head that you've been working on? I suggest if you haven't done that, you go and apply the knowledge you've just learned immediately by applying this sort of setup and play with it to your particular head model that you're working on. As always, share in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to the layer weight node. So what does the layer weight node do? Well, it's usually used for controlling the weighting of shaders via the mix shader node. Now, it's not to be said that it can't be used for other things as well if you want to get creative, but that is its typical use. And here we have just a simple node structure set up here. We've got 2 shaders going into a mix shader, and then out to the material output. And we've got the layer weight node sat there. And we have 2 outputs from the layer weight. Fresnel, not Fresnel, but Fresnel, and facing. And we'll just explain those 2 outputs. And those would plug into the factor in order to control it. So what does it do then? Well, the Fresnel output has a very sharp fall off, and we'll see that in action in a few moments. The facing output blends from one shader to the other in a more linear fashion. Both do depend on the angle of incidence of the surface in relation to either the viewer or the camera when you're doing a rendering. So let's go explore the layer weight now and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so we're over in Blender here, and the first thing I'm going to do, since we're going to be using 3 different setups, is create 3 objects to apply to. So I've got 1 cube already. I'm going to duplicate that cube, and I actually want snapping turned on with increments, so I can literally just move it along the y-axis very easily. I'm going to duplicate that cube again and move it this side. Finally, I want to see what it looks like over a smooth surface as well, so I'm going to add in a sphere. So mesh, oh, it's just off.
I want a UV sphere. Oh, missed that there. So UV sphere, there we go. And I'm going to move that one back slightly and turn on smooth shading and then duplicate it a couple of times as well. Okay, so I've now got 6 objects and they're going to be in pairs with a mix shader, a weighting with Fresnel and a weighting with facing. Okay, so let's go ahead and start setting that up. So I'm going to switch this view, I'm going to duplicate it and switch it over to rendered mode so I can see what's going on with Shift and Z. And I can see that the light isn't uniform and we don't want any lighting effects. I'm going to go here to the lamp properties and switch it to a sun. I'm going to click on use node so I can increase its intensity to 2 or maybe even 3. There we go, nice and bright. Okay, so we've got our 6 objects here. I'm going to switch this top one over to a node editor and zoom in because even I can't read that. And we can see here we've got an emission. Oh, we're on the lamp, so let's click on one of the cubes. And I'm going to click use nodes here. I could use the materials properties over here, but I'm just going to click on use nodes. And I'm going to make one of these a pure green. So that one there is pure green. I'm going to duplicate that and make this next one a pure red. Now, in contrary to the last lecture where we were talking about absolute colours being a bit of a problem, in this case they're actually going to be a bit of a solution because they're going to enable us to see what pure mixes end up doing. For instance, I would expect if I mix these two together with a 50-50 weighting, it would be like having red and green channels at 100%. So we should end up with yellow looking just like this. Let's see if that is what happens. So let's turn the red all the way back down. The red, he says, not deciding which one. So let's go ahead and add in a mix shader and mix these two together. And what do we get? We get a yellow. It's not quite as bright as the last one, but it's a yellow, which is what we were predicting. So I'm going to minimize. Oh, I didn't mean to get rid of the header bar there. I meant to pull this down a little. I'm going to minimize these two shaders. Now, one thing to bear in mind when you minimize them, so they're nice and small like this, I'm going to move them out of the way. Now, if you wanted to go back in and edit those at any one point, if we expand this one here, we can see it just covers up the one underneath it, which is not so great. So I'm going to keep them minimized anyway, and just bear that in mind if you do ever minimize them, that if you maximize them again so you can see what's going on, you may cover other ones up if you've moved them in their minimized format. So the final thing we're going to do here is actually add in a layer weight, which is under the input menu, layer weight. And we're going to sit that there. Now, we're not going to connect it at the moment because this material is just the mixing material. And I'm going to name it such so I know what's going on. So that's mixing. I'm now going to select the next cube along, which was the original cube, and I'm going to make it unique by clicking on the little 3 on the header bar next to mixing, and I'm going to call this Fresnel. And I'm going to plug that in as well to the factor. And there we go, it's changed. Now, it looks more green than anything else, but we'll explore with that in a few moments' time. And this final one here, we're going to make it unique, plug in the facing, and call it facing as well, so we know exactly what's going on. So now we've named those, we can see that it's had a different effect on all of these 3 cubes. We're going to apply these materials now to these spheres as well, so I'm going to click on the sphere, click on the materials here, and change it to mixing, this one here, Fresnel, this one here, I'm going to set it to facing. Now, of course, we could have done that all through the materials properties over here as well if we wanted to. Okay, so now we've got these 3 set up. We can see that it does look different depending on what's going on. So let's start with the facing because that's the easiest one to understand. If you're looking at it at 90 degrees, or we'll call this 0, if you're looking straight at the face, you get the bright green, you get 100% green. If you look at it from 90 degrees, which is actually impossible, if you looked at it from 89.9 degrees, I'm going to switch to orthographic projection so we've not got perspectives mucking around with us, we can see that that's gone red.
And you can see that here in the spheres most of all, where the edge, which is at close to 90 degrees as it falls off, we get more of a red than the green. And to put that in shader perspective, if we look at the nodes themselves, I think green was the top one. I'm just going to expand it to have a look. Yes. So green's the top. So when you're facing the surface, you get the top shader, and when you're at 90 degrees to the surface, you get almost the full bottom shader, or the full bottom shader if we're just using facing. Now the Fresnel's not quite like that. Let's make this window bigger again. The Fresnel has a much sharper fall off, and it doesn't go to 100% either way. So we can see, looking down directly around 90 degrees, in fact I could just press number pad 7 to do that, we can see there's a slight tonal difference in these greens. And if we look at it from the side, not that side, this side, we get a similar sort of effect. Now if I start rotating round ever so slightly, you can also see that it's not really red, it's more of an orange at that stage as well. So it's never 100% mix, but the other thing that it does is, now watch as I start to move round. So let's zoom in slightly so we can see this in more detail. As I start to move round, you'll notice that it falls off very quickly. So let's go back again. So it's almost 100% red there, but not quite. And as we move around, it falls off incredibly quickly. Now, there's lots of uses for this, like how specular a surface happens to be when you view it at certain angles. So this is a great thing to know when it comes to water, because water is just like that. If you look at it from one angle, you can almost see straight through it, or if you look at it from 90 degrees, you can almost not. And of course we can play with this. It doesn't have to be diffuse shaders. It could be a gloss shader. It could be an emission shader. Try mixing an emission with a glass shader. That produces some really cool effects. And now we've explored this layer weight node, it's time for a challenge. Okay, I'd like you to go ahead and have some fun. Try different shader setups using the layer weight node to control them. One of my personal favorites is the glass and emission combination, and also diffuse and transparent can give some lovely soft edges. Now, once you've finished having some fun with the layer weight node, what I'd like you to then do is go ahead and finally apply this to your head between the rest of the nodes that come through all those mix shaders and the final gloss shader itself. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go have some fun over in Blender. Okay, so I want to show you that really quick, my favorite combination. So I'm just going to hijack the work I've done so far here and add in two shaders. I'm going to add in the emission shader and I'm going to add in a glass shader as well. Let's just make this a bit bigger so I can see what's going on. Or grab the wrong area, never mind. Okay, so let's add in these just as their standard, glass and emission, and I've got them the wrong way around. Let's swap them back. Excellent. So this is what it looks like when it's plugged in with facing. This is what it can look like with the Fresnel. Pretty awesome. And of course with the emission you can change the color. So white with glass is going to be see-through of course, but the emission itself we could have a really cool blue. We can back off on the blend itself up the top here and have, well, a glowing orb. How cool is that? Oh look, we can look through at the other objects. Awesome stuff. Okay, so let's go and play with my head. Literally my head in my case. Okay, and I don't think I've applied any of my nodes yet, so I'm going to have to go ahead and set those up. No, I haven't. Okay, so let's go ahead and sort that out. So I've got a diffuse space there. That will be used at one point. We're going to have a gloss shader. Glossy BSDF, there we go. And, oh, I don't want to plug them together like that. Let's just bring that out. We're going to want a couple of subsurface scatterings as well. So we're going to have a couple of layers of those. So let's duplicate that. Pop it up there. We're going to have another one mixed together. Then we're going to have another one. And then we're going to have glossy as well. So we're going to have 1, 2, mix, 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 mix. So quite a few mix shaders here. So let's add one and blend them together. I think I'm going to have all my common ones on top for the moment. Right, I'm struggling with screen space here, so bear with me a few seconds while I sort that out. Okay. And let's get rid of that and move this across. The wonders of working with a small screen. Okay, so we've got our 2 subsurface scatterings. They're going to be mixed. So we'll pop the mix at the top, I think, as we go each way. Of course, we could use the layer weight at various stages as well if we wanted to. I'm not going to do that, however. And let's duplicate the mix shader, and duplicate the mix shader, and duplicate the mix shader. That should give us a nice flow as we go through. It is important when you're mixing things together that you do have a good idea of where they're coming from and the flow with your nodes. And as we can see here, I've kept all the mix shaders on the top, and all of these are mixing down as we go. Now the glossy one, we want to control the factor here with a layer weight node. So let's go and do that. Let's plug this into the output as well. And input layer weight, and pop that in as well. Now which one of these I choose will depend on how it looks. So I'm going to split this window now. I've got that roughly sorted out, and I need some colors, don't I? So I need a deep dark red here, but not 100%. 80's fine. Let's add a bit of other colors to it and make it a little bit darker. Let's make this one a little bit lighter. I'm just going to pick some random colors. This one even more. Okay, perfect. Now we've got these running through, and I've got a diffuse layer there as well. That's absolutely fine. In fact, I might lighten that up as well, because that's the real top of the skin, so that's not going to be very dark at all. And again, I'm not playing with these. I'm just getting them roughly right. I'm not trying to get a perfect setup here. I do need to adjust my radius, so not going to have 100%. I'm going to have maybe 60% of the red coming through and the rest of it being absorbed. So this is saying that most of the scattering will be the red light, the rest will be absorbed more readily. And this is going to be similar but less so. So this is if I would click on the right areas, radius here. So I'm going to have maybe 40 and 20 and 20, just using tab there to skip through them. This last one, it's not going to be very much scattering at all. It's going to be absorbed very quickly. And 0.1 and 0.1. Okay, so that is coming through absolutely fine to this, to there. And let's hit the render button and see how this is looking. So it's pretty glossy at the moment because it's a 50-50 gloss mix with the rest of it, and I don't want that. Let's try the Fresnel to begin with. Let's see how that looks. It should now be glossy in only places that are facing, is that right? That are facing the camera. Let's take the gloss out completely. Okay, let's look. Actually, that looks pretty good. That was a good rough guess going around there. Okay, with gloss only on there. Let's try facing, and of course we can change the factor as well. It takes a couple of moments for these to run out. So this is quite shiny. Of course, this gloss will be mapped soon using basically a UV map with showing us where it's glossy and where it's not, rather than just having the whole thing glossy. Okay, and let's just try Fresnel again. I've got a feeling that Fresnel is going to be better for our application. And I'm just going to knock this down to 0.2, so it's not so much of the gloss coming through. A little bit more, actually. Oh, let's type in 0.2 again. Okay, so I'm just going to have a look at that through the camera and render that out, so I can just see how it's looking fully. Now for my render settings here, because it's going to be a bit more detailed, I'm going to up that to 200 and of course hit F12 and let that render out. Now because the resolution's relatively low, it's going to give us a rough idea of what's going on. Now, I like that. That's a good bit of sheen in places, but not overpowering. Coming together really nicely. How's yours getting on? Have you done a bit more modelling than I have done here, so it looks a bit more humanoid rather than mannequin at the moment? We'll get there, don't worry. And remember to share your work in the discussions. I'd love to see how you guys are getting on, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to physics-based rendering, or often shortened to just PBR. So this is all about chasing realism, getting those materials as close to reality as possible. Now what we're talking about here is render time PBR rather than real-time PBR in the viewport. So we'll be talking about what is necessary for creating anything realistic when you go ahead and hit that F12 key for a full-time render. Or in fact, if you've just got the viewport on rendered mode as well. We're going to get something looking like it does in the real world, and that is critical for a lot of work. Now, when you focus on something that's physically based, we're talking about how objects really are in the real world. Cycles itself is almost there, but it does miss a few points. So you can't expect it to do perfect things straight away. You need to guide it along its way. It doesn't calculate Fresnel automatically of certain materials unless you tell it to. And roughness can be tweaked a little to make it a bit more usable. And we'll have a look at those two things shortly. Correct, but not always right. Now, this may sound a bit like an oxymoron, but getting something physically accurate will mean it looks correct. It might mean, however, that it doesn't look right. And that sounds like a very odd thing to say, but if you've got something, a vision that you want to create, it might not be possible to create it in the physical real world. I mean, that's the great thing about CGI. And certainly if you're making a spaceship, they don't really exist at the moment, or if you're making an alien. So making something look physically correct might not be the impact you want to create, but it's a great starting point. Once you're at this stage, whether it's modelling to get it looking physically accurate or materials, it's better to get to that stage first and then become more stylized, rather than trying to jump to the stylized, whether it's over-exaggerated jaw lines or an anime style if you're talking about the modelling, or whether you're talking about skin that glows or something along those lines. It's better to have it realistic first and then become more stylized, because you're starting from an accurate point. So what is done and when is very important. When you render something, it comes out perfect every time. The real world is not perfect. Our eyes, camera lenses, etc. are not perfect at all. They have little imperfections in them, which make life a little bit more interesting. And that's why sometimes when you're really stretching for that extra bit of photorealism, having some imperfections in the scene add a lot to it. Things like depth and field, focus, glare, lens flare are all added after the scene has been rendered. And this stage is called post-production, or sometimes post-processing. Okay, so what is wrong with roughness? Well, there is a massive drop-off in sharpness between a value of 0 and 0.1, and then it's much slower in terms of how it's changing after that. So it's not linear, it drops off very quickly. And being non-linear, it makes it very difficult to use, because a small adjustment low down is going to make a big difference. We are going to use the math node to try and correct this, and we're going to learn a couple of new node commands as well. Now, before we go and do that, we just want to see here default versus adjusted. So we have a ball, a sphere, that's in an environmental texture. It's just a photo I've taken, and we can see that with the roughness values, the jump between 0 and 1 is quite extreme. But as we go along to just 0.5, we can see that it changes very slowly. Now, using the math node, we can actually adjust how those values are calculated with the slider, and we get a completely different effect. And this is going to make it much easier to control. And you don't have to just apply this to roughness, of course. We're just using this as an example of how we can manipulate how something is working with something like the math node. So let's go explore the math node now and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so now we're over in Blender. I'm not going to do this with a cube. Well, I could do it with a cube. I don't know. I'm going to do a sphere because spheres look better than cubes. I'm a cubist, I suppose. So there we go. Let's add a UV sphere. I'm going to make it smooth, but I'm also going to go to the subdivision surface modifier, and under the render settings, just turn that up to 6. Then it's going to be super smooth, and we're not going to have any horrible artifacts when it comes to rendering. I'm going to add a material to it already, and I'm going to set it to be a glossy shader. That's fine. So the only other thing we're missing, because if we hop over into rendered mode, we don't really get much. We get a grey ball because it's reflecting the grey environment. So let's go ahead into the world tab, use nodes, and under the color options, I'm going to click the little dot to the right. It loaded an environmental texture. Now, this isn't actually an environmental texture that I'm going to load in as such. It's just a picture that I've taken. If you've got other textures that you want to load in, by all means do that. Otherwise, go to your section assets, and you should find 2 panoramas that you can pick from. I'm going to pick this one here, and I'm going to whiz over to the camera view to see which view we've got. Okay, that's don't really like that, so I'm going to go into first person moving mode. Now you can see here this isn't a perfect wraparound texture or anything like that. It is literally just a panorama I've taken. So the world has ended there and started again. So we want to be able to see some mountains, and I quite like the look of that. I'm going to hit F12 quickly just to see how that renders out. Again, it is important that you check your work often. That looks absolutely fine to me. Now, because it's lovely and smooth because of the 6 subdivisions, we get a nice crisp border going around. Okay, so now we've got that. Let's change this little box, this outliner at the top here. Well, I'm going to remove the lamp for a start. I'm going to delete that from our scene completely. I'm going to change this to the 3D view and change it to rendered mode and view it from the camera, so we get an idea of what's going on live. Now that we've done that, and there's an awful lot of black in this scene, so I don't know how that's going to pan out. Hopefully not too bad. But now we've got this in the scene, we can switch this big area over to the node editor. And trust me, to get rid of the outliner when I don't think we've actually got this sphere selected. So I'm going to go back to the 3D view, select the sphere, and now we've got it selected. When we go to the node editor, the node setup will be there. Okay, so there's a couple of things that we're going to have to add to our node setup. One is a math node, and that can be found under the Add menu, and go down to Converter, Math. And we'll plop that there. And that, the value output, is going to go into the roughness because that's what we're controlling. And of course, we lose the ability to control the roughness here because it's now being controlled by this node. We can change the type here, so we can do loads of different options. And the final thing that we need to do is have a way of controlling these values here. So I'm going to add in another node, a very useful node. It's an input, because it's giving input, I suppose, nice and straightforward, and it's just value. It's a slider. And from things like this, we can join it to both of these, for instance, and then control them both at the same time. Now, at the moment, we can see if I set that at 0.1, it goes all fuzzy. So that's not quite right. I think we need to play around with this math node and find the right selection of what's going on. So we're adding here. So this is going to add 0.1 to 0.5. And what we want to do is I'm going to link these back up again. So it's almost as if this is not here. Incidentally, you can also do that by selecting it and hitting the M key for mute. It'll undo that altogether. And then we're literally bypassing it, and this value is now controlling the roughness directly. So we want really the value here. By the time we've gone up to 0.5, it's pretty obscure, we can see. So to get an actual reflection, we're doing things like 0.01 and 0.02 and 0.03, etc. Quite low values, where it'd be quite nice to be able to have them higher up. So whatever we do with the math node has got to lower this value. And with that comes a challenge. I would like you to go ahead and smooth the roughness. Play with the math node and its options. Can you figure out a way of smoothing the sudden change where one moment the image is reflective and then all of a sudden blurred out? There is no right answer here because there are going to be a couple of solutions that work for what we want to do. Play with it, think carefully. If you combine numbers, how do you get a lower number? Think about it. And please do remember to save your result. We are going to use it again shortly. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go smooth out the roughness and play with that math node. Okay, so back over in Blender, I'm going to unmute the math node. Okay, so how do we get lower values? We can subtract. Okay, what happens if we do that? So is there a subtract? Yes, there is a subtract, and subtract a value of point. That's going to clamp it low. So it's going to be 0, essentially, because you can't get less than 0 with the roughness. So it doesn't matter what this number is. When it goes to 0.5, it'll then be 0. And then, so that's just offsetting the problem. That's not going to solve that. Multiplying. Okay, so if we multiply it by itself, so 0.1, if you times 0.1 by 0.1, you get 0.01. That's lowered the value. Okay, let's see what happens then. So if we go to 0.1, that's looking a bit better. And I presume as we step up, yes, that's looking much better. So there we go. There is one option. We can multiply, but that does give us not quite the flexibility I would like. That does give us a right answer in this case, but there's something else we can do here as well. So let's just have a look at some other options. Power. So what we've done here, by timesing it by itself, so 0.1 times 0.1, we've squared it. So that's to the power of 2. So if we go ahead and change this to power, and we don't want it to the power of itself because it will get tiny, but if we set the value here to 2, we've got 0.1 to the power of 2, and then it comes out here. Okay, so let's just test that again. So 0.1, 0.2, 0.3. Excellent. That is working. Of course, 1 to the power of 2 is still 1. In fact, 1 to the power of anything is still 1. So you do get the 100% roughness as well if we go all the way up. And of course, 1 times 1 if you've got the power there. So this gives us the other option of increasing this. So we could do to the power of 5. Now, I'm not quite sure what that's going to do. Let's have a quick look. I'm going to hold down Shift here so I can micro move this as we go across. And we can see that it really starts getting blurry much later on. This gives us much more fine control over those reflections, or rather the roughness of that surface. I think 5 is a little too high, because that's going to start making it difficult the other way, where you can't really get it, well, it's bunched up the other end if we do that. After experimenting, I've kind of settled if we go to 0.2 here, and we can compare it by just muting this node, this power node here. We can have a look in the top there, and when we mute it, we can see what it was like and what it now is like. So 2.5, and we can go backwards and forwards. I think a value somewhere between 2 and 3 works out really well. Remember to share your work in the discussions. Did you come up with a similar node setup to this? If so, brilliant. If you came up with something different, I'd love to hear your thinking, how you worked out which math node to use. Did you approach it from a completely different way? I've tried to talk through roughly my thinking there. Obviously, I've been playing with it for a while, so I've got some preconceived ideas of what was going on. But if you're completely new to this, I'd love to hear your thought process on how you came about completing this challenge. And as always, I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to the color ramp node. In this video, well, first of all, what is the color ramp node? Well, the color ramp node is generally used for mapping values to colors with the use of a gradient. And that will become more apparent very shortly. It can be customized to produce very interesting results. We will be using it to control a single value in the example coming up, so we can just stick with the grayscale. But because color is 3 separate channels, R, G, and B, you can potentially control 3 separate values with this one node. And if you're a graphically minded person, well, it's used to graphically control values, so you can visually see what's going on. So let's go play with the color ramp node now, and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so we're back over in Blender, and to speed things along, I'm going to open up the save from the last lecture, so we've got something we can work with. So here we go, this is what we were working on before. I'm just going to turn on the rendered view up in the top here. In fact, I'm going to make that whole area a little bit bigger so we can see what's going on. I'm going to get rid of this properties panel on the right hand side of the node editor. Now I'm going to keep value, that's going to be useful. I'm going to get rid of power because that's what we're going to use instead of a math node. We're going to use this color ramp. So again, it's a type of converter, and let's pop that in. Oh, it's a bit wider than I expected. There we go. Let's pop that in here and link these up. Okay, so what we've essentially done here, let's plug it into the right node input, roughness. Okay, so what we've essentially done here is nothing so far because the value being passed through, let's just undo this for the moment. This value here is literally just moving along this gradient from one side to the other. And so looking at it, it makes absolutely no difference. We plug this in here, 0.2 is going to be 0.2, and because the gradient is linear across from one color stop to another, let's zoom in a little bit, these little things that look like houses, because it's uniform moving across, then it will just be a one-to-one relationship. Now we can move these color stops by left-clicking on them and moving them to the left or right. Now what that will do is it will mean anything up, and remember that black is 0, black is always a value of 0, anything up to position 3, because that's the selected one, or 0.3, will be black. It will be 0. So any value that comes in will be made to be 0. Now, this does help us move it along, but it's really just offset the beginning and squash the other side. So that means from this point here, 0.3 to 1, it's going to be a more exaggerated version of the problem we've already got. So that's not what we want to do in this case. What would be a particular solution here is to add another one of these color stops and make this dark gray area last longer. Now there's a couple of ways we can do this. We can just hit the plus button here, and that will put a color stop smack bang in the middle. And we then can select that color stop. In fact, it is selected at the moment. We can tell that a number of ways. We've got this dotted line coming out the top of it, which shows its position. And we can also see this number here is the active color stop, number 1, and it goes 0, 1, 2. So it always starts at 0. It can be a bit confusing. Now this color bar on the bottom enables us to change this. Now we're only going to deal with grayscale at the moment, so that means that on hue, saturation and value, the only thing we really need to move is the value controller. And if I lower that down to maybe 0.3, we can see it stays darker for longer. And if it stays darker for longer, we should find that when we move the value along, it's much better than it was before. And of course, we can compare what it was before by just muting the color ramp. So if I select that and mute it and come off again, I can see that's made a difference. Now, of course, I can stretch that out further to make it have more of an impact, or indeed I can add another color stop and make the gradient gradually change. So another way of adding a color stop is to hold down Control and left click, and then you can place it where you want to place it. And again, I can then go into here and change the value of that. Now, this also gives us the ability to have black come back later on. So for instance, this wouldn't be particularly useful. I can't think of an application for it with the roughness input that we're trying to control at the moment, but it is kind of useful with other things if you wanted to take control of them. So sometimes it can be a little well, tricky basically to select that, but I'm going to pick this up and move it over here so it's dark again, and I'm going to change it so it's got a value of 0. And here we go, we've now got black further along. And what we should find, and I'm going to accurately position it by typing something in there, what we should find is now it's shiny, starts getting rougher and rougher, and then suddenly gets shiny again before going completely matte. So a value of 0.1, or let's unmute it, otherwise we won't see what's going on. 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, and we can see it's getting more and more blurry. And then as we approach 0.8, there we go, it goes clear again. Of course, if we were holding down Shift and dragging it, we'd see that a bit more gradual. And then that final stage between 0.8 and 1 just happens really, really, really quickly. In fact, it probably only a couple of hundredths to move it along there. So that is one of the ways we can use the color ramp. Now, one of the things to bear in mind with the color ramp is, in fact, we've got 4 values we can play with. So we can add another node in here to extract some of these values. So the color, there are 3 colors basically coming out of here: red, green and blue. So there are 3 values, and there's a 4th value from the alpha channel, and we can use that to control other things as well. So for instance, if we go ahead and let's duplicate this glossy shader, and then let's mix them together, and I'm going to use that shortcut Control and 0 to do the mixing. I'm not going to worry about tidying it up, and then I'm going to switch this out to a diffuse texture, and I get that error message. I still haven't got to the bottom of it. I think I just need to turn it on and off again, but I'll look at that later. It doesn't seem to be breaking anything, or may even be a bug in the program. Okay, so I've got all of this set up here. Now we've got the color output coming out from this color ramp, and what we can do is we can separate it into its individual channels. And we can do that with another converter. So we go and add a converter, and we can see here, separate RGB. If we pop that in there, we can see that the image comes in. So it doesn't have to be a plain old color. It is here, so every pixel is the same. And I can say that the red channel is going to control the color over here. Now, because it is a red channel controlling the color, what we'll find is that everything that's 1 on the red, obviously everything's just the same value at the moment, but anything that's colored 1 on the red channel will be white, because it will bring across 1, 1 and 1. This single value here will be repeated 3 times. If we wanted it to basically to bring it back into RGB territory and control the colors, we'd have to input all 3 of those into here. And as you can see, you can't just drag and drop all 3 into there. So we have to combine them back together. And guess what? There is a node for that. So we can go and add a converter and combine RGB. So then we've got red, green, and blue. So we can use that to control color. I can remove one of those so we actually get a colored ball. And here we can start playing with the values. So let's use blue to control the roughness setting. Let's use green and red to control. So we're going to get either a green, red, or yellowy tinge coming out of here. Okay, so now we've got this node set up. We can play with the colors here. So what we don't want to, well, I do want to whiz through it quickly and make sure that at no point does it go a horrible or it goes a bright yellow. That's the worst it gets by the looks of things by the time it reaches 1. So what else can we do to control that? So can we have it red at the beginning? So how do we get it just red? We make sure that green is 0. So let's go to this first. I need to zoom in a little onto here. Let's go to this first color node. There we go. And change this. So the RGB value of green. So let's go back there. Green is 0 and red is 1. So now it's slightly red at the beginning, and it will turn, well, neutral here and slightly darker before going yellow at the end. Because a value of 1 and 1 in red and green will produce that yellow. So there we go, that's turning around. Perfect. Now there's another way of blending the colors. This RGB input here will do some mixing. Then you've got hue, saturation and value. You can see it changes slightly how it mixes them together. And we've got HSL as well. And they're all different types of how to blend those colors together. And incidentally, you also get a different set of interpolations depending on which one you've selected. So HSV and HSL, they blend the colors first by converting it to those types of mixing and then combining them back together again. And this has the advantage of maintaining the color saturation between the different colors, the different hues, whereas RGB itself would desaturate, and so for you'd lose, and we can see it here, you would lose the richer color change as we go through. Now, RGB just blends colors by mixing the color channel and combining it all together. So we've got lots of different options here, and of course you can play with them. They give different results. We can go near, we can go clockwise. I don't think with this particular setup we're actually going to see much difference depending on which one here we select. Maybe as we move through we might be able to see a different rate of change between them. But you can see that we've got 4 channels to play with, and we can actually control a lot of different things. Now this is a kind of a forced setup, but you can see the power of the color ramp over something like the math node is that you can be a bit, well, you can be graphical about it. You can say when things are going to happen. You don't have to be so linear about it. So we can, as demonstrated here, have the gloss suddenly come back and disappear again later on. As I say that, I'm not sure if that's going to help us with this particular making the gloss shader roughness more accurate, but it certainly can be applied in other methods as well. So one final thing to consider with the color ramp is its input. So at the moment we have a value being inputted, which means that the whole object in one lump is just getting the one value wherever it happens to be on this gradient. Now, what happens if we put in something else along here that can pick different points depending on what we want to do? So let's try that. Let's try that with a basic texture. So I'm going to go ahead and switch this out. I'm going to use Shift and S to do so. And I'm going to go into texture. And what have we got here? I do like the Voronoi. But gradient might be a bit... Let's try Voronoi. And here we've got areas now. Oh, look at that. We've got areas where it's glossy, well, where it's red and somewhere it's yellow. This is quite cool. And of course, we've got intensity in cells. Let's change that out. And these discrete chunks. So let's go back to intensity and make these bigger, or make the value bigger, which will make them smaller. And we're starting to get a slightly different texture across the surface of our globe. Let's try a different texture. So again, I'm going to switch that out, go to texture. Let's try this gradient texture. Okay, so oh, look at that. We've got, what are we on? Linear. So that is, well, it looks like it's going to be red one side and yellow the other by the time we've mixed it with some glossiness in the middle. Yep, there we go. There's the glossy bit in the middle. That's this black band here. So we can have different effects applied across our model. And of course, we could actually just do color ramp, literally a color ramp. We could make it red one side and yellow the other without having all this extra plumbed in. So you could apply with that with something like grass, where grass tends to be a deep green by the roots, and maybe a yellow, a dirty sort of dead yellow by the time it gets to the tip. And you can control that with a color ramp. Now do bear in mind, if you do need a bit more control over your color ramp, you can make it wider. It only goes so wide, of course, but you can make it wider so you can see the gradient across it a little bit more clearly. Something else that you could potentially do is, let's get rid of this gradient texture and add in a layer weight. So now we can change this, the factor here, depending on the angle at which we're viewing the object from. So there we go. We've got a very reflective band just around the very outside. So let's move this black thing and move the reflection a bit closer to the 90 degree, if we call that here. And there we go. We've got reflection very close and it getting more diffuse, but that's the wrong way around. So of course we can flip this, and we can flip it very quickly. There's this double-headed arrow, so that will invert that. So now it's glossier around the very edge. And I can push that very close together and actually have a very, very glossy edge and a more rough center. Perfect. And that about sums it up what you can do with the color ramp, or certainly an introduction to what you could do with the color ramp. Bear in mind, it's awesome for controlling things. We could plug in an image texture in here, which would map colors or controls depending on the actual map itself. So the possibilities with the color ramp are pretty much limitless. And I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to how light interacts with a surface. So in this video, you'll gain a better understanding of how light works in the real world and how it transfers across into the Cycles rendering engine. Now, we've already got a rough idea when it comes to plane surfaces, and we started building that up by mixing shaders together, and we're starting to change how light interacts with the surfaces depending on the angle of which it's viewed from, or even just with a texture applied. So we're starting to control how that light actually is being reflected and seen by the Cycles rendering engine. And that's how we can start building up more and more realistic materials. Now we're going to look at 6 ways that light and surfaces can interact. And of course, in real life, they don't just act in one way, they act in multiple ways. And we're also going to gain some understanding about the physics behind how our materials are working. And don't worry, we're not going to get too deep into the math behind it. So, in order to start this, we're going to grab our pen and pencil, or in this case, a digital version of it, and start having a look at how light interacts with the surface. Okay, so in front of us here, we have 6 different setups in front of us. And these, I suppose, are analogous to having just a rectangle there with one individual shader attached to it. So, for instance, reflection. Now, when reflection happens, and we've covered this right earlier on in the course when we started talking about shaders, we have the angle of incidence where the light comes in, so the angle here, is equal to the angle of reflection. Of course, nothing is a perfect reflector in the real world, so this is a perfect example. In reality, you'd end up mixing it with something else. And in fact, that's what we're aiming to do here, to get a little bit of a deeper understanding of what's actually happening to light when it hits a surface, so we can set up more realistic materials, so we can think more in depth about what is happening. So scattering, so for instance here, diffuse. So we'll have, again, the light ray coming in, but instead, it's a bit of a wobbly light ray, we would have it scattering off in different directions at different magnitudes depending on the surface itself. And that is very useful when we combine the two. Of course, if we did combine the two, you may end up with a big reflection coming out if it was quite a glossy surface, and some diffuse as well. And that would be a mix of these two put together. Of course, then we can add other things in to control how that mix happens, and that's what we've been doing very recently. Now, what happens with absorption? Well, as it sounds, as light hits a surface, some of it will be absorbed. It's just the way the world works. So it will go into the material and be lost forever. Now, it won't be everything that gets lost, because that's impossible, unless it's a black hole. In which case, this would be an entirely black material. Now, we were talking earlier about not having materials that were zero on anything. So let's say green or white light hits the surface and some green is absorbed. That means we've got the blue and the yellow. So we have a little bit, sorry, the blue and the red. We have a little bit reflecting here. Red might come in and get absorbed a little bit, but be reflected off much more, or bounced off, or whatever it happens to be. And then, of course, the blue light itself, if that also struck the surface, that may be the biggest one of all, and that would be a kind of a pinky colour overall. It would be somewhere around here, probably, we'd get that type of shade. Or this particular material would look a kind of magenta in colour. Now, refracted, that is an interesting one. You can do this at home when you stick a pencil or a straw into a cup of water. You'll see light comes in, and then it will bend towards or away from the normal. So we've got our normal running through here. It'll either turn towards it or away from it, depending whether it's entering a less dense material or a denser material. So if it's more dense, it will tend towards the normal. If it's less dense, it will tend away from that normal. So if it was going from glass into air, we would find that, oh, well, let's do that. So from air into glass would do this, and then as it struck the other side, it would carry on roughly at the same angle it was before. So it slows down and then picks up speed again. And now this here that we've just drawn is an example of transmission, where light, it doesn't have to be refracted, the majority of the light that enters an object goes through that surface and comes out the other side. Now, of course, it could be transmitted, and instead of coming out in a straight line, it might be scattered on the surface. Incidentally, when things go inside a model, you can end up with subsurface scattering. So if we go back to scattering up here, if this was a subsurface scattering node, we'd find that light would enter the material and then bounce around, and some of that light would find its way out, and some of it would be absorbed as well. So there's a lot that joins all of these things together. Now, some of the particular shader nodes that we have are to make our lives easier. Before, well, not that long ago actually, the subsurface scattering node didn't exist. And before, we had to do a mixture of all of these things, blending them together to try and get a subsurface scattering, or something that at least emulates it. The final one here, there's no direct shader for, but it happens in real life and it's worthwhile knowing about it. So when light or energy would hit a surface, and let's say it gets absorbed, and it gets absorbed almost fully with very little reflection, so we get most of the energy coming in. Now, this particular object would have absorbed energy, so it will start emitting energy as well. Now, usually that will be infrared energy or something along those lines, but it could also be visible light if it was energetic enough. So we can't really do the radiated by a shader, but I think the closest thing to that, if you were to emulate something that was hot, perhaps something that was glowing because a lot of energy had been put into it, it would be radiating, so it would be emitting. So an emission shader would be quite a useful one here. And I'm sure you could set up a couple of math nodes and other things to calculate a certain amount of radiation depending on light hitting the surface as well. So let's go have a closer look at some shaders now and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so we're on a default Blender file here, and one of the things we can do to try out these different shader types, I'm going to turn snapping on, and I'm going to lift this object up by one and move it across a couple. I'm now going to go to the 3D cursor. Where are we? 3D cursor, and just set it at +1 on the Z-axis. So when I add a couple of more basic objects like a cone and a Suzanne, let's stop at Suzanne, the monkey. There we go. I'm going to rotate Suzanne around 90 so she's facing us.
although that is down the camera as she was rightly added. And I'm going to set smooth shading on this cone, so smooth shading there. We'll get some odd effects around the base here because, well, it's trying to smooth around a greater than 90-degree angle, so that's going to look interesting. And I'm going to smooth Suzanne here. Now, with Suzanne, one of the things to bear in mind is she's going to be quite jagged, so I'm going to add in a couple of subsurface divisions just to make her look that much smoother. Okay, let's go to the camera view, and, well, let's move that camera around so we've got a much better view. Okay, so there's all three of our objects. Now, finally, to play with this, I'm going to add in one final mesh. So I've got a surface to work with. Going to move that down and scale it up. So we've got a surface. And I'm going to set all three of these objects to have the same material. So let's go to the Materials tab, New, and let's change the color so we can see what's going on. And I'm going to apply that material to all of these other ones as well. Okay, so we've got our material set up. Lighting is not great at the moment, so I'm going to go to my lamp, make it universal using the sun lamp, and use nodes. Okay, and I'm going to make the output or the strength about 4 so it's nice and bright. I'm going to get rid of my properties panel and my tool shelf and just zoom into the area we're looking at. Now we've got this set up, we can actually play with the material, and I'm going to call this test material so we know what's going on. And we can actually change this to all different types so we can make it glossy and you can see this reflecting. Incidentally, you see this really jagged stuff happening around here. That's simply because there's not enough polygons to interpolate between them all, so you end up with a very jagged surface. If we wanted to improve that, again, we'd have to add some subsurface divisions, but of course with that comes a few problems in itself because that cone no longer looks like a cone, but kind of cool. It now looks like a teardrop, which I didn't know that would happen. It's the first time I've tried that. There we go. How cool is that? In fact, I'm going to move that across on the y-axis so it's a little... Oh, I've moved the wrong thing. Move it across on the y-axis so it's a little closer to our models. Okay, I'm going to leave it like that just because I can and because I quite like it. Okay, so now we've got these three objects that we can play with. We can play with the materials, and I'll get to that in a few moments after I've just explained a couple of items here. So I want to explain why volume absorption and volume scattering will come out black, and anything else to do with volume. And the reason for that is because we're changing the volume properties and not the surface properties. So we see the word surface here and volume here. So we can swap these round, or essentially click on the little dot and remove, and then go to volume and add it in to volume absorption, for instance. And if I make this density something like 15, we'll be able to see what's going on there. The thicker your object is, the more light it actually absorbs. So if we give this a color, let's make it a blue, we can see that we end up with a very dark blue, or essentially black if all the light is absorbed by the time it reaches the middle of a thick object. And these ears are quite thin, so it lets a lot of light through. Now, volume scatter is very similar, but it's kind of opposite in a way. So you're telling it which colors are being absorbed. So in this case, the blue, you can see opposite is the yellow. So it's absorbing a lot of blue and the output is mainly yellow. If I tell it to absorb all the green, and of course don't go all the way, because otherwise you get a complete 0 on something, which is something we don't want. If we go, let's say, to here, we can see that the pink light is being scattered, etc., etc. So it's the opposite side of that color wheel. Now, when we look at the node setup, we get something, well, it really highlights what's going on in the background here. So if we're playing with the volume scatter, it needs to be plugged into the material output. So it needs to be plugged into the volume input of that material output. Otherwise, it won't work. And it actually says here volume, and we've got a green shader output. So it's looking for a shader input that's also a volume. If we plug it into surface, it doesn't work because it's not set up to do that. The other thing to show you guys is the anisotropic filter. Yeah, where is that? Anisotropic.
I'm being complete. Here we go. So anisotropic basically means it changes depending on the direction at which the camera / lighting is hitting the object. So in this case, an anisotropic is used as a control here. Anisotropy, I don't know how that's pronounced. Anisotropy. Anyway, it depends on the angle at which the light is, and we end up with a very good looking saucepan lid if we get the settings quite right there. Perhaps not on a cube, but we get the effect there if you look at the bottom of a metallic saucepan of what's going on. So it's very, very good for metallic objects. It's basically directional reflections in that case. Rotation, well, that kind of skews that and makes it look a bit odd in places. But it will have its time and place depending on the model that you're working on. So that's only a couple of these shaders gone over, and of course, it's time for a challenge. I would like you to go and play with shaders. So set up a series of basic objects. So just use primitives to get the hang of this. And obviously watch for facets as well. So if you are going to use anything that's basically smooth, you want it to be as smooth as possible in the first place. So bear that in mind if you're making a sphere or you're making a cone, etc. Just to make sure you don't have artifacts when you're rendering. Apply the same shader to each one of these objects so you can see how it affects different objects at the same time. Remember, you can use a render border to speed up rendering, so you don't have to render the entire scene. You can draw that render border around your work so you don't have to wait for your computer, if you've not got a particularly quick one, to render the scene. And remember, you can lower your samples as well, just in case you've turned them up at some point in the past. I wouldn't recommend any more than 10 whilst you're doing this testing. Try out all of the shaders one by one to see their effect on those primitives, on those objects, and you'll get an idea and a feeling about how they're going to work when you start using them on other objects as well. Remember, volume shaders need to be plugged in to the volume input of the material output node. They're designed to work on the volume of the shape, not just its surface. So pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go play with some shaders. Okay, so we're back over in Blender, and I'm going to go and open up a file I was working on earlier, just a few extra primitives in it. And here we go. We've got smooth shading applied to 4 of the objects here, and the others are flat. So let's hop into rendered mode so we can see what's going on. And I've got them a light, peachy, creamy color at the moment. So with diffuse, we know what that looks like. We've played with that lots. Hair does look very odd. Did you notice that when you played with hair? It ends up faceted all over the place. And of course, this shader is in fact designed for hair, not thick objects. But there we go. If that's a pattern you're looking for on something, well, it's there and ready for you if you want to use it. So let's see what else have we got here. Volume absorption. Of course, we can't use that on the surface. We need to use that on volume. That was great fun to play with. Glossy. I always love glossy. I like shiny things. Call me a magpie. I can make things reflective. And we've already played with making this roughness just a little bit more sensitive before. I quite like the toon shader. Where is it? A bit further down, toon. Now, I thought this was quite cool. It gives a more cartoony appearance to your models. And there were 2 options here, diffuse and glossy. Glossy had a much harsher reflection to non-reflective area. I suppose that's right with it being glossy. Size, I quite liked having that quite high up because it gave more of that comic book type feel to it. Of course, smoothing just made those boundaries a little less harsh, although when you whacked up the size so high, it didn't really make sense raising the smoothness because it made it quite bland. But I quite like the output that this gives, very cartoony, that's basically what it is. It's a toon shader. It's supposed to look more cartoony. Velvets. Now that was an interesting one. For me, that kind of looked more like, well, obviously it's supposed to be velvet, so let's make it a luscious, deep red. Oh, gorgeous. But it reminded me more of the diffuse shader with a black splodge facing the camera. Don't know about you, but that's how I felt about it when I first saw it. Now, I do know that it's useful for doing surfaces that are slightly hairy, like fine hair on a face or something along those lines. So it can be used much more subtly than this extreme example. Translucent, that's always fun to have. Of course, some of these are designed to be used with other shaders. So translucent, as the name sounds, is just letting light through our model, which is great, but of course, it'd be better if it was mixed with something else to make it semi-transparent. Glass is always a good one to play with. Now, the glass shader itself has got some specularity to it, so it's glossy, and refraction down near the bottom is basically the glass shader without the gloss added to it. So very similar, but this is more of I suppose, a plastic sort of feel to it rather than a glass. Now, the one that will get most people is Holdout, because you're very unlikely to use it unless you're trying to separate something out later on in the compositor. Essentially, Holdout adds a value of 0 for any object that actually has that material applied to it, and when that happens, it means that later on you can fill it in a render in the compositor, but we're not going to use that in this particular section at all. So lots of different ones to play with. Did you have any particular favourites? As I say, I quite like Toon. That was one of my favourites because it had that high contrast to it. Did you end up mixing or adding any of the shaders together? Did you get some effects that you really liked? I quite like mixing emission with certain shaders because it makes the objects glow. As I said, I like shiny things. Anyway, if you've come up with some great shader combinations, I'd love to see them in the discussions. And I will see you guys in the next lecture.
Welcome to the Fresnel node. So what does this do? Well, it makes things more physically accurate, and that is because everything has a Fresnel effect in the real world, and we'll go into more about what that is in a moment. Now, Cycles does not do it by default, so we have to mix some nodes together to make sure we get the effect that we want. Now, one of the things to remember is that if your surface has a low roughness, it has a high amount of Fresnel. So, for instance, anything that's glossy is going to exhibit this more than something that is rough. So, a high roughness equals a low amount of Fresnel. So, how does it function? Well, simply put, it calculates the proportion of incident light, so the light that is coming in from our lamps, from the environment, from whatever, that is reflected off of a surface, versus the amount that does something else. Now, I say it does something else because it does depend on what the surface is. Some of it will obviously be absorbed, otherwise you wouldn't see the surface. If we were talking about water and liquids, well, it's going to go through the surface and start lighting up the base of the pond or the lake or whatever it happens to be. So let's have a couple of looks at some real world examples. So here we have the roof of a car. Now, cars are pretty reflective in general, and you will see that closest to us, where we're looking at it almost straight on, there's less reflection than if we go further along towards the other car you can see in the background there. So we end up with more of the light going through and hitting the paint underneath the clear coat on top of the car as it goes round. So we see more of the base colour. As we go around and further towards the top of the car, you can see more and more of the sky. So you get more and more reflection the lower that angle of incidence is to the viewer. Here we have another example of a car where we can actually see the blue of the car, and as we actually go further and further away from our straight on angle, we get a white, and that's obviously reflecting the sky and the sun. And what we can see here, this is the Fresnel effect happening. So depending on the angle you're viewing depends on the angle of reflected light that you're going to see.
Now, a classic example of the Fresnel effect is something along the lines of this, where we've got a gorgeous scene in front of us, and if we pay attention to the water, because that is the highly reflective surface. So this is an example of something with low roughness, as all the others have been, but this is extremely low roughness. It's going to have a high Fresnel effect. So closest to the camera, where we're almost looking through the water, obviously we can't look into the water on this particular shot, but you can see more of the bottom. So more of the light is being refracted and hitting the base of the lake here, then being reflected. Now, as we go further into the distance to the far end of the lake, more and more of that light is being reflected rather than refracted and transmitted through the water. Now here we have something that we've all experienced, whether it's with a phone screen or a laptop screen. When the angle is not directly facing us, we end up just seeing pure reflections of what's on the outside world rather than what we're trying to look at. This is something you can experiment with straight away if you want to. We can really see the effect in full flow. So now we've seen some real world effects of how the Fresnel effect works. Let's go explore this now and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so we're over on a default blend file. Now before I do anything else, because I'm fed up of doing this, I'm actually going to modify my startup file. I want to select this lamp. A number of times I've now switched it to a sun lamp and change the surface. Use nodes. Let's use nodes here, surface, emission, and set the strength to 3. The number of times I've had to do something along those lines is getting a joke now. So now I've done that, what I can do is go ahead and save my startup file. Then the next time I go File and New, it actually starts up with the lamp. Perfect, that's exactly what I want. So then when I go to rendered mode, I actually get the bright uniform light across my scene that I have to set up almost every time. So I won't be setting that up anymore because it's already done. Okay, so we've got our cube here and I'm just going to shift that back in our scene. And again, well, actually in this point, what I can do is open up a previous file if I wanted to, but I'm just going to add a couple of objects into my scene. Doesn't really matter where for the moment because we're going to see them reflected in the surface in a few moments. So one final object, let's go for a cone. Okay, I'm going to turn snapping on so I can lift that up, and the same with the cylinder. And I'm just going to move that back and across slightly. And I'm going to put objects at slightly different places so I can see how the reflection changes with distance in a few moments. Okay, perfect. Oh, I've managed to put that one relatively high. The final thing I want to do is add in a plane. And I'm going to scale that up to cover the entire lot. Now, the reason why I've added a plane is because this is going to become our reflective surface, much like the lake is with the mountains and trees and all in the background. So call these low poly mountains and trees if you'd like. So now we've got that set up, I'm going to get rid of the tool shelf, go into rendered mode, make sure everything's working, perfect. I'm going to shift this across so I can still see what's going on in rendered mode. But switch this one to the node editor, and I've gone to a vertical sort of workflow here rather than horizontal, and actually I'm going to get rid of those two, well not get rid of them but push them to the side. I'm going to add I'm going to make sure that's selected, the plane is selected, and then create a new material, and I'm going to call this water. It doesn't have to be water, but in this case it's going to be. And we've got a setup here. We've got diffuse going into a material output. So that's the default material we've currently got. So I need to show you guys where the Fresnel node is. You might have seen it earlier if we go ahead and add an input and Fresnel. And there we go. So that's now ready to be used in order to change the reflectivity of this surface based upon the angle that you're looking at it. Now, one of the things we can do is actually hold down Control and Shift and click on Fresnel, and we can see the effect in action. So we can see that it's going to be a dark grey, not black. It will become darker and darker if you play with the IOR, but we can see here it's dark grey when we're looking straight down, so a value close to 0. And then as we get less and less, as we start going down to a much shallower angle to that surface, it gets more white. And as we can see here, there's actually a gradient as well. So we can see there that which order to place things in as well. We can see the gradient there from not quite 0, maybe 0.1 or so on grey, all the way up to 1. This will be white at the very top, so that'll be the most reflective. So I'll just set up the diffuse node as the main output again, and then of course it's time for a challenge. I'd like you to go ahead and set up the Fresnel node. So add the remaining shaders necessary to make the Fresnel node effective. Remember, we need a shallow angle furthest from the normal to be reflective, and as we approach the normal of the surface, for it to transition to another shader. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go set up the Fresnel node. Okay, so we're back over in Blender, and one of the first things that I need to do is decide on, well, we need something reflective to begin with if we're going to make this work. So let's go ahead and add in a gloss shader. There we go. So we now have our two shaders to transition through. So we need to mix these two together. I'm going to use the Node Wrangler shortcuts to do that. There we go. We've got a mix shader plugged in. And we need to change the factor here, so whether it's glossy or shady. So glossy here, pure reflective, just to test. Of course, I could use Control Shift and click on it just to isolate it. Let's go back to the mix shader. We can see that the roughness is set at 0.2, so we're never going to get a decent reflection straight off. So let's lower that down to 0 so we do get 100% reflection. And we want it as we come up here to be almost diffuse. Okay, with a tiny bit of reflection, of course, because it's not going to be there. So let's plug the factor in here and see what happens. Okay. Right, that is going the wrong way. We can see that straight away because it's not being highly reflective when we're down here. It's being highly reflective at the other end. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is swap these round then. So let's swap them round. In fact, I'm going to reorder them as well, just so it looks better. It doesn't look nice if we've got things crossing over. Okay, so let's have a look at that now. So it's diffuse all the way up here, and it starts to get more and more glossy the further you come down. Excellent. So I'm going to drag this ball actually closer. Oh, let's closer to us. So we can see there's far less reflection closer to the camera than there is away from the camera. Okay, that's perfect. How did you guys get on? Did you play with certain things? So if we go back to the surface here, did you play with this IOR to see what it does? In fact, let's do that now. I'm going to isolate it first so we can see the pure what's actually going on. So I'm going to keep it this shallow angle so we can see almost no glossy coming through, all the way up to gloss coming through. So here we have an IOR of 1.450. If we lower that down, we see that we get more. In fact, if we go all the way down, we get a pure white. And we don't seem to be able to stop going up. Okay. So it's most effective lowering it because we get a much stronger gradient. So this is going to really emphasize the fact it's not going to be glossy close and glossy further away. I'm going to go for a value of 1.2 and then Control Shift click on the mix shader again and just see what's happening. Okay, so as you can see here, it's at this sort of angle. These are very reflective. Well, let's make this bigger so you guys can really see what's going on. So at this angle, you can hardly see the reflection of this sphere, but you can see the reflection of everything else in the distance. That's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to achieve. How did you guys get on? Please share your work in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to Reusing Shaders and Materials. In this video, you will no longer have to keep making the same basic shaders and materials again and again. We often call for a basic wooden material, plastic material, a glass, etc. And we have so far to create it every single time. But wouldn't it be great if you could just pick from a library the moment you start working? Of course it would be great. So you'll learn how to start your own library of shaders and materials so you can access them whenever you want. And this also gives you the ability to continually improve your shaders and materials and add to them as you grow as an artist. So without any further ado, let's hop straight on over into Blender. Okay, so in front of us we have the default Blender file. So let's go ahead and I'm going to get rid of my cube that's there and add in a sphere because it's a lot neater and easier to work with. Let's scroll up, and I'm also going to shift it up on the Z-axis by 1 Blender unit. I'm now going to create a plane to work on. You can see the sort of standard workflow that I'm going through at the moment and repeatedly over and over again. Now I'm going to add a smooth shader to my sphere, and I'm also going to subdivide it a couple of times just to make it super smooth. And click apply. So that's a super smooth sphere on a floor. Now I'm going to hop into rendered mode straight away and minimize this down. And we're going to create a standard shader that we've created a couple of times already, which is a mix between the gloss and a diffuse with a Fresnel mix. So let's go into the node editor. Excellent. Let's add a material because we don't have one. We are on the plane at the moment. Now the plane, I do want to actually have something attached to it. I want it to be a checker. So for the color input, I'm going to add an texture as the input, a checker texture, and I'm going to plug that straight across. Perfect. I'm just going to raise this scale. That should make the squares smaller. I'm going to go for 20. There we go. So we've got a kind of a surface for it to work on. Right, I'm happy with that, apart from we haven't named the material. So I'm going to call this checker floor. I can just about see through my microphone that's going in front of me. Anyway, so we've got now this sphere to do. So let's, oh, that's not the sphere. That is the sphere that we've selected. Okay, so we've got a diffuse shader. We need a gloss shader. We need to mix those together. So gloss, oh, not gloose, but gloss. Excellent. Going to select them both and using Control and 0 to mix them. And then the final addition is the Fresnel. So let's go ahead and add in, oh, right key combination helps, Fresnel. There we go. So that's a great start to that setup. Now I want to be able to control this glossy shader with a bit more finesse. In fact, the glossy shader and the diffuse shader, the roughness values. So I'm going to lower down the roughness value on here and just see what's going on. Have we got the reflections that we want along the edges? Yes, we have. That's absolutely fine. So we're going to get on to making sure, first of all, that this shader is all grouped together appropriately. Now, one final thing I want to do is give myself a bit more control. So I'm going to add in a math node, plug the output value into both of those roughnesses, and change that to power. Okay, so I'm liking the setup here. That is my basic setup. So I'm going to select all of the components that are within this setup. So all the way from power, all the way through Fresnel, diffuse, glossy, and mix shader. I'm going to use the shortcut key. We haven't grouped anything in a while, but it's Control and G. And that's going to put it into a group. Now, whilst we're in this group, we can start manipulating. Now, the output is what comes out, and the input is what we actually can input to control things. So, for instance, here, I might want to control the normals for everything. I'll certainly want to control the value for everything. That's why this isn't behaving quite right. So, we're going to have a value slider on the group input. Now, the problem with it just coming across as value is it says value over here, and that doesn't mean anything. Let's hop out of this group with the tab key, and we can see we've just got value.
It's exposed that control, but because it's called value, it's really no use to us whatsoever. So let's go back into that group and change the name of that. And we can do that in the properties panel. If it's not open, press the N key to reveal it. And we can see we've just got value here on the input, and we've got a name there. So instead of calling it value, we can call it roughness, because that is essentially what it's going to be controlling. Now that's in there, I'm also going to change the value of that to I can't remember what it was before, between 2 and 5, so I'm going to settle for 2.5. Now, other ones that you may want later on are your normal maps, so you can control things. So I'm going to plug all of those into normal. Okay, and the final thing there I can see is the color, so we've got some control over the color. Now when we tab out, we can see it's exposed the normal, the roughness, and the color. So if I lower the roughness down to 0.1, it should end up a lot more glossy than it was before, because it should be passing on that 0.1 across. And now I can change the color as well, so I can make this a red ball if necessary. You can certainly see the checkers in that much more easily. Okay, and you can see here it's actually having that Fresnel value applied properly, because it's getting glossier and glossier towards the outside. Excellent. So there's one final thing to do here before we do anything else, and that is to name things appropriately. This is currently called node group, and that is no good at all. So let's go ahead, properties panel here. Let's change node group to PBR plastic. And so we've got this set up now, PBR plastic, it's named it at the top here. So we should be good to go if we need to bring that in to another one of our scenes. Now, if we wanted to do this, I'm going to save this file now. So I'm going to go File, Save, and I need to call it something. So I'm going to call it PBR Test. Save the Blender file. Okay, the final thing I want to just check here is my material itself. It's called Material 001, so I'm going to call this PBR Plastic, because what we can then do is append this into other scenes if we want to. So let's go ahead and go File, Save, and then actually start up a brand new Blender file, and we'll end up back here again. So now we've done that, we can go to File, Append, to add it into this scene. And if I go and find PBR Test, here we go, there are two places we can visit. If we want to bring across the material, we can see the two materials there, Checker Floor and PBR Plastic. We can bring them straight into this scene. If we only want to move the node group across and set up materials afresh each time, we can go to Node Tree and you will see PBR Plastic there. Excellent. Now, once it's in the scene, we will need to make sure it has a fake user. Otherwise, or a real user, of course, but otherwise, when you save your file, it'll disappear. And of course, that leads us on to a challenge. I would like you to start your library. So go ahead and add 2 materials to your Blender start file. Remember the fake user, otherwise it will disappear. I do recommend appending, so the original is in the startup file. So if you've already created an awesome material in one of your other projects that you've been working on, you can actually now append it into this startup file so you can use it again and again and again. Of course, appending it means that the startup file is the source file. It also means if you need to change something, you can change it in the startup file. Just remember to save your startup file to make sure that you've solidified that change. The one thing I would impress upon you is remember what you're seeing on your screen at the moment you save your startup file is exactly what's going to appear every time you start a brand new Blender file. So make sure you sort things out and tidy it up just before you hit that save. Go ahead and also add 2 node groups to your startup file. So have you found yourself not only having to set up, obviously, repeat materials all the time, but have you also found yourself having to set up basic node groups again and again and again? Are you always doing gloss and diffuse and a mix shader? Well,
why not group them together so you can just put them into your scene very quickly? We've already seen that Node Wrangler automatically assigns a texture mapping with Control and T. It automatically adds those 3 nodes in there. That's kind of like how this is going to work, but only add useful things to this group rather than things that take seconds to do. Obviously, we're practicing at the moment, but later on you'll want to do this with more complicated things so you don't have to keep setting it up every single time. Certainly speed up your workflow no end. Finally, consider anything you've repeatedly had to set up over and over again. It's important that this is not a shortcut to just doing something once or a very simple task. This is a shortcut to stop you having to do the same thing repeatedly. Now, you might want to consider also in your scene a series of test objects to test out your materials and demonstrate them. Now, you might also want to consider not putting these on layer 1. So if you need to preview and test materials, you switch yourself over to one of the other layers so you can work on it from there. But if you just want to get on with your work, you don't have to worry about removing those other objects from the scene. And of course, hide them away if necessary as well in the outliner. Put them under an empty called test objects or something like that so you can keep them out of the way of being rendered accidentally, so you can keep them out of the way in general as well. So pause the video. This might take you a little while to practice and sort out and bring some new materials into your library. Perhaps try a couple of textures as well in there, perhaps rock or wood as 2 examples, so you can do your desks or floors outside, concrete, things like that. So pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go add 2 materials and 2 node groups over in my startup file. So I'm going to append this PBR plastic into my file since it's already on the screen ready to go. And I'm also going to go ahead and append that other material, PBR plastic. I could append checker floor as well, and let's move this test object. Well, that's not a test object. Let's get rid of that. I am going to move in my checkered material actually as well. So let's go ahead and append the checkered floor. I'm just going to construct a basic scene. So I've got a plane. I'm going to scale that up. I'm going to go to my materials and there should already be a checker floor there. Now, of course, if I apply these to objects now, I don't need to give them a fake user. But whilst I'm here, I am going to give them a fake user as well, so that if at any point I decide to remove it from these objects whilst I'm practicing, I'm not going to remove them from this Blender file. So I'm going to go ahead here with this plane and move it to a layer, and I'm going to move it to the last layer, and I'm going to go to that layer. Okay, now we're on this last layer. I'm going to add in a couple of mesh objects. So I'm going to add in Suzanne the monkey, and I'm going to GZ1, and I'm going to move my 3D cursor to Z equals 1 as well. So these next few that I add to our scene, let's move Suzanne along from there. Yeah, the next ones I add to the scene here, I'll be able to see straight away. I'm going to have my icosphere as the faceted one because it just looks cool as a crystal. And what shall I add finally? Let's add a torus. I've not added a torus for a while. And I'm going to make that torus nice and smooth as well. So I've got my various objects here. Suzanne, I am going to subdivide a couple of times. Subdivision surface modifier. And add smooth shading. I'm going to do a very similar thing to my sphere, but not so many. Oh, I don't want to solidify. I want subsurface division. Okay, apply and smooth that out. That I'm going to leave like that. Now I am also going to make this one nice and smooth as well, and make it a smooth shader. So I've got my few objects here, and I'm just going to move my camera to reflect that. Obviously, this is going to change the default camera position, but I don't care in this case. Now I'm going to add this floor. I'm going to go into rendered mode. This floor has currently got PBR plastic. I'm going to change it to checker floor. Excellent. It seems a little dark in here for some reason, and I'm not quite sure why. Have I turned off a lamp or anything? No. Oh well, it does seem dark.
Does it? Ah, yes, the lamp's on layer 1. Fair enough. I can see what's going on there. Okay, so my ball here has got the PBR plastic on it. Because I'm already in the startup file here, I can create my materials afresh in this file altogether. So I'm going to go new here. I'm going to call this Crystal, Crystal. Oh, Vistal. Okay, it does not help when you can't really see the keyboard underneath. So we've got Crystal here. I'm going to set that to a glass shader. Okay, so we've got the crystal surface here. I'm now going to go into the node editor itself and see if we can refine this a little further. And I'll be back in a few moments once I've tweaked about for a few minutes. Okay, so a little bit of a lie there. I spent quite a bit of time rather than a few minutes just playing with my setup here. So I've moved everything over to layer, or the very final layer here. And as we can see, if I look at the examples here, I've turned off everything but the lamp in this last layer, which is an exact duplicate of the first lamp on layer 1. Let's turn everything on so we see what we've got. We've got a series of items here and a series of materials as well that I can pick from. I remember to give them all a fake user, so if I do decide to delete any of these, the actual model themselves, I don't delete the actual material. Let's just have a quick look at how all those look. It'll take a few moments to render out. Okay, so that's finished rendering out there, and we've basically got a checkered floor, a plastic ring, a terracotta teapot, a fireball, or just something I was playing around with and came up with something quite fanciful there, a wooden monkey, and this faceted sort of gem crystal type thing that I've been working on there. So we can take a look at a couple of these. We don't have time for a deep dive into any of them. Which one should we have a look at? Let's have a look at this teapot here. So I'm going to hide everything else. Starting to render out here, we can see that this terracotta teapot has a texture to the surface. So let's go have a look at the node setup and see how that one was set up. Okay, so we'll start at the far side, the right hand side, because this is pretty familiar to us. We've got our two nodes, our quite standard diffuse and glossy shaders, mixed with a Fresnel shader into a mixed shader and to the material output. Now the difference comes this side, and it's literally just a texture. So let's have a look at how it's structured. First of all, we've got a texture coordinate. Now the texture coordinate simply tells Blender how to map the actual texture to the surface of our object. So I've set it to object so it generates the coordinates for us without having to worry too much about any seams or anything along those lines. And because we're just using a noise texture and nothing else, that's absolutely fine. In fact, this noise texture here, if we isolate it, we can see what's going on. So I'm Control Shift and click that, and then click it again. Take a few seconds. Blender's running a little bit slowly for me, or not responding. Okay, there we go. I don't know why that was being a bit slow there. I think I'm just having a bit of a slowness issue on the computer. Anyway, so we can see that we've got a black and white output from this noise texture, and it kind of looks like some clouds, I suppose. Now this is being put into the bump node, and when that happens, it's being plugged into the height of the bump node, so we've got high points and low points, and that is being spat out as a normal. So if we go to the bump node itself and preview that, there we go, we can see we get a textured output from it. Now when we have a look at these individually, you can see that the glossy has a little bit of an effect on it. The diffuse has a lot, but even more is the Fresnel itself. It's affected massively by the actual normal mapping itself, and that gives us the nice set of textured results over the top of the surface. Of course, we can make it look even more mottled by simply increasing the strength to maybe 0.5. Really starts to bring out those particular bumps in the surface of the terracotta.
Excellent. How did you guys get on? What materials did you end up creating? I've obviously gone for terracotta and some other wacky ones here. And obviously I can branch out and create more as we go on. Remember to share your materials that you've made in the discussions. In fact, link a blend file there as well so we can actually share our materials as you start making them. And I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to the Mix RGB node. In this video, we'll use it to mix two colors together. We'll see that it can also be used to mix more than just colors. It accepts 6 channels in through the 2 color inputs and 3 channels out, mixing together those 2 color inputs based upon 2 things, the blend type and the factor. So let's go play with this Mix RGB node now and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so I'm going to be working on a sphere because I like spheres. Simple as that. So let's go ahead and add a basic sphere to my scene. I'm going to lift that up, and I'm also going to add a plane to the scene and scale it outwards. Now, just to make sure my materials from last time are working, I'm going to make a checkered floor, and this is going to be that ready plastic. Let's switch into rendered mode. Perfect. A couple of things left to do here is this particular sphere needs to be nice and smooth so we can see what's going on. Excellent. So that's all set up and ready to go. See the power of having all of these materials set up, ready to go. Just makes things setting up so much quicker. Okay, so let's grab a node editor. I'm going to just get rid of some of the toolbars around here and the node editor open here. Now, one thing we can do here is change the color. So, notice this says polished wood here. I've obviously used this basic Fresnel node that we had set up before, this group node, used it on something else and forgot to click the little number over in the properties to make it unique. So I'm going to call that PBR. And I've made a note to go ahead and make sure I save that to my default file again so I don't have to do that multiple times. So we've got a color input here. Now, what we can do on this color input is have a mix of 2 separate colors coming in, for instance. So we could go ahead and add in a color. That's under the Add Color menu, Mix RGB. So we've got a color output that we can put straight into here. And we've got 2 colors. Now, I'm going to choose almost 100% green. I know we shouldn't choose 100% colors, but again, we're just testing the mixing that's going on here, and 100% red. And not surprising at all, we get a yellow out with a 50-50 mix. Now, we've got a couple of options here. We can change how these are mixed together if we want to, and you can go through and try the different varieties of mixing that we can go through. I tend to leave it just on mix in general. And we have a factor here that obviously we can change it from one to the other. But of course, that's boring. We'd want something to control this factor itself. And that leads me nicely onto a challenge. I'd like you to go ahead and get mixing. So use the Mix RGB node to mix together 2 colors. Control the factor with a generated texture. And then, for a bit more interest, why don't you try adding a bump node into the system using the texture to add more interest to the material and affect the normal, so it's not just a smooth surface anymore. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go mixing over in Blender. Okay, so we're back over in Blender and we've got this mix node here, and it's a bit boring at the moment with just these 2 colors. Now I've got an idea I'd like to try. I'd like to try adjusting this factor using a texture. So let's go ahead and go to textures. And of course, if you've got an image texture you could apply, you could go ahead and do that. But in this case, I'm going to use one of these generated textures. Wave, I'm going to add that to our model. Oh, I've added it to the wrong part. There we go. So in the factor, and let's just have a look at what the wave is outputting on the color and on the factor. Well, it's outputting the same thing on both in this case. So here we have a black and white texture. So it's alternating between green and red. So let's go back to our mix node and see what the output of there is. Okay, and everything together. Okay, that's starting to come together. Now I'm going to play with the scale settings here. And I want to increase the distortion, so it's a bit wavier. Okay, that's a lot of distortion there. Let's lower the scale even more if I can. And this detail, I'm going to up the detail so we get a kind of a mottled effect. Okay, so it's going to take a little bit of playing to get the kind of effect that I want. So I'm not quite there at the moment. 50, let's try 150. Aha, that's starting to look better. Excellent. So I'm going to change these colors here so they're a bit more representative of what the sort of colors that I want. And again, I'm going to try and avoid using too extreme colors. I want them to be semi-realistic. Okay. So we've got almost like a cloud-covered marble or something along those lines. Now, to add a little more interest into this, I could actually use this wave texture that we've got here, because it's black and white. We can use it to control something else. Now, flat things like this are boring, so we can add some real texture, some real bumps to it by utilizing this wave texture as well to control a bump node. So if I go ahead and add in a bump node, got to remember where it is. It's under vector bump, and we can use it to control the height. So I'm going to use the factor in this case to control the height, and then I'm going to have a look and isolate the bump node and see what's happening. Now we will see the normal output, but we can see there's quite a cool texture being applied there. And we can adjust the strength of that accordingly. I'm going to leave it set to 1, and distance here is obviously going to make it more or less extreme, and I'm going to leave that quite low down so we don't overly exaggerate what's going on. Okay, so with these together, let's have a look at what it looks like. Oh, I need to plug the normal into the normal input we've got set up. Hey, how about that? That's starting to look much more interesting with all the textures. Now we've got something we can look at, and I can see that we can still see some facets around here because we've not applied a subsurface division modifier to it to smooth it out for shading. Now we can go in and tweak these settings just a little more. It looks almost like rivers running through a valley. We could use a color ramp node to make things even more interesting here. Now, I'm not going to go diving into details there, but I really like that. It looks like some sort of rocky marble. Let's turn the scale down, tweak it a little more. Okay. There's lots and lots of fun you can have just tweaking settings left, right, and center just to see what you can come up with. And of course, I've not got time to play with it all. Ooh, I like that. I've not got time to play with it all day long, but I'll leave you guys to do that. Please share your work in the discussions, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to the geometry node. In this video, we're going to use this node to take control of an object's normals. You'll see that the vector coordinates, or the direction the normals are facing in, we will observe are represented as world space normals. So before we've been dealing with tangential or even object space, these are going to be represented in world space. So they'll look similar but slightly different to what we've seen in the past. And we shall use this node to control the amount of Fresnel based upon the amount of roughness that a surface has. So before we go and hop on over into Blender, let's just go through a quick reminder of normals. I'm sure you've all got this by now. Here we have a very simple isosphere with the face normals projected out. And let's just see what we're aiming to do with the node itself. And I'm going to grab a pen and digital bit of paper to show you what's going to go on. Okay, so we're going to have the camera in the scene itself. So I'll draw that in here. And here we have a circle, for instance, with its normals coming out, and I'm only going to draw a few of them. Obviously, there's a lot of normals when it comes out of a circle. This is a 2D representation, of course. We're going to really deal with a sphere. Now, these normals here are not going to be seen by the camera itself, so we can ignore those completely in this example. But what we can do with the geometry node is tell Blender, instead of the normal going out in its normal direction, every single normal faces the camera. Now, obviously that's going to look odd, but we can use that to our advantage when using it to control other nodes. And we'll do that now as we hop on over into Blender. So let's go play about with our node now, and with our nodes, and see what we can come up with. And again, I'm going to construct a simple scene, or in this case, I'm actually going to go to my scene at the very back. I'm going to use Control to turn everything on, and I'm going to once again use a simple sphere to work with. So I'm going to open up my scene here and turn everything off, apart from Fireball. So he turns everything else off. There, and there. Okay. So we've got a very interesting shader setup here. Bit like before, where we've got a bump node and the other bits running around it with the wave texture. Believe I've applied the part of this to an emission shader, so it actually glows and lights up its surroundings as well. Hence its name, Fireball. Anyway, enough of this particular texture or this particular material. What I'm going to do is actually apply a PBR plastic to it, so we can work with a simple material. Okay, so what we need to do is, first of all, add in a geometry node so we can work with that, and then go through and see how that actually affects the rest of our model. So let's go into the node setup here and just have a look. Okay, so we need to add a geometry. Let's go ahead and find that. It's under Input, Geometry, and it gives us a series of options. I'll run through them really quickly, but not in great detail. The position is its position in the world. So if I literally move that about, you can see it changes color depending on its X, Y, Z location. Okay, I'm not moving it up and down because it's just easier not to do that. Normal. Well, unsurprisingly, that is the world normals, and that is the standard normal coming off of this particular object. This sphere itself has hundreds of normals spread out across its surface, and the direction or the vector coordinates of those normals relate directly to the color mix in between all of these shades. Tangent is its tangential coordinates based upon the real world. True normal. Now, we're going to have a little bit of a hard time seeing this on this particular object. Yeah, there we go. This is how it looks without the smoothing applied. So even if your model is smooth, you can use the true normals rather than the interpolated ones between when you've got smooth shading turned on. Incoming. Now, that has made obviously, if we zoom in really close here, let's just make this bigger, it will change the normals slightly depending on the angle to the camera. But as we zoom out, we end up with all the normals pretty much facing the same direction towards the camera, or in this case, the viewport. Parametric is interesting. It's generally used to make lattices or grids if you wanted to go around that way. Back facing. Now, this is one that you can use to your advantage if you want one material on one side and one material on another. Because if the normals are facing outwards, it's colored black, and if they're facing inwards, it's colored white. The only way of doing that is to go inside, and there we go. That's the inside of our sphere going white. Pointiness is something that's hard to show on this particular model, but it basically goes from black to white depending on convex or concave, or how concave something is. Now, the surface of this sphere is continuously convex, as it's uniform convexity. I don't know if that's a word, but I'm going to stick with it. It's uniform convex, so it's all one color as it goes round. Now, if we were to make it dimple or have a sharp ridge, you could then see the effect. So if it's incredibly sharp coming out of your model, being concave, it will be almost white. And if it's going into your model and is equally as sharp, a deep groove, that will be colored close to black. And you can use something like a color ramp or a brightness and contrast node in order to exaggerate that, and then perhaps set up a mix shader with two different outputs, and depending on those outputs, you can use the pointiness to basically color anything that has a sharp output, or perhaps a rust material or a more worn material. You often find that painted surfaces that have sharp edges, the paint wears off of the sharp edges rather than the flat faces. So you can use that type of control. Now we need to basically see what's the effect of this on our Fresnel node. Now the issue with having a node group like this is I can't just see what the Fresnel node looks like. I can't poll it like I can normally. So in this particular case, there's a couple of options. We could rearrange the group in order to work out what's going on and move the Fresnel outside, and that's a bit of faff. So in this particular case, I'm going to tab out, and I'm going to go to the node menu and ungroup, or Alt and G. And that'll just break everything out of that group again. Okay, so let's now have a look at what's going on. I'll leave enough space here and zoom in. So we've got our standard setup that we've played with plenty of times. Okay, I'm happy with everything here. So what we want here, we don't have a value node coming in here to control it. So let's add a value node. So here we go, value node. Then we can control this top value by the power of 2.5, and that's going to control our roughness. Let's just make sure everything's working. So obviously a value of 1 is going to be totally rough. Value of 0.5 is going to be slightly shiny, and 0.1 has some gloss. We can see the area around it. Now I'm going to color in the surface a darker color just so we can see the reflections a little more clearly. There we go, perfect. I can actually see the reflections really well. So let's have a look at the Fresnel node and see what's going on here. Okay, so this is the Fresnel fall off as standard. Now, as standard is this normal here. So let's go ahead and plug that in and make sure it's still working. Excellent. Now what happens if we try some of these other ones? Okay, that's not giving us a desired result. That's not giving a desired result. True normal? Well, that's going to be the same as normal, just a bit more faceted. Incoming? Okay. Let's just unplug that. If we look at the very center of this particular Fresnel, if we plug in incoming, the normals are all facing us, so there's no more Fresnel effect. So if we were to mix between these two, we should be able to control the Fresnel node based upon this value down here. So this is one of the ways we can actually change this Fresnel around. And that leads me on to a challenge. Okay, I'd like you to go ahead and set up your nodes. So finish off the setup of our nodes so that as the roughness increases, you'll want the Fresnel effect to decrease. Give it some thought, pause the video now, and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go finish off the setup of our nodes and control the roughness and Fresnel with only one slider. Okay, so we are almost here at the moment. Now we've got a geometry node here and we need to blend between, I think we need to blend between normal and incoming. Now there's a couple of ways of blending, but because these values here are vector values, we can actually use the color mix RGB node we were using in the last section. So let's just add these two together. I'm going to put incoming on the bottom and normal on the top. I'm just going to poll the output here, see what happens as we go from one to the other. Okay, let's plug the color output here into the normal input here. Now hopefully that won't need anything else doing to it, because obviously we've got normal values coming in and normal values coming out. Now obviously we can change the ratio of mixes through here, because the mix node here will be assuming it is a color going through, so it may actually change the color correct it basically. So we do have to be a little bit careful when we use the RGB node like this. But let's move this down and hopefully we see the Fresnel effect come back into full effect. Perfect. So now let's just make sure we've got these the right way around. I think we have. Well, the best thing to do is plug this in. So when it's glossy, or a value of 0 here, we want it to be fully normal. So the top one, excellent. And as we move it across, as we increase the roughness, we want the Fresnel effect to go down. Now it's only ever going to go up to 1, so 1 should be completely uniformly, not black, but it's going to be about a 20% grey or something along those lines. Okay, that looks like it's working really well. So let's go and pull the mix shader, and let's see what happens. So I'm going to hold down shift so I can, well, I'm just going to click this and go between them. Okay, so this is almost 100% reflective in this case, and we've got a nice reflection going around our model. And let's make it slightly rougher. And as it's getting rougher, the Fresnel effects should start falling off. And of course, we can add other things in here to change the fall off rate. Ah, perfect. So this is getting quite rough now, and there's still a little bit of reflection. It's not very clear anymore, but it's starting to work really, really well. This is very close to how the real world works. So we've got a value node here that's controlling all of this. Now what we can do is pop this all back in to our mix, into our group. So let's go ahead here and node, make a group. Okay, so we've got a group input. What do we want to control? Well, we want to control this value here. Now, there's no input to this value. So what we can do here is literally drag a value across to the input here and then link it up individually. There we go. So it's just called value here. That value is no good. It doesn't explain what it is. So this is going to be roughness. Okay, perfect. What else do we need to make sure we've got on this input so we can control it? Well, if it's got texture, we're going to want to control the normals of everything here. So let's go ahead and do that now. So I'm just literally going to link them one by one into here. Oh, let's go normal. I just pulled that out of somewhere. I'm going to have to plug it back in a moment. So we've got mix, the color coming out of here. This is the roughness, the fact that the color comes out into that normal. Okay, so it's that normal there, needs to be controlled by here. So here we've got an issue where if we want the normal to affect the Fresnel, we can't have it coming in. So we'll have to mix those or even add them together if we wanted to control the Fresnel with a normal map as well. I don't think that's necessary in this particular case, so I'm going to leave it out. Now I do want the base color coming out, so I'm going to plug this in, and I'm not going to leave it as color. I'm going to call it diffuse or base or whatever you're working with. Albedo map is another name it's used. Diffuse color. Of course, that could be a texture, that could be no end of things. Okay, is there anything else that I want to expose to the outside of this node? I don't think there is. Color, no. The color of the reflections, I'm going to leave as they are. The power, do I want to be able to control that rate? No, that's fine. So I've got this loose entity here. I'm going to get rid of that. Okay, and tab out. So I've now got this node group that has a roughness slider that I can control. Obviously, it only controls it between 0 and 1. Anything greater than that is just either 100% smooth or 100% rough. Now, most things in the real world are not rough, of course. Not entirely rough or entirely smooth. They're slightly polished in certain places. So again, going back to using textures to control things, I could put in a wave texture here and plug it into roughness, and you can see here, well, it almost looks like a ripple effect in this case. But if I scale that down just a little, perhaps to 1, so we haven't got so much, we can see it's glossy in places and matte in others, as if it's been slightly polished somewhere and not in other places. And again, when we link this together, we can see that the black band itself, let's go back to our node group, the black band is indicating where it's going to be most glossy, and the white band is where it's going to be most matte. And we can use that to our advantage. Obviously, we're using a generated texture here, so it's not going to have quite the effect that I'd like to demonstrate. But if you had mapped your particular sphere here that we were working on, and there was a particular area of it that was handled often, so had naturally polished, again, that can help with the realism of your models, where some bits are going to be naturally more polished or glossy than others. So I'm just going to clear that out there. The final thing that I haven't done here, I'm going to change that back to a red because I do like that red, and I'm going to make it a little bit lighter again, is actually save this particular material. Otherwise, it's going to get lost. So I've only played with my default settings here. So all I need to do is literally save the startup file. But before I do that, I do want to make sure I'm back in a kind of a default position. So I usually look from this angle. It doesn't matter whether you're in rendered mode or not because it automatically will open like this. So we've got a stage there. I'm going to flip back around to layer 1. I'm going to open this back up again, so it's how I want it next time I start. And of course, you can adjust yours to however you like. I'm going to hide the rest of my examples, close down the hierarchy here. I like that, that all looks good. So I'm going to save my startup file. And that's now saved that new PBR plastic material. We've improved upon it because now we're able to change the roughness and the Fresnel effect on the same time. How did you guys get on? Are you starting to get the hang of modifying your original blend files every time you open it up? You're not having to start afresh anymore. It's incredibly useful being able to do that. As always, make sure you share your work in the discussions, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to Hue, Saturation and Value, also abbreviated to HSV. So we might have seen this already as we've been playing about when we're mixing colours together, but we're going to go into a bit more depth of what it means and how we can use it to our advantage. So in this video we'll get to grips with what hue, saturation and value really mean. An HSV value is a cylindrical representation, so if you imagine a cylinder in front of you, of a point in RGB color space. So we'll go into more details in that in a moment. Simply put, hue simply means the color or shade. Is it red? Is it green? Is it blue? Whatever. The saturation is how much of there is that color. And finally, value can be considered like a brightness, with a value of 0 being black and a value of 1 being white. And that's kind of all mixed together to make a shade. So let's go and hop on over into Blender and play with the HSV values. Okay, so we're over in my new default file here, and let's go play with colors. So I'm going to turn my cube here. I'm going to go to it. We've got a material already applied to it, so I'm going to go to material mode so we can see what's going on. Not going to bother rendering and seeing what's going on in that point. I'm just going to leave it on material mode. Okay, so let's go to the diffuse color option on our material and switch it over not to RGB but to hue, saturation and value so we can see what goes on here. So let's first of all have a look. We've got a color wheel in front of us and this slider going up and down. So if you see that as the top here of a cylinder, and as we go down the cylinder, it gets darker and darker. Obviously, it's quite hard to represent a 3D shape in 2D space, but, oh, I've lost it there. But it is possible to do it with these two sliders. So, hue. Well, hue basically means where it is along this circle, with a value of 0 being red, and a value of 1 also being red. Now that's a little bit confusing, but see it as 0 to 360 degrees around that circle. Once you've traveled 360 degrees, you're back at the same point. So a value of 1 or 0 is red. Now, green and blue are exactly a third of the way around this. So if we set this to 1 over 3, we will see that the color will turn green. If we set it to 2 over 3, we will see that it turns blue. So that pretty much nails down what the hue means. It's literally what color it is. Saturation is going to move this little dot, this point, inwards towards white. So a saturation of 0 is always going to place it in the middle. Of course, then it doesn't matter what the hue is because there's none of that color. It means no color at all. Oh, a key disappearing off of there. Finally, the value is this slider here. And so if we turn that down, we can make something darker. So we've still got a hue and a saturation of 0 here, and we've got ourselves a grey. If we turn the hue up, because we've got a saturation of 0, none of that hue is being applied. If I set this to, well, let's go for a green, so let's go for 1/3, so I know it's going to be about a third, so it's going to move from the center point here towards the outer edge. And if we turn up the saturation, we can see it slowly moving and our object getting more and more green. Now, if we want a lighter shade of green, we can increase the value as well here. The final channel that you can see here is the alpha channel, so how opaque or visible it is. Now, we're not going to play with that at the moment. So what we can also do is, if we hop into the node editor, there is a node that's called hue, saturation and value as well. So I'm going to ungroup this lot here so we can play with what's inside. There we go. I think I'm going to have a vertical workspace instead. So let's move everything around. I don't need much here to see what color things are changing, so let's zoom in a little and give myself as much space as I possibly can so you guys can see what's going on. Okay, so we've got this color here. So what we can do here is we can add an input, an RGB value. So if we add in an RGB value, that's like having that control available to us so we can control the color without clicking on color first and going in. So now we've got that, we can go to color and go to hue and saturation. I'm going to plug this in so that we're changing the color. Also, we've got some control, some extra control to highlight the point. I'm having trouble connecting those two things because they're too close. There we go. So if I set this as green, so a value of 0.5 on the hue, saturation and value node, or the HSV node, we can see that this slider here starts at 0.5. And what that means is we can go halfway around the circle one way or halfway around the circle the other, totaling 360 degrees. So if I decide to go to 0, I should imagine it will come out a pink color or a magenta. There we go. If I wanted to go to make this blue instead of green, we can change this here to, oh, what's that going to be? That's going to be a quarter of the way around the circle, so 0.75. There we go, a blue in color. Obviously, we can tweak those to get the actual blue that you wanted. There we go, so it's more like 0.8 to get to the darker blue from this point on the circle. Now, of course, you'll be thinking at this point in time, well, Mike, why can't I just plug the color in that I want? Well, sometimes you don't have the ability to just pick on a color wheel. You might be dealing with a texture itself that you need to make a slightly different color. And that's going to come in useful if you want to change the color of a texture someone's given you, or even how dark the texture is, or even how saturated it is as well. So you can use this node itself to change the actual incoming color. And finally, we've got a factor as well, so we can change the amount that that's being applied. So I've put in a value of 0.8 there, so it goes to a blue. Now, if I want it a lighter blue, I'm going to decrease the amount that it's going to impact the image. So if you need to make more subtle changes, you can use the factor to shift things with a lot more finesse. And now, it's time for a challenge. That's right, we're finally going to hop back to our main project here, and now we've got some more materials experience and actually apply it to a simple model to begin with. We're going to make a human eye. So use all of the knowledge you've gained to this point to create a realistic eye. So we're going to be focused more on getting things physically accurate. So make sure you've got your reference material to focus on. Now, I have included an iris texture in the section resources, or of course you can make or use your own. And this iris texture is blue. So if you wanted a different color, you might want to use a hue saturation node to change that around. Now consider the white of the eye as well. This is one thing that a lot of people forget about. They put lots of detail into the iris because it's quite a prominent part of the eye. Well, the eyeball itself, the rest of it is not going to be a single color. Equally, don't spend too much working on the back of the eye because you're very unlikely to see that. So pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's hop back over into Blender and make a realistic human eye. Okay, so we're over on our head here, and well, it's a bit misaligned at the moment, so we can sort that out, but I'm going to focus on the eyes for the moment. Make sure they're roughly in the right position before we go ahead and work on them. So we can see here, as we zoom in, that the center of the eye itself isn't lined up with the center of the eye in the image. Now, my head's slightly twisted in this shot, so it's not a great example. But this eye does need moving. So I'm going to go into edit mode and literally make sure I've got the right thing selected. I'm literally going to move the eye itself so that it is in the right place. Now I'm going to turn snapping off. That's what's making it behave a little bizarrely. Now I'm going to whiz around to the side view as well and check it out there. Okay, so we've got our pupil just here, and we've got our eye here. So I can see it's a bit low. So in this case, I'm going to move it only upwards and check it again. Okay, that looks pretty good. Maybe up a little more. Okay, so let's whiz back around to the front and see how it's looking there. Obviously, it's going to look odd with the head. So I'm happy with the pupil being in the right place, but the reference image is still a little low in this case. So I am going to shift the reference image up, and I'm going to move it about to help me out more than anything else. So let's go in, there we go. It didn't need to be moved that far at all. So it's helping me out. Now I'm going to have to either sculpt, I could go into the sculpting methodology, or just move the vertices around to actually make the eye look a bit less odd, because, well, my eyes don't look like that. In fact, I think the whole face is a bit narrow looking at it, and the jawline's not quite strong enough. But anyway, let's go ahead and hide everything else with Shift and H, so we can work on just the eyes. And now we've got just the eyes in the scene, let's focus on them and look on them from the front. Let's zoom in on just one of them and just see how the mesh is lined up. Okay, so that's a happy coincidence, if nothing else. This whole section here, could do with a bigger circle select tool, but that whole section there is basically the iris. Now that I find interesting, because after last time working on an eye, which was back on the bunny, we didn't really care about realism or anything along those lines. But if we now have a look at how much of that's actually selected, that's a tiny bit of the overall eyeball is going to be the iris. Now I thought, you know, again, not using reference material, that the iris would be bigger than it really is. So it is kind of important to remember to use reference material, otherwise you end up with non-realistic items. So that's going to be the iris there, and I'm going to do some modeling now to make the eye more eye-shaped, and I'll see you guys back in a few moments. Okay, to show you where I'm at the moment with the modeling stage, I've got my slightly elongated spheres here representing the eyes, and I've matched that up to my eye on the head as well. And then inside of that, I've made an iris. So whereas before we made a cap to do the lens, this time I'm going to use textures to make sure that the lens is glass or that effect, and the iris is inside. And if we can view the iris, which we can't without it being in wireframe mode because it's inside, there's the iris just there. And looking at that, that's actually slightly too large, so I'm glad that I've shown that at this point, so I can go in and change it and move it about. But that basically just needs to be moved a little bit further forward. I think that's, yeah, it's that circle there that's going to have the iris texture on it. Okay, let's go apply those textures. I'll be back in a few moments. Okay, so we've unwrapped the actual mesh and applied a texture. If we whiz over here, we've got this texture that I've got here, and we've got a basic node set up. We've got a texture coordinate to tell Blender how to map the image, and then we've got color coming out for the moment just for a diffuse color. Now, the one thing that I do want to be able to do is change the color of the eyes. I don't have blue eyes, I have brown eyes, and we can do that with a color, hue saturation, plop that in there, and literally I can move the hue and saturation backwards and forwards and see what we get. Now I'm going to change this here to the 3D view so we can actually see what's going on. So here's our new iris, and let's move that along. Well, do I want purple eyes? Let's move it along with a bit. Oh, green. Green's very nice. And, oh, there, almost there. Value. Well, let's boost it up a little so I can get a deeper red. Let's make it a bit browner. There we go. Ooh, I'm not quite sure I like that. Almost there. There we go. I'm happy with that for the moment. So we can tinker about with that to our heart's content, obviously. Now, let's go on with the rest of the eye. So the eye is getting a bit of colour applied to it now. I have marked a seam around the equator of the eye there, and I've unwrapped the eye, as we can see over... Oh, where have I hidden it? And I've unwrapped it. I've created a new image called iBase, and I've saved that. And this is in the resources as well, if you want to use this particular one, if you've not got the time to go in and paint it manually. So I've got the back of the eye here and the front of the eye here. And I've gone in and just literally started smoothing it out at the moment to add a bit of paint to it. A bit more colour. So I'm going to continue doing that. It's going to take a few minutes to do, and I shall see you back in a few moments. Okay, so I'm getting to the point where I want some blood vessels on my eye. Now, it can be very difficult to make these. However, what I've gone and done is I've gone onto my painting area. So I'm in the texture paint of the 3D editor. And I've scrolled down to texture mask. Now, I can't select anything until we've got a texture there. So I've gone across to the textures tab. And at the top here, changed it to a brush mask. The texture, and after playing for a bit with the marble effect, I found out that I needed to invert it, otherwise it was putting more blood in than here we go, here's an example here. It's leaving sort of like the lanes free rather than, or the blood vessels non-red, and I didn't want that. I wanted it the other way around, so there we go. So you end up with this black and white, and after playing with all of the settings, I managed to find something that, in my mind, looks relatively close to blood vessels. So I can go in, and Blender does lock up if I try and use it too much or on too large a scale. But there we go. We've got blood vessels very easily, a bit randomly, of course, but I think that's a pretty good effect. The question is, of course, how much is this going to be seen? I also don't want to have a bloodshot eye. So let's not go too over the top with it. Oh, that's going right. Well, let's see how that looks. I can always come back and play with my texture later on. And in fact, I can also come in here and perhaps smear this middle area, or even not on here, maybe on the image itself. Oh, Blender's thinking. Here we go. Maybe even on here, limit it and perhaps even smear it out in this center area. Okay, so the other map that I've made is basically a mask map where we have just a black dot telling us where the pupil and iris are going to be, effectively creating the lens for us. And we'll look at how that's going to be working in a few moments. So first of all, let's go and have a look at the node setup that's creating this eye. So if we whiz back over here, first of all, we start off with the fact we're telling Blender with a texture coordinate that we're mapping these textures with UV. Now let's have a look at the two textures themselves. We've got this one which just masks out the pupil and iris area, and then we've got the eye base itself. And we see here we've not got anything over the actual eye itself. That's completely ignored because we deal with that later on. So we've got a diffuse map, which is, well, with that base color applied across the entire model, and we've got glossiness, okay, and they're mixed together again using a Fresnel node with the factor, so we get a nice level of gloss, and we can see our 3-point lighting coming into effect here. Okay, the final thing here is the glass shader. So the glass shader is only being applied to the pupil, and the reason why it's only being applied to the pupil is because of this mixed shader here. We're simply saying that anything that's a value of 0, i.e. black, will be this first or top shader. So I could move those around a bit to try and be a bit neater, but I've tried to keep things just in order. And so we go to that final layer and combine everything together and we get a lovely eye. The final thing to do, of course, is let's go to an outliner so we can turn back on my head. There we go, there's the head, or it should be appearing momentarily. There we go. Now this isn't going to be great at the moment because we still need to modify the mesh of the head itself, and it's certainly taking a lot longer now to render than it's done before because the materials are getting more complex. But we can see here it's roughly in the right place. We just now need to start modifying the head as well. Now, how did you guys get on? Did you go through a similar creation process with the eye? Did you go about it a different way? I love seeing you guys work and the methods you use to get there. So remember to share your work and methods in the discussions, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to Making Objects Separately. In this video, we're going to get back into modeling, and the main reason for that is we cannot fully texture our model until the modeling stage itself is complete. And of course, at the moment, my model doesn't have an ear, and it needs a bit of detailing on it as well. And of course, with texturing, we need to UV unwrap our model. And every time we move the mesh, the UV map will get less and less accurate and start to cause artifacts. So we want to get that modeling done, or as close as it can be, so we can then get on to texturing and adding those materials to our model. Now we're going to take a look at the ear in this section. With all the folds in it, it can be quite a challenge. Essentially, there are two main loops for the ear, the inner and outer loop, and I'll show you those in a few seconds. We're going to make it separately in this case in order to focus on the actual model of the ear itself. So isolation can be both a good and a bad thing. There is some natural isolation. If you were making a model where, let's say, a car, you'd have several components that would be separate from one another. With the model of the head, of course, ideally you don't want separate nose, separate mouth, separate eyes. Well, eyes, yes, because we have made them separately. So that's about the only thing. And if you were making teeth, I suppose you'd go for that as well. But the ear itself is actually attached to the head. So in some ways you think, oh, well, can't I just make it from the head mesh? Well, in this case, what I would like to do is actually focus on the ear without worrying about the head itself. Now, obviously that has good and bad implications, but we can move backwards and forwards all the time, or just turn the head on and off and see what's going on. But it does mean that you're not going to spoil your head mesh accidentally in the process of making the ear. Especially if you start using something like a sculpt tool, you don't want to accidentally grab part of the head and have to keep undoing. So making it separately at this point is a good thing, and then we can reattach it to the head afterwards. So let's now go explore those two main loops and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so in front of us here we have one I made earlier, and you can see that the ear itself looks pretty good once we've got, oh, let's turn on our lights, and let me guess the lights are on a different layer. There we go. So we've got a nice ear going on here. Now it will depend on what your ear looks like that you're modeling on. It may look different to this. Some ears have more folds or more creases or more defined shapes. Some people have bigger ear lobes, etc. Of course, I've modeled mine on the head I've got in front of me, and it follows nicely the curvature of the ear I've got. In fact, the lobe down here is perhaps a bit bigger than is in the reference material, but I'm absolutely fine with that. And of course, we've spread the ear out itself so that, let's go back to the mesh. There we go, it looks nice. We've actually got a sort of plane to mount it on. Now, one of the things that we'll have to contend with in a bit, and this comes with all modeling when you do something separately, is joining it back together. So we will have a series of vertices around the edge. So taking this one, for example, when I've selected it, there are 20 vertices. That means there needs to be 20 on the one we're linking it to. And I can almost guarantee there won't be that on the head model. So we'll have to, when we get to this stage, actually move the detail down as it comes towards this edge here, so we don't have such a problem merging it together. Okay, so without further ado, let's go ahead and start modeling this. And I'm going to go ahead and open up my head file. Okay, that looks a bit odd there. It looks like Blender's being a tiny bit funny. Well, the eye is in fact there. It just happens to be a quirk of Blender. Never mind. So let's whiz around to the side and go to layer 2. Okay, now I'm going to be modeling now poly to poly this ear itself, and this is just one way of making an ear. There are loads of different ways of making it. We could literally go in and sculpt it afresh. We could go in and make it from the head itself. But this way itself is the easiest way I found of making something that's a bit more complicated, like an ear, but actually getting it sort of to the shape I want it straight away. Now I'm going to add this in a very straightforward manner. I'm going to add a single vertex and then extrude that vertex, and that gives us an edge to work with. And when we extrude an edge, we get a face to work with. Now, this is one of these times where if you want to copy me exactly, that's absolutely fine. So I want 8 of these pieces going out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so that's the outer loop made. In fact, I'm just going to move some of these bits about. There we go. And this is obviously going to be quite low poly. Now, to get the inner loop itself, I'm going to start from this place here and come down. Now, what we'll want to do, I'm going to scale that in ever so slightly. What we'll want to do as we come round here is make sure that edges start lining up properly, so that when we get to this point here, we can merge vertices here and this one here. So this one does need to come down a little more. Okay, so this itself will become a quad shortly. 1, 2, 3, 4. This one will become a quad, and there'll be a quad in the middle here as well. So I'm going to go down to this point here and move it around. Now, this is quite manual, as you're watching me there. Now, I don't want to actually merge any vertices just yet, just in case I want to move things about. So I'm going to turn my snapping tool off, and I've got automatically merge vertices turned on at the moment. I'm going to turn that off for safety. I know that sounds an odd thing to say, but I don't want a problem when it comes to sorting this out. Okay, so we're almost there, because this final one itself, let's just move this here and scale it up a little, is all the way to the top here. It's going to require a big rotation around. Now, be careful about going around inside yourself. You don't want the model looking like that. We want it like that. Okay, so I'm happy with this rough outline here. I'm going to go to Vertex and Snap Mode turned on and Merge Vertex automatically. So I'm going to move this one and plonk it on there, and this one to here, this one to here, this one to here, this one to here, and this one to here. Okay, oh, there's one final one here and here. Okay, so we should end up with a quad that we have to fill in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, fill. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, fill. 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, fill. Okay, so we should end up with a shape looking roughly like this. Now, at the moment, I'm not too concerned about it not matching exactly the reference material. This is, of course, an opportunity that you can go in and start tweaking it slightly so it resembles it just a little bit close or more closely. But I'm happy with the overall layout of that. So we need more detail anyway in there, and we can sort that out in a bit. This particular one here, I am going to scale in ever so slightly. Okay, so this face in the middle here is going to be the hole in the ear, so I might as well sort that out now. And I'm just going to literally push that, extrude it actually, move it here, scale it in ever so slightly, and move it to the front. So there's that is a bit deep actually, as because I'm in orthographic projection that has happened. So I've got no idea of perspective, of course. So that'll do for the input there. So around the outside here, if we imagine the ear itself, this edge here is going to have some thickness to it. So we can go around the edge itself all the way to the bottom and extrude. Now I'm going to change the transform orientation back to global, so I can actually extrude in the x-axis in this case. Now I've also noticed that my model seems to have its normals all skew with. Probably just the way I started the modeling. I'm literally just going to flip those normals. Normals, flip normals, and there we go. We've now got things on the outside and the inside. Perfect. Okay, so now we've got this here. We can go around the edge itself, the complete edge, not just there. Okay, there we go. And then we can extrude again. Now this is going to require a bit more manipulation. So I'm just going to pull it out, yeah, that far, because we can faff about with it in a moment. And I'm going to move all of these just apart ever so slightly, and also move snapping off again. And we want these to line up. So I'm going to select the entire edge loop running around there and scale XX0 with this set to normal. So let's just try that. Scale, I think it's going to be XX0. Yeah, there we go. So now everything is coplanar. Excellent. So I'm going to move this back now to about there. Oh, no, that is far too far. There we go. And scale that in. So that's kind of the back side of the ear itself. And then we need to do another extrude because we need somewhere to mount it to the head itself. And then we can scale that outwards and move our model around. So, oh, I don't want vertex select. I want this select. Let's grab this and move it back. I'm going to turn proportional editing on. Oh, not inset, editing on. So I can move the entire thing just back. There we go. So it's just not in the way. And then it's a matter of manipulating these here and getting that flat surface for the ear to mold. Now, at the moment, you can see we've got some intersecting faces here. That is a matter of moving vertices around until you get them in the right place. Now, this can be a bit challenging to get it right and a bit infuriating. But if you go around your model lots and make small changes rather than big ones, you'll soon see what's going on. Now, this at this point here, this is obviously too wide. That ear is standing out massively, so we've also got to move the edge that's somewhere along here and just push it out ever so slightly. And again, bring your material, your reference material back again, so you can move things in a more realistic manner. And this has a lot of tweaking to do. And of course, that leads us on to a challenge. Okay, I'd like you to finish modelling the ear itself. So go ahead, finish off the ear. Remember to add detail. Now, ears are not flat. You can go a bit crazy with it as well. So obviously, some features, when they're exaggerated, only a little, don't go over the top, but if they're exaggerated, they can help convey a better sense of depth there. Now, at the moment, the ear we've got is far too wide, so that'll have to be manipulated. Flip forward and back between the head model itself and the ear. And remember that you will have to add a subdivision surface modifier at some point, so the ear will actually shrink from where it is. Now, I wouldn't recommend, in my experience, just adding a subdivision surface modifier and applying it to get yourself more vertices to work with. I would actually just subdivide the mesh if you need more vertices to work with. The reason for that is if it shrinks immediately, you've got a problem from where you were starting from. So just subdivide without actually using the subdivision surface modifier, or just use simple as the option on the subdivision surface modifier. That would also work as well. And just a reminder, you have the Sculpt tool as well. Now, this can help if you're struggling moving vertices about, just dragging them. You can use the Sculpt tool to help provide a bit more adjustment in a more artistic manner rather than precise moving that vertex about. Okay, so finally, before we crack on with that, just a reminder that this modelling itself, when I've done the modelling of an ear in the past, it's typically taken around half an hour or so to get roughly right, and maybe another half an hour of tweaking as well. So don't expect this to suddenly miraculously look like a wonderful ear. You're going to have to tweak and modify it. And of course, when I show you the challenge results, as far as I'm concerned, it's not going to be real time. I'll skip through the various points that I find important when I'm modelling the ear. So pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go finish modelling our ear. Okay, so before I get cracking with any further detail, I am going to see what it looks like on our head. Now, I'm not expecting it to be smack bang on the head just at the moment. In fact, it's in the head itself, so it's going to be roughly here, and I might as well get it orientated correctly as well. So I'm going to rotate it about there and push it back into the model. So there we go, we've got a there you go, front profile there. So we can see here, one ear sticks out further than the other. Now you may or may not want to do that with your particular model, but it is important to have a look at reference material because some people's ears stick out more than others. So even though it's too high at this point in the model, on the back end, it really needs to be pulled out. But first of all, let's add some more geometry to here. Let's go to layer 2 by itself. Now, it is important to hop backwards and forwards and check this often. Now, before I do anything else here, I need to sort out this mess down at the bottom here. It shouldn't take too long to do, but I will see you guys back in a few moments. Okay, so that is looking pretty good now. They were just a bit on top of one another, or rather one was pulled one way too far and not the other. So you ended up with a lot of non-planar geometry, but that doesn't matter too much, but it was intersecting, which does matter. So I'm happy with that overall shape for my ear. The next thing to do is to go ahead and select everything, because we're subdividing everything. I'm going to use the specials menu to get with the W key, and subdivide right at the top there, and only one level. So I'm just going to open up the tool shelf and make sure there's only one level. Excellent. So now we should find we've got a couple of loops. Let's make sure our loops are still intact as well. So we've got a loop running around here, and of course it'll go all the way around our model in this case, and there should be another one right next to it, and then we've got an inner ear loop as well. Okay, perfect. So we've got a very flat ear at the moment. This is no good itself. So at this point, now I've got the extra geometry, I'm going to go in and subdivide, or add a subdivision surface modifier. Now, this extra geometry helps cage our model and stops it collapsing too much in on itself. So that should still be roughly the right size, which it is. And of course, now's the time to go in and grab the edges like this edge here. Let's do all the way around here. Of course, an ear is not flat, so let's should we just move that in? I'm going to move it in, but select normal here and just push it in. Excellent. So we start to have a shape of our ear. Now, in this case, I'm going to also push a couple of these upwards, which will help pinch the ear itself. Now, I've got proportional editing turned on. I don't actually want too much of it turned on here, because I'm going to grab this lot here and pull it over the top to make a lip. And of course, this is going to be more and more tweaking to try and get the right shapes involved. I'm also going to turn smooth shading on as well, as our ears are lovely and smooth. And we can already see this is starting to take shape wonderfully. So I'm going to go around here and manipulate some more vertices and get it sorted. Okay, so I'm just putting together the final bits of my model here and just going back to the reference material and looking at the contours. So we've got a contour that flows around here and back again. So it's a good idea to try and make your mesh reflect that by just tweaking it ever so slightly and pulling some bits closer and some bits further away. So sometimes I can move a face as a whole, sometimes I push a vertex up just to add that little bit of a crease into our model. So I'm quite happy with how my ears turned out. How's yours turned out? Did it take you a couple of times to get your ear right? It certainly does when you first start, and that's what it's currently looking like on the model. So of course, I'm not too happy with how it looks in terms of here. So I'm going to modify it a bit more, I think. But I'm happy with that as a starting point now, because we've got a fairly detailed ear on our model. Please share your ears in the discussions, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to joining separate objects. In this video, we will join the two meshes we've created together, forming one mesh object. Now, there is more than one way to do this. Obviously not the joining, but the actual mechanics of how to make it look seamless between the two objects once you've brought them together. And of course, it is likely to involve some retopology. So let's go explore this now and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so we have our two mesh objects here, and well, first of all, let's join them together. So selected to the active one, excellent, and then press Ctrl and J, and there we go, done. No, I'm kidding. We've got a bit more to do, because if we have a look at the topology, we can see it's all mismatched. So there's a couple of things to think about here. So the area that the ear is in, well, first of all, let's select the whole ear, and we can do that because all of these vertices have no links whatsoever to the rest of them, so we can just hit the L key, select the ear, and hide everything else. Now if we select the outer edge loop running around here, we can see we've got 20 vertices. Okay, that's a starting point, and it's a nice even number as well, which can help. Okay, let's bring everything back. Let's just see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so we've got a nice relationship here between this group here and the ears themselves. So we've got a 10 around here and a 20 around the inside. So we can potentially start from this point and create more geometry. But looking at the head itself, does the edge flow make sense at the moment? I don't think it does. So just like the ear itself, if we have a look at the eye, how it gets more and more detailed as it goes in, and the same with the mouth. What we don't have that around here. There's no edge flow around the ears. In fact, the closest one, I believe, is along the top, just here, this one here. So that's the closest we have to this ear having any edge flow around it. And we want that. So do we have one here? Almost. So we almost have one running around there. Let's make this happen around the edge itself, and then we can get down to more and more detail and then join it onto the 20 around here. I would rather do it that way than trying to make this 20 into 10 and taking it the other way. So, guess what? It's time for a challenge. I would like you to go ahead and merge the ear and head together. Now, you've got all the necessary tools available to do this. Joining these two mesh objects together, I'd like you to go ahead and merge the ear and head. Now, join the two mesh objects together if you haven't done already, and then think about redefining the head or ear topology to match each other. Now that will take some thinking and planning, so do save your file or create a new one so you can play with it. That's very important. I don't want you ruining your head at this point, having no way to fall back. So make sure you save as at this point, because you're about to do some destructive work. Finally, think about the edge loops and face loops on the side of the head. How can you make it flow around that ear much better? Ideally, I don't think I'll want to change the topology of the ear rather the head itself. So I've got to think about routing the edge loops that are around there to the rest of the head as well. Perhaps that is too many at that point in time, 20, but I'm sure I'll be able to fan that out relatively successfully. Do remember, I'm going to repeat myself here, but do remember to save as and then work from there rather than just saving one continuous model. I don't want you guys losing your work. You're doing wonderful so far, and we don't want to spoil that. So remember to save often and save as often as well when you're trying something, especially when it's destructive. Considering things like bridging edge loops as well, that's one way of joining these things together if you manage to match the two edge loops running around. Or you could do a very destructive process and remove half the side of the head and just reconstruct the geometry from there. It's entirely up to you. So go ahead, pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go merge the ear and head together now over in Blender. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to go File, Save As, and I'm going to name this Ear and Head Merge. So I know exactly what this Save As is. There we go. Oh, I tried not to do that. There we go. Difficulty with having a whopping great big microphone between you and the keyboard. Right, so there are a couple of ways to approach this. You can be highly destructive or not destructive at all. We've got, if we go around this area, we've got 10 edge loops in total. That's one possibility. What I'm going to do at this point in time is just explore some individual possibilities. So I'm going to just hide the ear from the scene. Oh. That was a great example of hiding the wrong thing. There we go. Okay, I've not got selected. Oh, I didn't select everything. Silly Billy. Okay, let's unhide everything. And just the head and hide the ears. Okay, so I'm just going to explore what happens if we delete these vertices here, right? That will create an edge loop inside of magnitude 12. Let's go ahead and delete this vertex here. That'll create an edge loop of magnitude 14. Okay, let's delete this one here. And this is just one example of playing with the model, and this will be 16. Okay, so at this point, we've got a decision to make. That'll be 18, that'll be 20. So this is one way you could approach it. So we've got a massive, great big hole in the head. So we could bring those together, and that's going to cause a bit of pinching. So we could play with that to, a little bit without being too destructive. Oh, look, we can make a hole in the head completely. Okay, so I'm going to leave it like that for the moment and just see what happens when I do a little bit of merging. Because this may work, it may not. It's all about experimentation sometimes. And there we go. We've got two edge loops sorted. Let's bridge edge loops and see what happens. Okay. Now, does that destroy the topology? How much pinching do we have from that? Okay, so there's some horrible pinching behind. There's a little bit of stretching towards the ear, which is fair enough. And there's a little bit underneath. But actually, that's worked out relatively well. I'll be honest with you, I was not expecting it to be quite so fortuitous doing that. Okay, so I'm going to stick with this, and I'm going to add in an extra edge loop around here, and I'm going to use the smooth vertex command to try and just smooth that out a little bit more. I'm probably going to select this one up here, this edge loop round here. Okay, so we've got a couple of breaks in flow here that do we want. So this edge loop running around here is broken up there, and we've also got a 5-pole here. So that, to me, is kind of okay and kind of not. So we've got a flow going around the top and the bottom of the ear, and then we've got this flow in the middle here. It would kind of be nice not to have too many of these pinch points. So for instance, it would be better if this point here was merged somewhere up here, if possible, or at the top here. So we've not got does that actually flow round? Okay, we've got another pinch point here, for example. So there's lots of little playing we can do around our model itself to try and get it looking just that little bit neater. And of course, the model itself gets quite dense around here. In fact, the whole ear itself, you can see that because the topology is being pushed down rather than going around, that's causing a little bit of a problem. So around here, perhaps if we take the edge flow and try and redirect it around the ear rather than into the ear, that will stop this sort of funnel effect that's going on. So I'm just going to manipulate these vertices for a moment, and I will see you back in a few moments. Okay, so having a look at the model now, I have redirected some of the edge loops around. I believe I've gotten rid of all the unnecessary junk that did exist. There are a couple of things to do, like the fact that this ear is in fact sticking out of the head at a very weird angle. I've had a look at the back of the head and I don't have this bulge that exists on my ear coming out. If we have a look there, it bulges out. So a couple of ways of resolving that there's two ways. We can either move the ear in, or this part of the model needs to not be bulging so much. So we can go along here and select the appropriate edges that we want to move. Excellent. Okay, and this edge loop here, G twice, and just shift it along there. How's that looking? Much better, much more smooth. It just needs to be pulled out ever so slightly. Okay, let's hop back into object mode and have a look around the model. Any nasty pinching? No nasty pinching. Okay, that's looking pretty good. The only thing that I don't like here is this ridge that's going on here. That needs to be pretty smooth, and that again is a product of this edge here just being too low. Of course, if we lift it up, don't quite get there entirely, so I'm going to try just smoothing those out. All of these around here. I think that's the last thing I used as well. Yeah, there we go, smoothing the vertex. Okay, let's hop into object mode. Looks a bit better, not quite there yet. Again, there's quite a bit of bunched up information here. The question I now have is this edge loop here even necessary? I'm going to guess not, and dissolve the edges so it disappears. That should get rid of some of our issues. And then the next question is this one of any use? And again, I don't think it is. So again, we want as much geometry as necessary, but as little as possible. That is looking a lot neater already and a lot smoother because of it. Excellent. Okay, so the final thing is this bit here. Looking at the reference material, let's just make sure it all looks okay. So it's not quite there yet. We've still got a few issues along the top. Let's go into perspective mode as well. Where's my model gone? Come up. Then it just makes it a little bit easier working around here. I don't know what camera I've got set up. Let's just scroll down and have a look. I seem a bit too wide angled. So lens here. Oh, no, it's set to 35. I'm going to set it to 50 so it's not so barreled as we're moving about. Okay, so that looks fine. It's now, after all that manipulation and moving, some of the bits are missing. So this area here needs moving down. Now, as you can see, it's very easy to push it through itself. So I'm going to turn proportional editing on and try moving that again, and then it will move the whole lot at once. Let's move back round to the side. Let's give myself a bit more space as well. Okay, this top bit here, this just needs lifting up. It needs lifting up from here by the looks of it. This back bit here and this top bit here. Oh, bit fiddly. There we go. Let's whiz back round to the side and literally just lift that up. Okay, that looks good. This top bit here needs pressing back in. So again, back down to the side. Let's move it back ever so slightly. Aha, there we go. That's a better shape. And again, I'm half using the reference material for, getting it right. But on the flip side, I'm also using my judgment on what I think looks good in this particular case. Now, if you were trying to do a case study of a real person, obviously the better you pay attention to their features, the better the model will end up looking. Simple as that. Now, I'm just going to pull this bit in, these set of vertices here. I'm going to pull them into the model slightly. There we go. I'm liking that. Okay. Right, let's whiz back out. Again, there's lots of whizzing back out and forward and out. Okay, the ear looks much better now. I'm happy with that. How did your ear go? Does it now look good when it's attached to your head? We'll need to sort these eyes out shortly. We'll get around to the front of the face very shortly. Okay, so I'm liking that. That looks really nice. How's yours getting on? Please share your head as it is at the moment in the discussions, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to Adding Detail with Sculpting. In this video, we'll see that detail can be added to our model in various ways. We're going to use, in this case, the multi-resolution modifier to create derived data. Now, what I mean by derived data is it's implied data. It's generated by Blender. And anything that's generated for us saves a lot of time. Whether it's a render of an image or extra geometry on our model, using that derived data is better than trying to produce it manually, because that would take forever. And we're going to sculpt the rest of the facial detail that we need. Now, there are other options. You can manually move vertices about and add more vertices. That is ill-advised. The more detail you have on your model, the harder and harder it is to work with. That's why the tools like the multi-res modifier exist, or even subdivision modifier. That's why it exists. So it's based upon your basic model that you've got with the bare minimum amount of vertices in it, and then we can smooth things out with various other techniques. An accomplished artist, of course, could potentially paint the detail straight away. So once we've got our wrinkle maps and everything else all sorted on our model, we're probably not going to do that in this particular video. We've still got the main features to bulk out. But you could potentially, if you were a skilled artist, paint in the details that were necessary. We're not going to do that at this point, though. Okay, so without any further ado, let's hop straight on over into Blender. Okay, so back over in Blender, there are a couple of things we need to sort out before ideally we get to sculpting. This eye area here is absolutely horrible. Now, I've got a worry here that the model itself is going to end up looking horrible if I don't sort this out before we get to using the multi-res tool. And especially when sculpting. So I'm just going to pull that out there, try not to create too much of a bump around the eye itself. And it just basically looks like some of the eye is not forward enough. I think it's going to be literally as straightforward as that. So I'm going to go into wireframe mode to see if I can grab the vertex I need and pull that forward and up and over. Okay, that is looking better. I'm not quite liking this huge area here inside there, so I'm going to move the eye a little bit about, again using a bit of artistic license here, and just view it from the side to make sure it's that's fine. That's also not too far off. The only thing we've got here now, of course, is that's fine, is this area at the top. Where we've got this eyelid that's not really over the eye at the moment. So looking at it from this angle, I'm going to turn on proportional editing because that's going to be very useful. I'm literally going to pull the eyelid up into roughly the right place. Now, of course, one of the issues here is the eyelid is a three-dimensional object. It's a lip over the eye, so we don't really want it intersecting the eye. We just want it to literally be a lip over the eye. So we can play about this about with that for a little bit to try and get it in the right place, and that is almost there. I'm just going to decrease the size of my proportional. Oh no, I didn't have proportional editing turned on. I thought I did. That would have probably helped a moment ago. Okay, so that's almost there. Let's bring this up a little and this one down, and again tweaking and tweaking and tweaking until you get roughly the right shape that you want. Okay, so that's looking better. I need to redefine the top of the eye, but I think I can do that in sculpting. That's looking much better. Let's look at it from the front again, and again there's actually a ridge that runs round the eye right at the very bottom, just there we can see it, and I don't have that ridge at the moment. It'd be nice to have it, so I will model that in due course. But let's get on with the sculpting. So I'm going to get rid of the subsurface division modifier because the multi-resolution modifier is going to do that for us. So let's go ahead. We can't apply it in object mode, so let's subdivide. I'm going to go to 5 times, and that's going to give me 2 million polygons to work with, and I can see a problem straight away. We get a ridge, this mirror ridge down the middle of our model. Now that's not a big issue at this particular point, because all we need to do is apply the mirror modifier. Boom, it's all sorted. Now, one of the issues may be that later on you need to come back and do something to one side of the model and you want it to be mirrored on the other and not sculpting, because when we sculpt, when we go hop into sculpt mode, unless you've changed your settings, so just a reminder, there's a symmetry on the tool shelf mirrored along the x-axis. So I'm automatically going to have a mirror going on without needing to worry about that. But if you need to alter the actual underlying geometry, you'll have to reapply the mirror modifier. And the easiest way to do that is to hop round to the front, go to wireframe mode, put border select on, select half your model and delete the vertices, and there you go. You've now got half a model that you can come back in and add a mirror modifier to, and you should be roughly back up to where you were before. Okay, now the other thing that we'll want to do before we really start getting into sculpting is try and get this low poly mesh not to look so cluttered around the eye itself, because that looks a little bit horrible. And if this is the mesh that we're going to be applying a normal map to once we've generated it, this whole mess around the eye itself may cause this problem. So I'll come back to that and sort that out. It looks okay once we've actually applied stuff, or no it doesn't, we've got a face crossing over there. So there are a couple of things to sort out there. Right, so let's go ahead and apply our mirror modifier. Oh, we're in edit mode. We're now in sculpt mode. Let's be in object mode and apply that mirror modifier. There we go. Okay, so we've got a little bit more to sort out with this eye here. Not to worry, we can come back and do that. But let's have a look at the nose. Okay, so remember when you're sculpting, I'm going to knock back the preview before I go any further to 3. So when we're moving around in the viewport, it's not quite as busy. We're down to 250,000 rather than 2 million polygons. Okay, so now we've got a decent level. When we go to sculpting, you may find a little bit of a slowdown when switching between them. And just a reminder of your sculpting tools. So you've got your brush types here. Feel free to play with them. I do like clay strips, for instance, under the eyes. Then you can hold down Shift to smooth that out. And there we go. We start to get a bit of definition to the skin there. And let's say the bridge of the nose, if I wanted to build that up, I could go along and do that here as well. I added a bit around the eye there. There we go. So we can start building that up very quickly. You've got F to control the size of the brush, Shift and F to control the strength of the brush, and we've got radius and strength here as well on the tool shelf. Now, one of the things that often gets people is when you've zoomed out like this, your brush is very, very big, even though you've not changed it. If we zoom in, it can be very, very small, creating very minute detail. So there are pluses and minuses to zooming out. Just bear in mind that the radius of your brush is also affected by the zoom level you're currently at. Okay, a final few things down here. Often it's quite nice to have a texture on your model as well. And this is a texture for the brush itself. We won't want this texture. Is it that texture? Yes, it is this texture. So we can go ahead and create a new texture, and there's nothing there at the moment, but this new texture will now be available. We can see here texture 001, I presume, yep, is over here in the textures tab here. Okay, so there's nothing there at the moment, but what we can do here is, instead of the type being an image, if you've got an image, great, you can use that. But for instance here, I can go to, which is the one that I'd like. Let's just do marble, just for the sake of it. Now we've got that, you can see that the brush itself is going to have a marbled effect to it. So I'm just going to smooth that out along there. And let's try something like inflate. So now when I'm actually painting on the model, have we got the, I've not applied the texture, let's apply a texture. And there we go, we start getting some wrinkles in the skin rather than just a smooth lump. So if you've got, I mean, this is far too small for here. So let's try bumping this up to 5 by 5. And that should bring out the detail a little bit more. Oh, there we go. So if you wanted to create veins on the surface or something along those lines, you can use textures to help you do that. I mean, this would be someone with a serious illness. But now we can hold down Shift and start smoothing out that detail so it's not quite, well, it doesn't come through quite as much then. And of course, if you've got, I mean, that's blurring it, but you can see adding some texture to the skin can add much more detail. In fact, if you were doing a zombie, you know, having veins or something like that coming out, well, that's just brilliant. I mean, that could be a burn on someone's face or something along those lines. Or of course, if you're into zombies, it could be a zombie thing. Okay, so now we've explored the different brush types and the starting of the sculpting, it's time for a challenge. Okay, I'd like you to go ahead and add your detail. So make sure your low poly mesh is neat. I've got that problem with my eye. I was moving things about without really thinking and ended up pushing some geometry through itself. Now, if you try and sculpt with geometry pushed through itself, you'll end up with some horrible pinching that even smoothing something out is not going to help with. Apply your mirror modifier so you don't get a horrible crease down the middle, and set up your multi-res modifier. Be cautious of how high triangle count you end up with. I've gone up to 5 subdivisions, and that's given me 2 million. Of course, it will depend on the number of polygons you have to start with. That's fine for sculpting, and then lower down the actual preview setting much lower so you can see what's going on, and in the viewport when you're in object mode much more smoothly. Remember to save your work, or even save as. The process you're about to do is destructive. You are changing the geometry. So it can be very difficult, especially with sculpting. Don't rely on the undo buffer when you're sculpting. When you're sculpting, you're going to do lots of little brush strokes and will very easily go over the amount of undos to get back to wherever you want to go. Fair enough if you make 1 or 2 mistakes, but if you decide, oh no, I don't like that, I want to go back, well, you're kind of stuffed because you've changed the underlying geometry. Start sculpting your macro detail. Okay, so we're talking about the areas around the nose, the lips, bring out the cheekbones, the jawline, etc. Start moving those bits about and start really defining the overall shape of your model. It's very basic at the moment. We're going to hone in on that detail. And then go ahead after you've done the macro detail to add in some fine details. Do you want to add in a couple of wrinkles? Do you want to add in a fold in the skin perhaps? There's lots of different options, but we can already see, remember the texture brush, you don't have to do something quite as extreme as the zombie or the burn victim that I've just done, but you can use, let's say, a noise texture to start putting in little dimples in the skin as well. Okay, share your work in the discussions after you've done this. They're going to be epic. They're going to look really good. So be proud of your work and make sure you share it. Okay, pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go hop back on over into Blender and start applying some detail. Okay, so let's go ahead and start adding some detail. Now, I've got a couple of things to do here. Number one, I need to make sure that the base mesh is good to go. So let's go ahead and sort that out now. So I'm going to apply the mirror modifier. Oh, can't do it in edit mode. So I'm going to go apply that mirror modifier. Now, one of the things that I have to bear in mind, I've just turned off the cage and viewing it in edit mode, is that my mesh needs to be relatively clean and needs to be the final low poly version that I want to go for. Now, in this case, this is quite low poly, but the eye itself is a bit of a mess, so I'm going to have to go and sort that out. And the ear sticks out quite a bit. Now, before I go ahead and rush and delete things and do lots of other things that will potentially destroy what's there, the first thing to do is look at any geometry that's necessary, that's important, and then start working from that point forwards. So this eye itself, I suspect, is going to be quicker to delete what's there and remake it with everything in the right position, including the eye, because if we look at the eyeball itself, oh no, the eyeball is in the right place. So I've got to be careful when I move that I don't move that, but the rest of the eye is not quite right. So let's go in here. Okay, so the first thing I'm actually going to do is apply a level of subsurface division. So I've got some more geometry to work with. And that is going to be about as low a poly as it's going to go. This is where the detail is going to be. Now, I need a lower level like this because when we get to the details where the eyes are or around the ears, they're just going to have simply going to be too pointy to work with. But I think this eye itself, I'm going to have to go in and actually do some major surgery. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now, and I'll be back in a few moments. Okay, so after doing a little bit of modelling, I've redone this eye here. Now we can see what it looked like before on this side here. So I've actually gone in and removed some unnecessary face loops, and I'll probably do the same around the rest of this model, especially on the forehead. It's not going to be too much detail needed on the forehead, so I can select a particular face loop and dissolve the edges and just basically thin it out a little where it's just not necessary. Now, the remaining thing here, of course, is because I've done it after applying that mirror modifier, I will, in fact, need to whiz around to the front. I'm going to go to wireframe mode to do this with border select and actually select all of those vertices and delete them. And because I'm happy with the general layout for the moment, I can go ahead, go to the mirror modifier and just click apply whilst in object mode, and I'm back ready to start sculpting. So let's bring the model back round. I've applied a multi-res here. I'll just do that again. So multi-resolution modifier, and I'm going to subdivide it, and I'm going to pay attention here. I'm going to subdivide it 4 times. It should take me to just under 2 million triangles. Gives me a nice area to work with. I look quite sad there at the moment with the expression on the face. Let's whiz round into the profile modes, and we can use that to work on the shape of our model. And I will see you guys back in a few moments after I finish sculpting. I'm going to start work on the nose. So the nose itself is coming along really nicely, and I wanted to take this opportunity to just show you the clay brush itself, these clay strips. They're one of my favourites, so I'm just going to muck around here. I'll do it in more detail later on. So I've applied some under the eye there, and then I can literally hold down shift and smooth that out, and then add a few more and smooth those out. It's very easy to build up, let's say in this case, bags under the eyes or things like that. It just helps make detail where you need to bulge something out or have a crease in the eye line there. And let's say at the top here, if we wanted to bring that out, we could do very easily. And of course, I'm not going to keep most of those changes. I'll go back and sort them out. But the clay brush itself is very, very powerful. And the smoothing afterwards, just holding down shift, will automatically goes over to that smoothing. That enables you to get out rough things or where it's pinched in too much. Say on the eye here, I can see there's this crease running down here. Just going to smooth that out a little. Perfect. Okay, so I'm back, and this is what I've got so far. So we've spent a couple of minutes sculpting out here. I've literally skipped backwards and forwards between sculpting levels. So if I wanted macro detail, I could put it on and then bring it back down into finer detail at level 4. I've never gone over level 4, and I've also remembered to apply the base, which then goes ahead and changes the underlying mesh to to match your sculpting a bit more closely. Now, what I have found that did was it ruined my nose. It pushed the geometry through itself, but that's not a big problem because it just meant I need to redo it anyway because it wasn't suitable for the mesh. So this is our underlying mesh at the moment. Oh my word, there's something crazy going on here. Did I just do that? Yes, I did. Phew. I thought I'd sculpted something crazy. I just accidentally clicked and moved it out. Good job I've spotted that. Just going to save my work. The final thing I think I'm going to do here is the chest area is not looking too great compared. Well, it's not had anything done to it yet. So using some clay strips, thinking about where the muscles lay, I can add a few bits of detail in here and literally smooth them out as well, and that will help with the underlying shape. So excellent. How is yours coming along? I hope it's looking good. I'm really proud of mine. I hope you are of yours too. Remember to practice lots, share your work in the discussions, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to UV Unwrapping Ahead. So in this video we're going to be thinking about your seams, where the placement is. We're going to try and leave the face intact, that is without seams, and we're going to discover any parts that might need their own island. So let's hop straight on over into Blender and unwrap our head. Okay, so we've back over in Blender and I've done a few final tweaks on my model. I brought the chest forward a little. It was very far back. In fact, it can probably come forward even a little bit more. The plinth, I'm just going to turn that off and hide it out of the way for the moment. And the head itself, well, it's bulging ever so slightly and I do need to fix that, because otherwise it's going to look horrible. So let's look at it from the front, skew it slightly to one side, and then scale it in using proportional editing. Not all the way, because it'll look like I've got a hole in my head. About there. Okay, that looks much better. I'm just going to do these two here as well. Now, I could faff about with a mirror and try and do both sides and then mirror it back round, but I would probably end up ruining my sculpt if I were to do that. Okay, that's looking much, much better. Okay, so now I've got the head here. What we need to do is think about unwrapping. Now we need to think carefully about which areas we want to include in one part of a UV mesh. Now the ears themselves can be separated from our model. That's a definite yes in this case. We don't need the ears as part of our model. It's only going to cause problems having them there, or confusion. Oh, I didn't hold down shift as I was selecting. Okay, so now I've selected both of those. I'm going to use Control and E to mark a seam. Okay, so those are the ears separate. Now we've got to think carefully about our seams. If we cut out just let's say grab the face loop running around the face and use that, what we'll find is we end up with a line where we start texturing our model, and we don't want a harsh line on the side of the face. We would notice that. So really we only perhaps want to come down as far as or indeed where the hairline would be. So if you imagine where the hairline is on the model, that would be a good place to have a seam, because we can hide it. No matter what you do, in general, seams will cause some sort of horrible artifacts when it comes to your model, and we want to avoid that during texturing. So we certainly want the front of the face not cut out as such, but on prominent display, and then we've got the rest of our model. Now, depending on what we want to do and what we want to texture, we can decide to omit some of these other bits, but that's entirely up to you as an artist to work that out. Now, in terms of where to cut it, we certainly don't want to seam down the face. I would suggest a T shape running from about here on the side of the head, so by the temple, all the way up to the center, and then back down equally on one side, and cut down the back of the model as well, all the way down to the bottom. And of course, that leads us on to a challenge. I'd like you to go ahead and create your UV map. So finish unwrapping your model. Think about where you're going to place your seams, and optimize your UV map to make sure the face is more prominent. You may find on your model that the face ends up a very small part of the overall image. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go ahead and finish off the UV unwrap. Okay, so we're back over in Blender, and the first thing I'm going to do is just try selecting a few edge loops to see if we've got any that suits. Now this one comes down to the top of the cheek, the top of the jaw, so that's going to be too far. I do think this one here is going to be our best bet. So let's bring this down here, because that would be underneath the hairline. Okay, let's bring this across here. And once I'm all the way across, of course, I can then use the loop cutting tools again. There we go. Or loop select tools to select the rest of it. Now, if I go ahead and select this loop here, unfortunately, it goes all the way down the front. So I'd either have to unselect all of those or just select all the ones down the back. And I want to avoid actually selecting any on the front. So let's go ahead and select those few there. Before I go any further, I am going to mark a seam with Control and E and make sure that this bit is at least started. Then I'm going to go around and down to the back of the model here and just carry on selecting these as I go. I'm going to zoom in here simply because it's going to be a nightmare to try and select these edges otherwise. And this is one of those, unfortunately, slightly tedious tasks when it comes to modeling where you've got to do something so repetitive. But it gives us a lot of manual control, and there's no other way of automatically selecting just the ones we want there. So Control and E again and mark a seam. Okay, so let's go and see what that looks like. Opening up a UV image editor. There we go. And let's go ahead and also add a new image, which will be our diffuse map. So let's call it diffuse map, and let's call it head diffuse map. Okay, now in terms of resolution, I'm going to choose 2048 by 2048 and leave it at that. So I'm going to select everything here and unwrap, and let's see what a mesh we get. Okay, now this might be slightly challenging, and I can see here in fact that I might have selected, yes, there's an extra seam on my ears. Now I am going to go fix that because that will make something unbalanced later on. So one of them's there. I thought I'd got them both. No. Okay, so we need this edge here being marked as a seam for it to match, and this one here, there we go, mixture of wrong key presses. There we go, we've unmarked that. Let's UV unwrap. There we go. So the two ears here are the right size. Now, one of the things I'm going to do is completely hide our 3D mesh for the moment so I can focus on this and you guys can see as well. So I'm going to, using border select just the ears and then shift them out of the way. Because I'm going to use proportional editing. In fact, it's already turned on. Let's turn it off before moving. I'm just going to place them over here for the moment. Now, of course, this texture will naturally, unless we tell it otherwise, repeat. So this would end up taking on whatever part of the texture exists on here. We'll move them back in a moment, though, because I want to select everything else that's here and see if I can align it that little bit better. I do want this face part of it. I mean, this is a 2000 by 2000 odd pixel picture, and the head is taking up a tiny proportion of it. So with proportional editing turned on, we can scale up the head part of our model. So let's go ahead and do that now. And we can scale the whole thing up rather than just the face itself, and then it'll be a bit more uniform when it comes to texturing as well. Now, one thing I notice here is, of course, you can push it through itself, and we don't want to do that because that will cause some horribleness as well. So here, what we can do is try different types of proportional fall off. So I'm going to try sharp, because that's going to make more of a difference in the middle and less on the outside. Now, if we see, when I do this, it means that the top of the head and under the chin are basically becoming more and more compressed in our image, and our face is taking up more of it. Well, I'm liking that. That's now taking up a good proportion of our model, or of our image, sorry. So the final thing here is to go ahead and I've still got this one selected, so if I go ahead and move it, I'm going to screw things up big style. So let's make sure nothing's selected before trying to move these ears back onto the model. Now, ordinarily, you do have to be a bit careful when it comes to scaling something. So if we chop the face out separately and scaled that up, you'd find that any textures we were applying would be different in scale on one part of our model than the other, and that will be true here as well as we go towards the neck or behind the ear. So this case, I don't think that's going to cause us any problems. Even if we do put stubble on, that should still be fine. If it's not, we might have to revisit the unwrap, but I've made the face much more prominent so I can add better detail to it as well. How did your UV unwrap go? Did you get a similar sort of looking UV unwrap to me? If not, what did you end up with? Please share in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to texturing the head. In this video, we'll make sure that our seams are actually in the right place. We put them on our model, but we don't really know if they're in the right place until we start texturing. We're going to connect our texture to the model itself, because even though they're kind of connected at the moment, we won't be able to see what's going on. And we'll test to make sure it is working as expected once we've plugged the texture into the model. Let's go ahead and hop straight on over into Blender. Okay, so in front of us we have our UV mesh that we've been working on, and let's bring up, well, in fact, I'm going to change the outline. I don't think I'm going to need it. Famous last words, of course, to the 3D view. And let's scoot round and hit render in that viewport so we can see what's going on. Now that looks okay for the moment. We need a node editor up. Now head diffuse map, I've got a star against that. Let's make sure I save that. So save as image, head diffuse map, and I need to add that to my assets. I'm going to add it to my textures, head diffuse map. There we go. Now, it is important that you save, and I'll show you why in a few moments. So, first of all, let's go ahead and, lots of things we can do here. Let's open up the node editor, first of all, so we can see what's going on. And let's find our diffuse input, which is here. And we need to go ahead and add in a texture to that. And because it's UV mapped, and we've got Node Wrangler enabled in the add-ons, okay, so back over in Blender, there are a couple of things that I would want to do before getting on to texturing so we can see what's going on. So first of all, I'm going to change my outliner here to a 3D view. I'm just going to make it a tiny bit bigger so we can see what's going on. Excellent. So there's a 3D view, and I'm going to pop it in rendered mode for the moment. We'll switch over to material mode as well, just to see the difference between those two. Now, at the moment, it won't show anything at all in rendered mode to do with this image because we've not set any of that up. And secondly, we haven't saved our image. So I'm just going to go ahead and save the image. Save as image. Done. Okay, let's move this bit open and then go to the node editor. Let's whiz down to the bottom here with our diffuse shader. Now, the color of that's going to be controlled by this texture. Now, because I have Node Wrangler enabled, I can literally just go Control and T, and that will add in the necessary nodes for me, and I can just move those across. And because we've generated this texture in Blender, it should just be on this drop down here, head diffuse map. There we go. And we can see it's made the color of the overall face, I suppose. I'm going to make this orthographic. Wow, what a difference perspective makes an orthographic. Huge difference. Okay, so let's leave it like that for the moment. So we've got this now controlling the texture itself, the color, sorry, of the diffuse map, and it's mapped with UV. So that's absolutely fine. So what we should be able to do now is hop on over into paint mode in either of these and start painting. Now if I go ahead, I need a different color than black so you can see it. Now if I go ahead and paint in the UV editor panel, nothing changes here. In fact, if we isolate the diffuse map itself, everything will go black because something that is a true black doesn't reflect any light, it absorbs it all. So that won't happen at all until we go ahead, and I can't hit F3 unfortunately on my Mac, it won't work, but as soon as I go to save as image and save that image, it will then show the actual texture change that I've done. Now that's a bit different if we're in material mode. If we're in material mode, I'm going to hop out of edit mode as well so we can see what's going on, and then go into paint, texture paint. We can actually, oh, that is probably going to slow down Blender. Didn't mean to do that straight away, but basically, if you go ahead and paint directly on your model whilst in texture mode in the viewport itself, we will see the changes occurring on the rest of our model once it's caught up. I don't know whether you can see the spinning wheel. There we go. So the UV map itself has actually updated, or rather the image has updated, but it hasn't saved. It works one way and not the other. So if you're painting in the viewport, it will update your image, but you do need to make sure you save your image. If you don't save your image, then you can end up, well, you will end up losing it. And don't worry, I've lost data that way too. Everything looks great with your model, and then all of a sudden, you reopen your file and you're like, well, where's my oh no, I know what I've done. I've not bothered saving it. Oops, because everything looks right. You do need to make sure you saved your image, so I'm just going to get into the habit of saving my image. You can, of course, pack the data into the blend file as well, especially useful if you're giving the file to other people to work on as well, or even just to share that model with other people. Remember to pack into the blend file, otherwise they will get something that looks magenta rather than your actual wonderful texture that you've done. So the final thing to go over in here is when actually painting, it may be worthwhile turning down the multi-res modifier's preview setting, because then you're not having to render quite so many triangles, and the viewport will be much more responsive for painting than it would be otherwise, and we can see it updating there. Now, one of the things when you're painting in the viewport is you will end up with anything that's not facing the camera, anything that's beyond that 90 degrees, you sometimes end up with this horrible black outline. Well, that's when you need to use the UV editor itself, the UV image editor itself, in order to paint the detail on. Then, of course, providing you've remembered to save in the rendered mode, and you can see that it hasn't updated since the last render, sorry, from the last save, we can go in and save as image. Once you've done that, there we go. We can see that one half of our model is now shaded. And that, oh, that is actually pretty cool. It's a bit of a side point there. When you shade something like this, you can create quite an artistic effect. Not intended, but that does look pretty awesome. Anyway, so now it is time to give you guys a challenge. I'd like you to go ahead and create your diffuse and gloss map. So remember, a diffuse map is a map without any shadows. It will look quite washed out, and that is okay. It will have color in it, of course. Now, use the same UV map for all your images. So whether you're using it for a gloss map, a normal map, or anything else, you'll want to use the same UV map that we've already unwrapped. Now, looking at reference material to get this right is quite important. Remember, start off with almost a blockwork color model, so the base color, and then start adding in color variations, and you can even go down to freckles if you want to add that little bit of extra realism. And have a look at where the skin is naturally shiny. That's very important, very useful. And of course, above all else, remember to save your images. That's really important. We don't want you losing your work. As I said, I've done it before, and it's really frustrating having opened up your file again to find that the image that you've spent a couple of hours working on has gone, or at least part of it has gone. Okay, so pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go ahead and create our diffuse and gloss maps. Okay, so we're back over in Blender here, and one of the first things I'm going to do is just make sure we've got basically a default covering of our model, so we've got something to work on. And because I want it overall white, I can go in here right now, make sure we've got white selected, and then go ahead and paint in the necessary color. Now, you may see the screen go a bit funny on the side here. I've got myself my iPad plugged in, so I can literally just go in and scribble over the areas that I need coloured in. Okay, so we've now got a white base mesh around our model, and of course I've got to remember to go ahead and save that image, and the moment I save that image, the rest of the screen should update for us. I'll just click in this window here and move it around. I'll go in and out. There we go. So if that doesn't work for whatever reason, come in and out of rendered mode as well will help you massively. Now, this is going to be the diffuse map, and it's certainly not going to be bright white. It's going to be a slightly different color. So of course you can pick the color that you want and then go ahead and color it in how you want to have your mesh colored in. And again, don't be shy with just experimenting with how things look. Of course, I need to go ahead and save that. So I'll go ahead and save that now. I'll go down to image, save as image, and save as image. There we go. So let's refresh that window. So I've got a nice base color in here now. I've got a few streaks, but I'll go in and sort out those in a bit. One of my favorite tools, brushes to use is either the soften or smear to try and blend in different colors, especially when you go ahead and let's say, oh, I don't know, I don't want to use it just yet. Let's say I go in and create some bags under the eyes. Now they're generally slightly pinky, so I can go in here, zoom into the eyes themselves here, and let's say add this sort of color effect to one and the other. And then once we've got the colors in there, we can scroll back up, go and use the smear tool, for instance, come in and just blend it around our model a bit more. Now this is on quite a low setting, a strength of 30%. If I put it a bit higher, I can start moving this color out and around our model. Now you will have to obviously have a look at some real reference images. I'm not doing that right at this moment, so I'm going to go and grab some as I'm just demonstrating the art of what I'm about to go off and do, and I'll rejoin in a few moments. So I've got basically a base map here. So I'm going to go around now and start adding in the textural variants across the model itself. Remember specifically looking at color and not lighting information. It's very easy to mix the two up if we're not careful. So the final thing I want to do here is actually switch over from rendered mode, which chews up my computer's processing power, into material mode, and then we can see what's actually going on live. Now, of course, this isn't particularly bright at the moment. That's not to worry. We can also be in texture mode, and we can also see what's going on. We can see the whopping great big line across the top. And of course, these are the seams. This is why you want to avoid, in fact, the seams look like they're in a really nice place. They'll be hidden behind a hairline or out of shot, even better. So here's our model, looking pretty good. Now, whilst we're here, of course, we can also use the smear tool. So I can go to this area here and make this look at least, well, try and make it look a little bit better. And the same around the eyes here as well. Now, of course, depending on how fast your computer is, amongst other things, you can up the preview count as well if you want to do some more detailed textures on the surface of your model. Anyway, so I'm going to go off now and do some more texturing, and I will see you guys back in a few moments. Okay, so playing about with a bit, I've managed to get a basic map done. We can see the various areas here. Let's just make them a bit bigger. So I've got some slight freckling on the forehead and over the bridge of the nose as well. I could work on those a bit further to bring them out a little more, but I'm happy with the subtle effect that creates as well. And I've hit F12 and rendered that out just to see what it's like in full render. Now, I'm not going to bore you guys waiting for that to all come out because I've got the spec map to do now, or the glossy map, and of course that's going to be a black and white image based upon this. So the first thing to do, of course, is to make sure that we have saved any work we've done, and then I'm going to literally just hit new, and I'm going to call it head glossy, and I'm going to make sure it is the same size, so that when I hit OK, there we go. We're ready to go. Obviously, if I made it a different size, I'd also have to scale the UV map accordingly. So the next thing to note is where glossy areas are will be white, and where non-glossy areas are will be not white, or black in this case. Now, of course, it won't be a one or the other. There will be a sort of a gloss fall off, so it will go, well, we'll just use the paintbrush basically, this one here, and we'll draw the areas white that need to be white. And let's go in here, set the hue and saturation to 0 and the brightness or the value to 1, and then we can literally say, well, the forehead is going to be glossy, and I can just build that up like so. And of course I can paint, this is what this is looking like by the way that's come out. It's got some nice rough marks on it. This is coming out really well. I'm really pleased with it. I need to alter the eyes. They're not looking right on this side for some reason. I like them in the middle, but not around the edge. I still think that the face isn't forward enough on this right-hand side of the eye. Anyway, that's what you get when you play with your models. You start to see things that are wrong quite often, no doubt. Now, the bridge of the nose will also be shiny, so I'll start painting that. And I'll do this in 3D mode as well, because we're about to do symmetry. And if you're in 3D mode and you're painting, you can turn on the symmetry down at the bottom here on the tool shelf. Very useful. Of course, I want to be able to see the map I'm working on, so I'm going to go to slots and make sure that when I'm here, I'm not painting on head diffuse. In fact, in this case, I'm going to have to save my image because it's not been saved yet. And it still says available to paint slots nothing, and that is because in the node editor we've not plugged it into anything. So we've got the layer weight at the moment controlling what's glossy and what's not, and this time we can go to a, can we just go Control T here? No, we can't unfortunately go Control T there. So we'll need to add an image texture. So there's the image texture, and of course for the rest of this it's not going to be it's going to be a non-color data, and that can come out to there. Now the rest of this, the factor and everything, can be taken directly from here, and I can't see everything at once. They're a bit far away, so that to there, and that will be basically saying what is glossy and what is not. And we can have a look specifically at the gloss shader. We've not attached anything just yet. Let's go ahead. Head glossy, so we can see where it's going to be glossy on here now by previewing this image here. Of course, if we preview one further down the line, it will look completely different. But let's start working on this, and I will see you guys back in a few moments once I've coloured in the areas that I want to be glossy. Okay, so after playing around with a while, I haven't finished off the ears quite yet, but this is what my model is looking like. So I think it's time now to go out and, well, save it first of all. I have not done that, otherwise I won't be able to see it working. And this isn't fully on my screen. There we go. Okay, so we need to save as image and save that. Then we know it's in there. And let's just have a quick look at it on the rendered mode. Of course, I haven't previewed the right area, so let's go to my node editor and go to the final mix. So we can see where things are now. Excellent. So we can see where it's shiny and where it's not. That's working really well. And now it's just a matter of tweaking the mix of things coming in. So we've got, here's the, so there's not enough of that coming through. Now, the actual gloss itself, we can see here after playing with it, it has made some areas very shiny. So I think I actually need to tone that down a little. And I'm going to do that by adding in a color ramp. So I need a vector, no, I need a converter, color ramp. And I've lost my color ramp wherever it's gone. There it is. Pop it in there, and now I can change where the white value starts and ends. So I can make everything shinier, or I can make everything less shiny. And less shiny is what I need to do. And I need to zoom in to do that because I can't actually click on the right bit. Okay, and I don't want to shift the black value up or the white. Let's preview what's going on. Okay, I think I need to bring the white value down. No, it's making everything white. I need to change the white to a grey. There we go. So let's go for a mid-grey. Let's go back into rendered mode and see what's going on. And let's view the right thing. So we need to go to this mix shader here and preview that. That's starting to look much, much better. Excellent. Yeah, that's looking much better. It's not, well, it is no longer overly shiny, but it's shiny in the appropriate places, like around the lips, along the nose, etc., etc. Brilliant. How did you guys get on? How did you make a similar sort of Brilliant. How did you guys get on? Share your work in the discussions. I'd love to see how you've combined these maps and the materials you've come up with. I need to alter my eyes. I'm starting to spot some things that I just need to alter, just need to tweak with my model because they're not quite right at the moment. And they've started to come about by just looking at the model and actually doing this materials work on it. They really start to stand out. Please share your work in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to reviewing your work objectively. In this video, we will take an objective look at our model and see what is missing. Hopefully not too much, it's just some tweaks that need doing, but we'll find out. So first of all will be any improvements to the modeling itself. Now, modeling is important that we cover this one first because the second one, any improvements that need to be made to texturing, well, it's reliant on the model itself. If we change the model dramatically, the UV map will change. And if the UV map will change, well, the textures will change as well, or will need to be changed to match the UV map. So that is something that needs to be considered before making any major changes. If you decide to put in some creases here and there just to accentuate form, that's probably not going to make too much difference to the overall UV map, so don't worry about that. However, if you decide to move an eye socket or the nose, well, that's going to probably need another UV map creating from it and the texturing updated. Now finally, the lighting and environment. Now we've got a 3-point lighting set up at the moment, and that is working really well. However, if you wanted to experiment with different lighting, which can dramatically change the overall feel and look of your model, remember to take a copy of those lights and then move those around, and then you can switch between those two lighting groups and see the different effects it makes, rather than moving your current lighting and losing the position of it. And finally, the environment. Well, in this particular case, we can go with a plain or graduated environment. I mean, I'm going to work with that plinth that we have there, but to be quite honest, we just want the focal point to be our bust. We do not really want to have a messy environment or an exaggerated environment. It's going to be plain, so I'm going to probably stick with the black background just so the model stands out from it. So let's go and hop on over into Blender and take an objective look at our model. Okay, so I've gone ahead and rendered out my model to see what it's going to look like once we start doing that, so once we start getting to the full details. And I'm quite happy with the skin colour and everything, but there's something that strikes me. First of all, there's a really harsh shadow down this eye, and I don't like that. So I'm going to have to move my lighting around slightly, perhaps having the main light directly in front of the face and then the fill light slightly to the side. That's the first thing I'm going to try in terms of the lighting. In terms of the modelling, well, I'm pretty happy with the overall model here. There's nothing that stands out as horrible. There's a little dimple in here, but again, and under here, that's absolutely fine because skin is not smooth. And that leads me on to something that's very, very glaring. Is this paintbrush working? Because I'd like to be able to draw on this if possible. Oh, I've got it on soften at the moment. So I'm going to go to drawing so I can actually draw what's going on in my mind. So these particular highlights, I think, are about right, but they're really telling us a story of how smooth the skin is. And certainly this person that I've modelled here, i.e. myself, I don't have baby soft skin anymore. It's not super smooth. So the cheek here should have a bit of texture to it. And I think what's missing from our model is a nice normal map. Now, going in and modelling all those creases is quite time consuming. That's one way that you can do that. You can go ahead and model in all the little dimples and creases, and that might actually be the fastest way of getting around this particular issue. If there's a texture that I can apply to the surface and then use another map, like I've done with the specular map or the glossy map, to say where that texture applies and where it doesn't, that's another way of working it. Now, of course, I need to be careful with the node setup and everything else there. So there are a couple of ways of doing that. Now, whether you go the sculpting route and then baking the normals, or whether you go the texture route and then converting it to a bump map or a normal map from there, you're going to get pretty similar results. You will have more control, obviously, if you manually sculpt it in than if you just use textures. So there's a time penalty for doing it one way, but there's a realism penalty for doing it another. So it's time now I've had an objective look at this particular model. Is there anything else before I go on? Well, the lips themselves are quite smooth, and lips aren't smooth. If you have a look at reference material, they have lots of fine lines in them. Certainly even though I've added freckles here, it turns out on the full render, they're not coming out too well. I mean, there's some on the forehead here, and to be quite honest, they just look like smudges. So there's work to be done on that diffuse layer as well, perhaps just bringing them out that little bit more, and maybe even being a bit more prominent with them. I was thinking, I don't want them so bright, but actually when you mix everything together like we've done, they're not quite as prominent as I thought they were going to be. So it's time for a challenge. I'd like you to go ahead and assess your model. So use reference material. I know I've said this a lot, but it is important. If you are unsure or if something doesn't look right, you're going to be able to see and compare from that. And take a close look. Now we're at the level of getting detail right, you really do need to see where the skin folds, where it changes in texture, and how it changes in texture as well. Share your work with the community and get their feedback. We've got a whole course of wonderful people. We've got the community site as well that you can just come to, post your stuff and ask for feedback, and people will gladly give it as well. Now remember to go ahead and make the changes you want to do. I know mine at the moment looks more like a plastic doll than it does a human, and that's because it's too smooth. That's the major issue I have with my model at the moment. So I'll be working on creating a normal map, or certainly a bump map, and using a normal node to make the skin more textural. And remember, do one thing at a time and assess the change. Has it done what you thought it would? So that's very important. If you go and make 20 changes and it doesn't work out how you wanted it to, well, you don't know which one of those 20 changes might have been the one that caused everything else not to work. The 19 beforehand might have been perfect. So it is very important that you take things one step at a time. Now, as I'm doing the normal map, for instance, I'm going to be looking at adding it stage by stage. So I might just do the cheek or the forehead or something along those lines, just one area of the face, and then seeing if it's made the right effect. If it has, brilliant, I can get on with the rest of the model as well. So go ahead, pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go ahead and make those changes to the models. Okay, so I've started going through and adding a bit more detail to the inside of the eyes. I've literally just been sculpting for a while, and then, let's make this fit my screen properly, there we go. And then I've also started adding some micro detail to the lips themselves. Literally, again, just sculpting. Well, the approach I'm going for here is I believe it's going to be easier to sculpt this detail and have much more control over it then trying to use textures and masks, because I can literally use textures in a moment. Let's do a live example here, and hopefully let's save my file before I do this experimentation. Let's go to the textures themselves and go to a brush mask, but let's go to, let's say, clay strips, and then texture, go to the brush or the brush mask, it doesn't matter, depends which way you want to go about it. And here the type I'm going to set to Voronoi. Now I don't know what scale this is going to be at the moment, so no good. Let's make sure it's applied. So in the tool shelf, texture, yep, the texture is there, and it doesn't look to be working just yet. Let's try a different one. Let's try not inflate and deflate. Let's try, where is it? Sculpt and draw. No texture there yet. Let's use the Voronoi texture. Okay, let's make it a little, well, let's make this bigger. Okay, so we can see the size of it there is, that's going to be quite a skin graft or an alien skin. So if you're going for that type of effect, you can, and obviously the bigger, the more pixelated or the chunkier that texture is going to be. So what we need to do here is scale it down. Now, I believe there's a scaling here. So this is one of these things where you actually increase the size to make it smaller. So let's try 100 and see how that turns out. Now, bear in mind that this will change depending on how zoomed you in. So something like that will be completely different to something along those lines. And that's getting there, although the strength of that is far too strong. We can see it's really pulled the skin quite a lot, and we don't want that. So let's zoom out. Let's try just a little bit higher than that. Let's try 500, 500 and 500. Okay, and then finally up here, let's lower the strength down to maybe 20%. Okay, I'm starting to like that quite a bit. And of course, you can make things wrinkly, and then of course smooth out the detail as well if necessary to make it not so wrinkly in places. Okay, so that's actually working out relatively well. Obviously if we zoom out and go bump, we get the whole face looking very horrible. That would happen to me if I stayed in the sun for too long. So obviously you can go for an extreme effect like this. And in fact, whilst we see this extreme effect, I'm going to go ahead now, because we're actually altering the model. I don't need to bake this into a texture. Obviously, if you were now exporting this, you would bake this as a normal texture, so it can be reapplied to the low poly model. But since we actually have, well, it basically live and ready to go, under the rendering settings, because under render, under the multi-res, it's also set at 4, so we get the full benefit. Let's just hit F12 and see what that ends up looking like. And I'll see you guys back once this is rendered out. So as expected, it has had a relatively extreme result. Let me just sort my windows out here. Let's bring this one across. Can I do that? Yeah, there we go. So we've got a relatively textured surface to our model now. In fact, it's been so extreme in places with that texture. You can see, well, it's casting quite a deep shadow on our particular mesh. Now, it's also taken a while to render. That took nearly 6 minutes to render. So this is where doing the sculpting and working out and perhaps making a normal map from it, we should see a render time improvement because it's not having to handle all of the geometry. So in this particular scene itself, there's 1.4 million triangles, which is quite a bit. There's 700,000 vertices. So it's got to render all of those out. The less vertices it has to do, the better. And having a look at the lips, I'm quite happy with those. They've got the right texture. Obviously, they've been hammered by my silly use of this particular texture brush, but otherwise, I'm really happy with how the lips have turned out. So it's time to work a bit more delicately with these particular wrinkles and folds in the skin. And I'm going to go off and do that now, and I'll see you guys back in a few moments. Okay, so this is the render how it stands at the moment. It's not a complete render, and there's still some further diffuse texturing to add in. I haven't added in my wrinkles yet, but I have fleshed out my face, so it's a lot more representative of me in this case. So I notice when looking from the front, if I move around my model here and suddenly just put it into orthographic projection, my ears don't stick out quite as far from my face as they do normally. or as I've made them, in fact. So I've had to puff out my cheeks a little, as you can see here. I've added in my little double chin. Well, if you're doing something realistic, you might as well get there. So there's just a few. I'm happy with all the indentations that I have made in my face. There's a little bit of skin texturing to do in terms of the gloss map. I just need to refine that where things are glossy and where things are not. And another thing that I have done, and I almost forgot about when setting up my nodes, is that skin is also translucent. So I just want to take you to my node setup as it is at the moment. So we've got these layers, if we think about them, and how much of them come through, starting with the deepest layer of the skin and working up. And as we go down this list, I have added in a translucent BSDF shader, which is also using the same color, the base color, in the model. And if we just isolate that itself, the translucent, so let's isolate that, we see that with the colouring there, it makes it obviously much better than if it's just a plain old white. But with the colour there, we can actually see it adds translucency to the areas that need it. And when that's mixed in with everything else, that gives a slightly more realistic feeling. If you don't have the translucency in your model, you lack that one fundamental thing about skin, and that's the fact that it is translucent. So you need to make sure you tell Blender, or certainly in the nodes, that it's translucent. So I've done that here, and I'm very happy with that. So the final thing to do for me at the moment is just to work on the diffuse textures, so I start getting some of the freckles that are through, and just bumping up where things are slightly shiny and where they're not, because that's not coming through quite as well as I'd want it to. And I'll see you guys back in a few moments. Okay, so after some final tweaks and rendering, this is what I'm going to class as my final mesh for the moment and final textures. I've worked out what was going on with the gloss shader. I just didn't have the right one attached. For some reason during my creation, I had, let's just see here, I had a head glossy, which was just blank, and a head glossy PNG, and only that one was applied. And of course, black will mean that that's not there, so that's why that was missing no matter what I tried. That should disappear now. It's not being used on anything after I've saved and reopened. Let's have a quick look at the node setup, anything else that I've added since we've last seen. We've got this bit here, we've got the translucency that I've added in, that's absolutely fine. What I have done is after the image texture itself, I've used a hue, saturation and value just to tweak my mesh ever so slightly. Let's see if we can see it in action. Okay, so the base is here, and then I've just boosted the colour slightly and given it a slightly more yellowy cast to it. I mean, I could boost that up even more to maybe 1.2. If you go too high, of course, you just look sunburnt. It goes up to a maximum of 2 there. I maybe even stretched to 1.4, and I've slightly darkened the model as well. It was slightly too light. Okay, so after doing those, the next thing that I did was I literally plugged in a Voronoi texture and made it with a bump node, and then plugged it into the diffuse, the translucent and the glossy nodes. And then that gave us a very little bumpy surface across the entire model itself, giving us a slightly textured feel, but it's never that strong, so it's not really seen across the model. Of course, we don't want color, we want the factor there. So it's kind of one of those things that's not seen but is seen. So you won't see it directly, but it does have an impact on the render. I tried different scales. I found that 1000 seemed to work for my particular model. 1 is obviously going to be big and blocky and won't work at all. And why aren't we seeing it at the moment? Should be able to preview that Voronoi texture. Oh, we're just in material mode. So if we went into rendered mode, let's boost that up. So I tried 10 and obviously that didn't work at all. Tried 1000 and found that when I zoomed in, that gave me the right sort of level of detail around the 1000 mark. Pumped it into the bump, and obviously I wanted to make sure here that it wasn't too strong. I had to play several times. I checked out the glossy individually because that's the one that would really spark it off, and that's a nice little textured feel across there. I didn't map that at all. I found that once everything was all plugged in, it worked rather well. Brilliant. Well, how did you guys get on? How's your head coming along? There's just a few final things that are obviously missing from this model, but we can sort those out in good time. Of course, I'd love to see how you're getting on, so do remember to share your work. And of course, as always, I will see you guys in the next lecture.
Congratulations, guys. We've got an awesome human head. Some of the work you've done so far, absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much for sharing, very important. So we've learned a lot in this section. Just to recap, we've done materials really in depth.
Absolutely. So hopefully this gives you the ability to make things that are close to photorealistic. You're going to have to put a lot of time in and do a lot of work to get it there. And these things aren't easy, but you've got all the tools that you need now. And it's not quite the end of the course yet.
No, there's plenty more to come up. And also we've covered good mesh topology. Incredibly important when you're dealing with especially facial structures to keep things realistic and to stop horrible pinching going on. So great work.
Put in some extra time, finish off your model, polish it up, share in the discussions, show us what you can make, and make Mikey proud of what he's taught you.
Brilliant. And we'll see you guys in the next section.